Hello, chat. We are going to be live in just a second here. Or rather, the panel is going to be starting in a second. Okay, I'll be right back. One sec.
Episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we have got a show for you tonight. Earlier, I believe it was last week, we discussed the Young Republican group chat. Kalinda was there. We had another gentleman decided to join us, and we just had a small discussion, initial reactions. But I wanted to set up an actual debate on the topic because I think that there's questions here that deserve discussion. How pertinent are group chat private message leaks, and how much do they really tell us about an organization or a person even? Should people be able to talk in private even if they say things that are pretty abhorrent? Is this something that we should hold against them? Um, in between the time I set this up and the time this is airing, we had another group chat of sorts leak um, that was obtained also by Politico of a Trump nominee who would say things like, I have a little bit of a Nazi streak in me and things. The people in the group chat reportedly said that this wasn't taken as a joke, and I think it is also pertinent to the mix. But the primary thrust of the discussion will be about the initial Young Republican group chats. I've gathered quite the team to talk about this, and I think it'll be an interesting discussion. I want to hand the mic first over to friend of the channel, Lactoid. Go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? All right. So I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I reviewed the Politico whole thing, everything, and to the best of my kind of interpretation here, these are jokes or ironic edgy level of ironic edginess. I think it's fine to make jokes and to be ironically edgy, even if it's dark humor, even if it's like really edgy. Um, I've been pretty consistent with my criticism up on like the left when like if it's like a dark joke that's like clearly a joke, but like it's very dark and edgy. Don't really get too mad about that. Don't really get pissed about that. Like I think Destiny's tweet about like the kids dying or whatever in the floods, I thought that was fine. I've defended it on this channel before. Um, I think the thing that like fucks me up is when it's clear that it's serious and when it's clear that like what they're saying they actually underlies some kind of hatred. Which there's plenty of other statements that you can find from the left that seem to indicate that. I think we saw a lot of that with recent Charlie Kirk shooting. This second thing that happened, the dude who was saying he got a streak, has like a streak of Hitler in him. That I mean, if what they're saying is that he didn't mean this to be a joke, I mean that I guess could be kind of scary. But we'll see.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We will get into it as we go, and looking forward to the discussion. Next up, we have Gelatinous Rube. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Gelatinous Rube. I primarily talk game design. Channel's going to be starting back up again, so I often don't really have a lot to say that's directly informed by any kind of special political expertise, but I like engaging with rules lawyers and I like arguing about subjects like that. I like arguing about complex topics, so that's why I'm here today. Also, to defend free speech. I've been hearing a lot from the left in the past few months about how the right is now terrible on free speech and how they've disliked it. And this has been a real not a mask off moment, just a reminder that the left despises free speech. They despise you saying anything that does not fit within their tight ideological bounds. It's totally normal for people in a space that they understand to be private for them to say things which are inappropriate. And many of the things in here are not inappropriate, but even if they were, that's totally normal. You discover boundaries by personally engaging with other people, and they give you feedback like, it's too far. That was funny. That was too far. But you're saying the tone in which you're saying something matters a lot to whether or not it's a joke or whether it's hateful content. And of course, hateful content is allowed. I'm totally fine with having the hateful content, but I think that the target being not necessarily hateful content is pretty illuminating. So I'm excited to discuss it today.
Okay, thank you for being here, and we will get into it as we go. Thank you for the super chat. I'll read them after the openings. Dr. Darko, please.
Hi, hello. Dr. Darko. I'm mostly a biochem and math nerd, but I also got into politics a few years ago, and I don't know. Yeah, also think it's fun. Yeah, I honestly think it's kind of hilarious that the party was afraid of black women pilots, and the corrupting influence of books like Pride Puppy is just like trying to hand wave this away, given their track record. Yeah, I mean, as someone who grew up as like a millennial shitposter, like I definitely, I've put my time in at 4chan. Like I don't really care about jokes. But like the difference is like, is it a joke or is it serious? And if you look at just in the past like half a decade, the number of people who have died due to white nationalists, like anti-immigrant sentiment, like like it's been like 60 people in some pretty like large events. But they don't, the right will never acknowledge that. They will try to pretend all the violence is coming from the left and that the left hates free speech and just trying to police language while they ban books and revoke visas for people that they disagree with.
Okay, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. And last but certainly not least, Kalinda, please.
Hey, I'm Kalinda. I am a liberal, and I think that stuff like this is fairly concerning, not because that I want to like police anybody's speech. I don't care about that. I don't care if people make edgy jokes. I make edgy jokes. I have a lot of friends who also make edgy jokes, and that's fine. But the problem is that I think these are a little bit more than jokes, especially the Paul Ingrassia dude. I don't think that that guy was joking, and that guy also has a very, very troubled history. So much so that he got kicked out of the, or that he resigned from his nomination. Like this is the same. This guy has gone to Fuentes rallies, and he said all kinds of like crazy stuff. But even the other group chat, like I would still think that if all of these people are joking about, and it seems like at least within the context of the group chat it is just like, let's just say racist shit and make racist jokes, then that seems to be like, yeah, I feel like that's a reflection of things that they probably actually believe. And also, Dr. Darko, your cat is adorable.
Okay. And with that, let's get this party started. The floor is open. Again, if you have trouble getting in or a word in edgewise, just raise your hand, get my attention, DM me something, and we'll get you sorted. But other than that, let's begin. Go ahead.
I guess I'm a little bit confused because, when I read it, leaving the Ingrassia stuff aside for just a second, because I agree that's a little more difficult, and that happened after I agreed to this discussion. I'm here to defend the Young Republicans leaks, not necessarily that Ingrasio thing as much. But with the Young Republicans leaks, when I looked through it all, it seemed like jokes to me, or shock humor, or edgy humor, etc. And it seems like you guys are saying, well, yeah, we're cool with jokes. There's no problem with jokes, but you also still sort of have a problem with this. I guess, like, why? Like,
Because I think that it says something about a possible underlying ideological thing, and also I think that if it is looked at in the greater context of like the way in which the Republican Party has moved further to the right, especially with Donald Trump, then yeah, I do think that that is a concern. When you have the rise of people like Nick Fuentes, who, by the way, let's all not forget, actually went and had dinner with the president at one point and had Congress people going to his PAC and stuff. Yeah, I think that there is a concern because these people are the next generation of the Republican Party. And if all you're joking about is racist shit, like, do you not think that that says something about you? If every joke you make is just racist, if like, do you not think that that has some sort of meaning? Like, after all, Nick Fuentes used to say, it's just a joke, it's just a meme, hide your power level with jokes or whatever. You don't think that that portrays
I don't
some
think
underlying thing?
I don't think every joke in that group chat was racist. I think the ones that the Politico hit piece highlighted were, of course, the ones that were racist jokes or racist shock humor.
Yeah.
I don't think like it could be 1% of all the jokes were all that. I mean, they cherry picked like all of those and put them all in one article. And I'm not denying that those ones exist, but if it's like 1 or 2%, I don't disagree that Republicans have a much, like, I think generally are more like comfortable when it comes to racial humor about minorities. But I would also say
Or
that,
more racist?
I think, sure, but I think like left wingers, I bet you crack open the private chats of one of these DNC like communities and stuff, you're going to see Charlie Kirk jokes. You're going to see jokes at the expense of white people. I went to college. There were jokes at the expense of white people said directly in front of me. Now I could make some kind of like argument as to like, well, BLM led to all this injury and death and damage. Is it really just a joke? But at the same time, like, I think you have to set your bar of judgment high enough to where you give some kind of plausible charitability to people being edgy and making jokes and using shock humor, as opposed to just say like, well, you can't make a very obvious Hitler joke, which was like the OK Hitler joke. Like, that's like the most obvious joke of them all. And that one is the one that like people are citing the most about this. So like I'm struggling. Like, where does your line just very conveniently happen to be below what the Young Republicans group chat set, or is your line like actually going to be that low for any other forms of dark humor? Are 9/11 jokes okay? Do you guys flip out about that?
I never said that the jokes. It's not. I never said that jokes weren't okay. Jokes are fine. I don't care about that. My problem is the fact that in this case, at least, the jokes seem to indicate an underlying ideology that I would take issue with.
How? When the Young Republicans chat, how? How does the Hitler comment? When
Do
somebody
you-
says
do
get
you-
the most like right
do
wing
you
politician or
think-
something, and
so-
he says
Just
okay,
real quick.
like Hitler.
No, finish up Blacktoid, but then I have a super chat that's pertinent to this already.
Sure. Yeah. So like when that one question, I forget the exact, I can bring it up, the exact terminology, but it was like something about like referencing the most right wing, like the most right wing politician there is, or like the most right, like we're going to get the most right wing politician there is, or we're going to be the most right wing politician. And the response is, okay, Hitler, obviously implying that Hitler is like the most right wing politician, AKA it was kind of like a silly thing that you said, the most right wing person there is. Like, this was made the front page, like the front kind of thing of the Politico article. This is what people are mentioning.
No, it was I
Does
love
this-
Hitler.
Well,
It
not
was
to be
not
pedantic, but
okay,
yeah, it's-
Hitler.
Yeah, fair enough. But again, it was in response to that. Like, do you see that as this person actually loving Hitler?
No, not really. But
$5.
I think that I don't think that was like, sorry, Wick. I feel like that wasn't even the most like insane shit. Like, what about like those weird comments about Indian people? Like, some of that stuff just didn't seem like all that much of a joke, really. It just, or like, just like being,
Yeah, before
or like
you
maybe it was a
respond,
joke, but it was not. It just seemed like in very like it's all just like do you really think that none of these people might hold these views?
Okay, $5 from Fancy Teeth to say, "What's the joke, Lactoid? I'm not fucking autistic, but that one went over my head. Mind filling me in?"
Yeah, I disagree that you're not autistic.
Oh, fair enough.
The only reason I understand that there's a joke there is because I'm autistic. But yeah, it is like post irony. It's like, oh, you say something genuine and people are unsure about whether or not it's a joke, and like that's what's funny about it.
Yeah. I'm going to read the exact. So I have it up right here. So it's here's so AD. This goes by AD and PG are the two people talking. So AD says, "Yeah, I had some back and forth with the VC in Michigan. Current chair is a deer in headlights. We have a call Wednesday." PG says, "Many agree." AD says, "He did say my delegates I bring will vote for the most right wing person." And then PG says, "Great, I love Hitler," like implying that the most right wing, like that his delegates are going to vote for Hitler.
$5 from
And this made the Politico article, just to be clear.
$5 from Fancy Teeth to say if this cockroach tier Thor cosplayer is so indifferent and uninformed, why is he here at all? At least I pay for my audience participation. Is that towards Mr.
mean.
Mr. Rube?
I'm pretty sure it's a pirate washware comment.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, that's
Pirate
think it was-
software, yep.
Anyway,
a joke about a mana.
It's okay.
so yeah, it was. So I guess the question of the
Are you saying
thing
that all white people look the same, you fucking piece of shit?
true, but
Go
I
ahead.
think that the question at hand, perhaps, is while some of this, yes, obviously a joke, some of it is much less obvious a joke, right? There are certain comments that I read that I made that they don't read like jokes to me. I'm going to read you out one right now. Hold on, let me get it up. So the context of this is, I'm going to read the line before. It says, in another instance, Douglas, the Vermont state senator, so this is a state senator.
Former state senator.
Yeah, true. Describes to the group members how one of Paget's Jewish colleagues may have made a procedural error related to the number of Maryland delegates permitted at the national convention. Here's a quote. I was about to say you're giving nationals too much credit and expecting the Jew to be honest, Breonna Douglas, Sam's wife, and Vermont Young Republicans National Committee member, replied to her husband's message. Breonna Douglas did not respond to repeated requests for comment. So it's his wife, apparently. So, yeah. But what's the joke there? That one, I don't actually know. Maybe I'm autistic. But where's
Stereotype
No, racial
it.
stereotypes
Use
are
it.
jokes.
Yeah. Like sometimes you make a joke about how black people don't have dads, right? That comes up a lot in conversation. It's difficult, so a lot of humor, almost all humor is contextual. And when you strip away all the context, it is difficult for me to fully understand what the context here that allows the joke. So if you just read that as you read it, it doesn't sound like a joke. But we don't know the backstory. We don't know the context. We don't know the history that exists between these people. We don't know if there's other Jewish people in the chat. There's all sorts of things we don't know. And this is kind of my problem with the whole Politico hit piece. And I think we can all at least agree that's what it is, whether you agree with it or not, is that we don't know what percentage of all the chats this was. And we don't know, even among the ones that are listed, the context behind them and which ones are can obviously be explained as humor if there's just a little bit more information provided. Some of them provide a little bit more information and then it becomes clear that it's humor, right? There's some other ones where there's some information lacking and then you wonder what else is there that might explain this as humor.
So
That, even if we assume that one or two of these in the Politico article, which I don't think it's even fair to assume, but even if we assume that one or two of these is being sincere and that this person would put this in a group chat sincerely, we have no way of verifying this, and this could be one message in a million. Is this something that is a true revelation that requires a national conversation?
Well, they give the number. It's not a million. It's 38,000 lines of text or something like that. Maybe
Yeah.
24,000, but it's not a million.
So
You know the number of lines of text, right?
Yeah, and also I feel like good context is it was 7 months worth of messages, and they said they found 251 uses of slurs, which is roughly a little bit over a slur a day.
Yeah, out of
which
how
I mean
many?
is basically all of us.
Wait. You said it was okay. No. It was 29,000 pages of chats. So not individual chats. 29,000 pages of chats shared amongst millennial and Gen Z Republicans. And then amongst all of that, there's a little bit more than 200 that contain any slurs. And the Politico article mentions the N-word with the soft A as being a slur that they count. What like
Do
what
you
percentage?
not count that?
I mean,
There's a reason you didn't
Bro,
say
if
it.
I'm in a group chat, I can't say it
Hold
on
on, but
Twitch.
there's a reason you didn't say it out loud here,
Because
right?
Twitch, no, I will say it if Twitch wouldn't ban me.
But you understand that almost everyone considers it a slur.
yeah, everyone
Like, it's
considers
okay.
it a slur if you're not like
But
a
it's not
black
necessarily.
person.
But it's not necessarily hateful. In personal DMs and with friends of mine, I have absolutely not only dropped the hard R. I've dropped the soft A. In fact, I dropped the soft A more than I dropped the hard R for sure.
Okay.
Sure. Do you have that in like most of your DMs, or like I don't know? I feel like we're trying to
Maybe.
destroy these paradox.
don't know.
Like
I can say
like
I've
exactly
never,
what percentage
in
like
my
like
DMs with Lactoid, I've never heard him say it, okay? Or I've never read him say it, I guess that's
Look, I made a Jew joke yesterday, and you were in the VC and you laughed. It was so good. You were like, somebody said, "Oh, like who was? I think it was somebody. It was Zonia who was in the chat, and somebody said you look Jewish, and she was like, no, like I'm not Jewish, like I'm Norwegian or something, and I'm like, yeah, that's what the Jews want you to think. And you laughed and I laughed and everyone laughed. It was a grand old time because what's the joke? That Jews try to infiltrate the white population, right? Which in of itself is like, yeah, I'm not actually saying that. I'm not actually saying that Jews are infiltrating the white population and subverting it. I'm making the joke that some people believe this.
Yeah,
So-
and that is the humor.
necessary.
Yeah, I think
to
you're-
know that you're probably joking.
The
Whereas
context.
the context around these chats is, as Kalinda was saying, we have a party that is again cozying up, embracing far right ideology such as Fuentes, such as Myron Gaines. Was Myron Gaines choking when he made his comment about how he loved Hitler? Was that a joke? I don't think it was.
No.
Yeah, I think if you
So
look
that's
at
the
Myron
context.
Gaines,
Like, we had that context.
well, hold on. I understand that. Well, we don't have the context for all these members. Remember, I made the Jew joke that everyone laughed at yesterday, and I voted for Trump. So I am technically part of this right-wing cabal that you're referencing.
No, not necessarily.
Myron
you.
Gaines. Well, I think Myron Gaines specifically probably has like a more documented history of being a serious like extremist that you can maybe take the things that he says more seriously. And that's why also, like, I think I came in by saying the second leak that Whick wanted to talk about here that happened between the Young Republicans group chat leak and this one. I take that one a little bit more seriously because the people involved were saying they didn't take it as a joke. Apparently, this guy has a little bit of a history of saying shit like this without joking. And, you know, there's more context there that can make it seem more and more problematic. But that context isn't here with this Young Republicans group chat leak. And the more I read it, the more I look into like every message, it's like, bro, this one's obviously a joke. And so if this fucking guy at Politico thinks that this is like obviously not a joke and must be published, well, then how can I trust their judgment with any of these other things?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like one of the X factors here is that it was in like, you know, like not necessarily like an official like group, but like it was just labeled the Young Republicans, and like they shouldn't have done that. Like I don't know, like I feel way differently if it was just like or I'd feel less strongly about it if it was like just their private chats or
If
or
it
whatever.
wasn't your
you know,
political opponents,
It wasn't smart.
That's the dividing line.
I'll agree with that. It
What-
wasn't a
what do you
bright
mean?
idea. Go ahead, Rube. I think it was.
That was it. Is look, you've confessed to it multiple times at this point. It's a matter of it being your political opponents. And the fact is, these political opponents of yours are the only people who have defended jokes of humor of any kind in the
But it's
past.
not true at all.
That's
like,
not true.
Of course it is.
No, it's
no,
not.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, you're
Yes,
doing
it
the
is.
thing. No, you want to
The
lump us
Netflix-
in with all of
the-
the insane people on the super far left. I'm sorry, dude, but I don't know about
Wouldn't
you,
that be
Dr.
so
Darko,
tragic
but
and
I'm not a
terrible?
communist, okay? And I'm not one of those crazy
it
woke
wasn't the Red
people.
Army faction saying you can never say XYZ about XYZ. You can't make this joke about white people drive like this, black people drive like this. Like it's stupid. The right would never present the phrase "I love Hitler" out of context as a confession of personal Nazism. That's the simple fact.
I mean, Myron did. in that tweet, and he's on the right.
No, would never present out of context. Myron, when he says "I love Hitler," that is within the context of him confessing that he likes Hitler. And I don't mean to criticize him. I'm not very familiar with gay culture, so I don't know how he feels. I know that there's an affinity for Hitler in this regard.
Wait,
Is
what?
that terribly hateful, by the way?
Wait,
Oh, the joke is that I'm calling Myron gay. And I'm wondering if I should, where on the scale of jokes that falls on? Should I lose my bank account? Should I be publicly humiliated?
who is it that you
Should I
think
lose
you're
my job?
talking to right now, dude?
Yeah, like,
Did you?
I'm trying to figure that out. I'm asking that. I know I'm saying in a provocative way, and I'll dial that back for a second. I am asking you that same question. What do you think? Where is the line? What do you think the consequences for these people should be? Because if I don't hear no consequence, I'm going to be pretty concerned.
I'm pretty sure they already faced their consequences. Like most of them lost a bunch of posts. Like a lot of them were staffers. So yeah, like I mean the biggest people there.
What do you think should have happened?
For the people in the group chat, like I think that like it's up to the Republican Party what they want to do with these people in terms of like if they want to discipline them or not. I'm just saying that I think that it's concerning that
discipline them for
this
what?
kind
In
of
what
stuff.
Let her finish answering. Go ahead.
I mean, it depends. Like, you know what? Let's say there is greater context that shows that it's just a bunch of jokes, in which case, whatever, I don't care. But if that's all you're joking about, then again, we once again come back to maybe this might mean that you're actually racist and you're masking something by hiding behind jokes, which I don't know if you're aware or not, but that's what Nick Fuentes talked about doing. You know, the whole hide your power level thing. Like, do you guys just not believe that that's a thing that people can do? That you can just say a bunch of racist shit and then be like, it was just a meme.
No, I understand it's possible, and that's why, like, but you should generally reserve judgment on people until you get more information.
Well, no. So the information that I have is that like 55% of Republicans like qualify as like Christian nationalists in their belief. Like they've been doing polling in the past years. It's some like American like political atlas thing, and yeah, like they've been tracking like like how many people like adhere or sympathize with like Christian nationalist beliefs.
Okay.
And
I don't know how that's relevant to this.
Because like over half of them, like when they say shit like that, like aren't joking.
Okay, what percentage of Republicans do you think love Hitler specifically?
Love Hitler specifically, or love like what Hitler stood for?
Love Hitler. We can go through each one of these if you want.
I think there's a large number of Republicans who would absolutely be okay with fascism if you explained what fascism was to them and then didn't call it fascism.
That's not what I'm at. The reason why I'm asking love Hitler specifically is because one of the specific chats, we can go through each one if you want. One of the specific chats was, look at this person saying that I love Hitler. We don't know if they're joking or not.
Yeah,
Maybe
I feel like you're picking out like
Republicans.
the tamest one out of all of them.
I just said we can go through all of them, but isn't it interesting now that we're going to rely on the judgment of some Politico hack who thought this was not a joke, and we're going to rely on them for their expertise of what they think
we're
jokes
not relying on them. We're here discussing it because, like, I don't know. I agree with you that I think the article was mostly like a hit piece, but like, yeah, sure. Yeah. No, they curated it. Yeah, again, because like,
absolutely,
the right has been, just going out and like offing people for, being non-white because they think, the tiny hat people are trying to replace them.
Or for saying anything bad about Charlie Kirk.
So. It's not Republicans. It's like the far right Nazis. Sure, like yes, they're pretty crazy, but like standard Republicans have a very low rate of
55% of standard Republicans like qualify as Christian nationalists. So like, like when I think of a standard Republican, I think of someone.
What definition are you using for Christian nationalist?
I mean, Nick Fuentes is a Christian nationalist. That's what he calls
it. So 55% of Republicans are Nick Fuentes?
Agree with Nick Fuentes.
No,
that's
they don't. No, it's not my perspective.
That's what you're trying to snick in. That's what you're trying to sneak in very clearly by saying.
No, I'm saying that they are probably pretty far to the right, even if they're not full on Nick Fuentes.
Why would you invoke Nick Fuentes?
Okay, fine. Andrew, hold on. Do you know who Andrew Wilson is?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
he calls
fair enough.
himself a Christian nationalist. He's probably a better example than Nick
Okay.
Fuentes.
Yeah,
Do you think
fair
it's
enough.
fair to say most
just
Republicans
saying-
probably agree with him, and that he is and that he's
No.
pretty far to the right?
About some things,
No,
probably.
I would not say that. Like, it would be as ridiculous if I had said, all right, 55% of Christians, if I expand the definition of Christian nationalists to 55% of Republicans, and then I look at this individual guy, I can now say 55% of Republicans can't open jars. They're ideologically incompatible with the ability to just open a jar. They're ideologically incompatible with anything that falls outside of Christian nationalism. That's why you sneak it in. Because you're right, there is an overlap between jokes and being hateful. And it's usually based on context. It's usually based on whether you're laughing and whether or not the other people around you are laughing. However, by that same metric, if you could say that people are using this to hide their power level, you are using this to inflict ideological, to attribute ideological beliefs that these people do not hold on the basis of them telling the same jokes.
Hold on,
You are doing it.
I want to test your consistency here, Gelatinous Rube. Are you okay with all those people getting fired from their jobs because they said mean things about Charlie Kirk or joked about his death? Are you okay with Laura
What are mean
Loomer?
things about Charlie Kirk?
Like anything about him, like pointing out that he was not actually like a super
Anything?
like anything bad about him at all, because like they went after
I can't
people
believe
for
that they
saying
shot
anything
his neck
bad
because his head is such a huge target. His head was such a huge target. Why did they shoot him in
hold
the
on,
neck?
do you think that making jokes about Charlie Kirk's death is bad? Is that where the line is for you?
What do you think the implication of me making a joke 2 seconds ago is?
What do you mean?
I made a joke
You
2
guys are
seconds
talking past
ago
each other.
about his
He made a
giant
joke
fucking
about
head.
Charlie
yeah.
Kirk's head
Let
was
me-
so big. Let me translate for you. I
Oh,
got
you're
you, bro.
saying that it's okay to make jokes about Charlie. Like, I just want to hear you say that Laura
fucking
Loomer
obviously.
going after all these people's jobs was fucking bad.
All these people's. Oh, okay. All right. So what was she doing, though? Who did she go after? Was it just jokes? Or was it people saying, do it again?
Yeah, it was also
know which
just
one I think.
jokes.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
Hold
if
on,
our
hold on,
line is
hold on,
that
just real
we
quick.
don't think
So
should be,
I'm
we're
unclear.
for freedom of speech or whatever, and we don't think people should be like punished for saying
Hold on.
shit on the internet.
I
then-
just want to be clear. Gelatinous Rube, are you saying that you're okay or not okay with the people being, with the employees firing people or people doxing people who made inappropriate comments or jokes about Charlie Kirk's death? Was
Yeah, you
something
keep
you're okay
expanding
with
the
or not okay?
definition here.
That's
This
what
is-
Laura
this is
Loomer
about
was
that-
doing. She was
Well,
like,
I'm going to answer the fucking question. This is that thing that I mentioned earlier with game design and why I love debating complex topics, because I'll have this discussion in the roundtable, the dev roundtable, going on about if somebody wants to be dishonest, they'll usually start expanding the definition of something. They'll hand me a number. They'll say, under, 55% of our mechanics fall under XYZ. And I will, if I interrogate it and they resist, then I'm pretty confident that they're lying in some way. So when you say at first it was jokes, then it was jokes or inappropriate comments, and I don't trust you with either of these, frankly, because you've already expanded the
I'm going to
definition.
give you an
again.
example, and then I'm going to ask you each example, do you think this was okay or not? Is that fair?
No,
No,
because
why
I'm
not?
not going to trust your characterization of the example.
I'm just
because
gonna-
I
He's
got to
gonna
watch
read
your
out the
characterization
comments.
of somebody's
for you,
actual
right?
joke.
Like I can show you.
Yeah, no, if you send me the tweet and I go into it and I examine it and there's nothing else, I mean, Laura Loomer's dumb, I'll tell you that. I don't think that people should be fired on the basis of jokes.
Okay, that's the question. So to answer the question, which is a simple answer then, you're not okay with the people who got fired for joking about Charlie Kirk's death.
Whick, this is the problem. So in the same way that we came into this, saying, hey, with this other guy, where it seems like he actually might be, where it seems like he might actually be serious, that one you guys may have more of an argument for, because there's context that indicates that he might be serious. The same standard should apply with the Charlie Kirk jokes. If somebody who there's no evidence that this person actually wanted Charlie Kirk to be dead. They're actually just like more of an edgy person. It's a private group chat. They're not out publicly saying this shit or making like a statement. If they are making like pretty horrific Charlie Kirk jokes, and it's clear that they are jokes, and they're not actually endorsing political violence, then no, I don't think they should be losing their job. I've been pretty consistently, even for the people saying horrific shit, I've been pretty consistently against doxing. And going after people, for their jobs. The only caveat with that is like people who teach kids might be like the one category of career that I'm a little bit more skeptical of, like them being fucking lunatics. But when it comes to like some manager at Pizza Hut, I don't, they could be hateful, they could be saying horrific shit about Charlie Kirk. I don't think they should lose their jobs. But we have a consistent standard here, is what we're saying. Yeah, if somebody comes out and makes a joke about Charlie Kirk, and they're like, haha, and we're like, ha, you're kidding, right? And they're like, no, this guy was hateful. It's good that this guy's gone. Like, holy shit. Now this is totally different. I'm not saying you should lose your job over it, but you deserve moral condemnation. Now I'm mad at you, right? And you did this too, Whick. When Destiny said that crazy shit about Corey, and then he comes on, you're like, you're joking, right? Because you're trying to like give him a fucking out. Hey, you're joking, right? And then he says, no, it's good. One less voter in Pennsylvania. And he's dead serious. That's when shit gets real.
But just to correct the record on that, I asked him if he was a joke, but I was condemning the joke itself as well.
Okay.
Right? That's the reason I tweeted at him initially, is because this is not the time, this is not the place, this is not okay, this is not acceptable, this is not acceptable in our public figures, this is not acceptable in our politicians, right? And this is something that I've done pretty consistently. But I guess the question for both you and Rube here is, there seems to be I guess I'll just ask you this. Is James Lindsay incorrect when he says that there's a growing problem of right-wing, racist kind of ultra-nationalism growing on the right? Is he wrong? Is he incorrect?
I don't trust James Lindsay to make that. I don't trust James Lindsay to make that evaluation, frankly. I think he's compromised. So
compromised how?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, because I think, some people will say that, but then like you'll look at like the kind of issues they're pointing to, and you go back 30 years and like Democrats were more like racist than like the modern Republican position on this question.
Okay, let me ask this.
Like for example, immigration, right? Like,
no, finish your thought and then.
Yeah, like immigration. Like you take the current Republic, like Obama deported more people. You go back 20 years, you got Democrats saying shit about immigration. That sounds like Trump saying it now. And then Trump's saying it now, and people say, hey, look, Republicans are racist. This is like a problem of growing Republican racism.
That's not an example that I would necessarily use. Although in some cases I might, like Stephen Miller talking about, like the whole rhetoric of invasion, and Stephen Miller talking about how you have to about like saving Western civilization and all this other weird shit that like really, quite honestly, just sounds fascist as fuck. And in the context of immigration too, like the description of all the migrants coming over as like invaders and stuff, and like the implication that they're coming to like replace white people or whatever. Like, I don't think that sounds like anything that Democrats were saying. Like, were Democrats saying that like 30 years ago? I kind of doubt it. They probably were just talking about like the need to keep like for secure borders or whatever.
I mean, that's the thing
implication
that
of
Republicans
advocating for secure borders.
But
is that not doing it is invasion, as was the case for most of human history.
No. There's a difference between like secure borders and like I want to ban all Muslims. Those are two.
Yeah, or we want to go around the country and like deport people.
There isn't a difference
and
to
have
you people.
ICE
You apply the label of fascist and racist to both of those things.
No,
so I don't care about your characterization about
you're doing it again.
Is there another debater in the room? I don't know who this guy is talking to. Is there like a person whispering in your ear?
The exact fucking quote was the rhetoric of securing these borders and description of these people as
No,
invaders.
not securing these
fascistic.
borders. Describing
No.
that we need to take partisan action against it, like this, like invading force.
Let me
Yes.
ask you a question. Do you think that Republicans were more anti-Muslim in during Bush's era, or especially after 9/11, or are they more anti-Muslim now?
I don't know. I would have to see data on that.
Because there was a
During
genuine
Bush's era,
conversation. There was like a genuine political movement to block mosques in New York.
Well,
And
now,
that
hold on.
exists, but not nearly to the same extent now.
Just a second, because here's the thing. Here's the difference, right? I don't know if you remember this or not. I don't know how old everyone here is. But I do remember watching President Bush go on television live right after 9/11, and when he gave speeches and stuff, and he was very, very, very careful to separate normal, regular old Muslims from like the extremists that were the targets of the war on terror. And that's different than what happens now when the leader of the Republican Party is coming out and saying shit like we need a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. So maybe it's not as bad now across the board, because yes, I understand what you're saying about like the mosques and stuff, but it hasn't gone away. It's still there, and it's pretty concerning when the leader of the Republican Party is talking about banning all people from like one religion from coming to the country, and then he tried to do it.
Like you
He
said,
successfully did it.
Like you said, well, sort of. But like you said, you can point to, not across the board, but you can point to specific examples that are bad. And I would even agree that they're bad. But the reason why I'm comparing them, Republicans today, to the Republicans from the past, is because the argument that you guys have been making is that one of the reasons why we can't assume that, or at least give the charity to the Young Republicans group chat of being edgy jokes, of being shock humor, is that the Republicans are basically have morphed into these Christo fascists, right?
No, they've morphed into the party of Trump, and that's it. Like that's all they are. Is just like whatever Trump
Yeah, and
wants.
the
Like they
party
have to
of
do.
Trump is much further to the right than the party of President Bush.
Is it? Is it really?
Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to read some super chats. $5 from Fancy Teeth. I'm begging you, Lactoid, please explain the joke. Walk me through it. I understand it's post-irony. Give me the X, then Y, therefore Z.
I'm
Fancy,
racist,
Can you be more
or
specific?
am I? I'm sorry. Fuck.
Can you be more specific on which joke?
You know, I could
$10 from Fancy Teeth.
steal
Yeah,
man,
you
but-
got to pay Whick again in
Well,
order
he
to
did.
clarify the joke.
$10 from Fancy Teeth
Oh,
to say
shit.
it feels like an inside joke, and I want to be in on the joke, and I want to laugh with you. When isn't a joke, and it isn't a dog whistle? When they're being honest. I'm done. Yes, I'm schizo. I'll thank you for the $10. $5 from Often Topical. Can Lactoid explain the joke behind watching monkeys play with a ball?
I mean, not on Twitch. But I mean, the joke's pretty apparent.
I recently went to a petting zoo and they had a monkey there who played with a ball, and so I found that one especially like touching because it connected to me in my personal life. Although it was
Aw.
really bad.
That's
And
why
then I can
thought
make a
that
joke
one
about where the
sucks,
petting zoo
monkeys normally
was.
don't do it.
But then you guys would get all uppity.
But
How can I say that word? I mean,
Look,
that's
come on. Let's be real here. There's a plenty of times where a joke is not really a joke. Like
Yes.
if you're ever if you're talking to a girl, okay, or if you're a girl and a dude's talking to you, and that dude makes a joke about wanting to sleep with you, it's not a joke, ladies. He's not joking. He's masking it with humor to give him an out, but it's not a joke.
Yeah.
And I think that again, it's going to come down to, do we believe that these comments are jokes, or do we believe that they mask an underlying feeling amongst the people involved that was telling, that is
Right.
revealing of an underlying kind of racist sort of way of doing things and way of
Now
thinking.
that's a conversation we've had the whole time, and what we are saying is that it's heavily context dependent. Ultimately, like if it's a really good post-ironic joke, you might not even be able to tell, and that's part of the humor. But yeah, it's going to be, And this is part of the reason why autistic people struggle so much with ironic humor, is because they take things very literally, and they don't understand, like, oh, you said that, that must mean what you believe. And they have a difficult time catching subtle body language. They have a difficult time catching kind of tonal hints that are prior in the conversation, or they don't fully know like what this person believes, and then like put it together. Oh, what this person said is actually in contradiction to what they've said before in a more serious tone. So I'm going to assume that they're joking. There's all these things in play, right?
Wait, isn't
And
that just the side effects of taking Tylenol?
see, look at that. I knew that was a
That's
joke,
good.
but
That's good.
somebody might say, "Oh, so are you saying Tylenol causes?" I don't understand. This is very anti-scientific. But I would say clearly that was a joke, because I know, Dr. Darko. I know his position on the Tylenol thing. I'm well aware
Do
that was a
you?
joke.
How
Yes,
often have you talked to Dr. Darko?
I talked to him enough
I
to
can
know that
tell
was a
just from
joke,
context.
right?
Hey,
And
listen, we
and,
argued
and,
for like 4 days straight until we agreed on eugenics eventually, which is
boom. Look at that.
a
See,
weird arc.
and this is the frustration I have with this political article specifically, which is that it could be that you get one of these people alone in a room and you grill them, you interrogate them, and you finally get down to it, and it turns out they're actually really racist. It's possible, okay? This is possible with anybody. Sometimes people are hiding tattoos that you might not know about, okay? Shit sometimes comes up. But based on this article alone, especially with the examples that are being put forward as racism or hatred, which are obviously jokes, you should develop the position of, I am not in a position to call any of these people racist. Clearly, I can't trust the curation of this content, and I definitely don't know enough to make assumptions about the people making these statements.
I think Lactoid is just trying to get us to care about the Young Republican files more than the Epstein files.
Well, yeah, I
Classic
think that
misdirection.
he'd
I have
also.
talked about. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kalinda, please.
I mean, I think that I think the Paul Ingrassia thing is a much stronger case, but I do still think that the point remains that like there is a level of concern that I would still have about like the extent to which that the Republicans have gone further to the right than previously, and I think that their turn is considerably more dramatic than what everybody likes to claim is happening with the Democrats.
$10 from Miles Kinslow to say liberals need to cut the fake outrage. This is just a political attack. They give a pass to Planter. I think it's Platner. Is it Planter?
It's Plattner.
Plattner. And embrace the anti-Semites of the Middle East / Palestine, or parentheses,
What?
Palestine parentheses.
What?
Yeah, I actually wanted to port.
I think Lactoid made an allusion to it too, during his response. Do you think that Plattner, based on the tattoo and the context you've seen, do you think that he is fit to run for office, Lactoid?
Well, he's a Democrat, right? So no, but not for the tattoo.
No, again, so just for the tattoo is what I mean.
No, so the story he gave is very believable. He was drunk with a bunch of army buddies, had a totem cop tattoo put on his chest. I guess the only question I would have is like, why did it take you so long to get rid of it? But then there's even an answer for this though, because he said he went through like a political evolution where like he was more like not really politically minded, more edgy, didn't really have positions before, and then over time kind of morphed into like kind of his politics today, which I disagree with, but it would make sense. And by the way, he has since got it covered up, as I understand. So like it is
like
covered up now.
He got it covered up like after it broke.
Sure.
Yeah.
Look, and I agree. Like that's kind of like he probably should have done it beforehand. I don't disagree. But the fact that it was a week ago, sure, you can look into that. That's fair. But at the same time, like assuming that you hold, like if you were to sit down with him and he were to explain his story and like this was a dumb fucking decision, I thought it was just like a silly tattoo, and then it was explained to me how offensive this is, and then people found out about it and I saw the outrage and I saw how it was hurting people, so I got it covered up. I mean, I could see that, and especially because like you look at his positions, are any of them actually Nazi?
No.
Like that's the thing. You have to see what their like the person's positions are, and do they align with this thing that I think that they're dog whistling about. And if you have somebody who's like not saying like anything about Nazi shit, and then you see this and you ask them, hey, what's that all about? And then they give you like a pretty plausible story. I'm willing to be charitable and give the benefit of the doubt. Is it something that you should ask questions about? For sure. But if they give a good answer, I don't know. I wouldn't vote for him because he's Democrat anyway, but
Well, fair enough. So not to derail into this discussion too much, because that's next week's topic, gang. We're going to be talking to Soy Pill and Prime Kai and a few others about the Plattner tattoo. But I don't know. If I found out I had a Nazi tattoo on accident, which fair. No, I believe that part. I'm getting it off within a month, right? Like it's not going to be there very long. The fact that he kept it on and called it his little Totenkopf for years. I don't know, man. Like, maybe, you know what? You can be redeemed. That's cool. You just can't run for office. Sorry, that's a line I have. And when we talk about, like, what racist policies do the Republicans try to implement? What fascist policies, what policies that are akin to fascism that the Republicans try to implement? Well, I'll let my guests give examples that they think might fit that definition. Go ahead.
I mean, the mass deportation shit and the way that they're framing all of these immigrants as like the enemy of the people, or Trump saying that like talking about poisoning the blood of the nation, which is straight up Nazi shit, by the way. All of that is like, that's all of that stuff has been insane. Like just like the grabbing people off the streets, or like revoking people's green cards or people's visas because they said like bad stuff about Israel that the government doesn't like. And by the way, before anybody jumps on me, no, I am not anti-Israel. I'm not some sort of crazy pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas person. Okay, I fight with those people on Twitter all the time, but it's still like, that doesn't mean that I think people should be deported for their speech, which is basically what the government's doing. Like that's anti-free speech, which is absolutely like a tenet of like the fascism shit.
there seems to be, again, like there's another thing there that you just said that doesn't, I understand. I don't even disagree, but it seems inconsistent with something that was earlier said, which is, I agree the Republicans have been going way too far when it comes to like this whole, we're going to restrict people criticizing Israel, even though they're not citizens, right? And primarily they're going after green card holders or people who are not here legally. But with the speech, normally it's like people here on student visas or green card holders. I would not think it'd be that consistent that somebody who has that level of like admittedly pretty authoritarian love for Israel to also love Hitler. Like there is some level of disjointed there. That
Are you
again,
talking about Trump specifically?
Talk about the young Republican like chat, because it's not just Trump that's like deporting green card holders
hold
or
on,
student visa holders.
because
Yo, do you have autism? That's where you're hyper fixated on this one, like I love Hitler thing.
Well, maybe Politico shouldn't have led with it.
Are you aware of the fact that there is like a huge rift within the Republican Party, especially younger members of the Republican Party right now, when it comes to Israel and non-interventionism, and that there is like quite a lot of anti-Semitism among like the younger Republicans and stuff? Like, are you aware that this is a thing?
I'm aware, but polls also show that Republicans of all age groups consistently support Israel more than the Democrats.
Yes.
And again, using this context, like,
although the numbers have gone down,
allowed to criticize.
They?
Well, no, if you have somebody saying you're not allowed to criticize the Jews or we're going to remove you from the country, and you're saying that context is enough to believe that when they said shit about Jewish people, they like the dishonest Jew or whatever, you think that context informs that not being a joke?
I mean,
well,
go on.
Nearly a quarter of Americans think that a strong leader who doesn't have to bother with Congress or elections would be good or very good. So, I don't know.
Just
a good amount of them are.
Also, the lack of due process and sending people to concentration camps.
One at a time. Let's give it to Ash, then we'll hear from Kalinda. Ash and Kalinda.
Yeah, earlier you criticized the administration for deporting people based on the criticism of Israel. If you're willing to call them Nazis, but not willing to deport them, what's
Wait,
like?
I'm sorry.
I'm not calling them.
Are you talking to the ghost in the room? Because I'm not sure if I'm like
none of us
the radical
said Nazis.
The accusation was anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism. Is that a positive trait or a negative trait in your mind? Do you approve of anti-Semitism?
No.
Yes or no?
What does that have to do with?
I didn't hear it.
Stunning.
I didn't hear it. Do you
It
approve
seems
of
pretty
anti?
irrational, so yeah, I guess I would judge it as bad, question mark, but I don't know. That's
Okay, so
I'm
you
missing-
judge anti-Semitism
You
as bad.
guess?
So you attribute. Interesting. I think we're getting dog whistled here. What do you mean? He's asking us, what do we mean by you people or them? This is strange.
Well, yeah, because you're talking to like the like people that you've seen on Twitter and not like us, and
No,
it's I don't know,
okay.
kind of
Yeah, you
say
haven't
it 2
honestly.
talked
seconds
to
ago
us.
or not?
What, you mean what I
Did you
said?
use a term? Did you accuse younger Republicans of anti-Semitism less than a minute ago or not?
Yes, I said
Did
that
I?
that
You need to roll back
I
the tape.
hold on. I said that statement or that belief system that younger Republicans tend to be more anti-Semitic and like more against supporting or sending support to Israel than like the older Republicans. You think that is not true?
On
Like,
the
do you
basis
deny
of
that?
lessened support for Israel, and said, are you unaware that there's a huge, not a small fringe group, a huge rift within younger
Yeah, I
Republicans
do think that it
as to
Yes.
whether or not they're
within the
Fans
party.
of Charlie Kirk
supporting
hate
Israel?
gropers.
Yes.
What? I don't
Not
know how you
about anti-Semitism. It's not anti-Semitic to say, I don't want my money going over there. Or is it?
I mean, it can be. It depends on where it's coming from. For some of these people, it does come from anti-Semitism. For other ones, it's because they
Okay.
love that retarded isolationist shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you
And if you
understand.
can
like,
call them
gropers
anti-Semitic
and
to
Klan
get
are, like,
cover.
are opposed to each other. Like when Charlie Kirk got murked, I'd like half expected it to be a lefty, half expected it to be a groper. Because yeah, I mean those people fucking hate each other. I don't know if you're familiar with that beef that goes back fucking years, but I like yeah.
Yeah,
And
or the
Nick
fact that
Fuentes is like
Charlie himself was like apparently maybe having second thoughts with regards to Israel. And the reason why is because because he wanted to, his whole thing was trying to appeal to young people and like young Republicans and stuff. And how are you going to do that if you're like towing the line of your party and a lot of younger people don't like Israel? Or don't like sending, or don't like the, or like the isolationist shit. But there is also a lot of younger people who don't like Israel. And yes, that can be anti-Semitic. Not always,
No,
but it
and
can be.
Benefits you, and it benefits you to increase the overlap between those things or keep them vague.
Wait,
right?
hold
Just
on.
keep
Do
it
you
vague.
hold on? Do you
You
think that
might
people who are
Dislike
critical of
on the
Israel,
basis of anti-Semitism.
yeah, do you think
Go
that
ahead,
that's
Glenn.
not true? Do you think there's not some people who don't like Israel because they're anti-Semitic? Or are you one
I
of
think
those
that
people?
you use that question to do an end run around any arguments that people might have based on their own self-preservation, their own interests, their own moral objections to foreign wars, and because you cannot argue the contrary with them, or you would prefer not to. And I think it's evil to say.
Okay, so
you
you're
have
just
you have this social taboo. The only
Evil.
reason you can oppose this.
okay. I understand. You're just
My
mad
buddy-
because
my
you're
last
one of
name is
those
Streisand,
like
okay?
isolationists
Just shut the
or
fuck up for
something.
a second.
Jesus,
Sorry,
dude,
what was
you're
your last
sounding
question?
serious.
$5 from Fancy Tea.
Wait, what was Kalinda's last question? I didn't hear it.
I was asking you, like, do you understand that some people who don't like Israel don't like them for anti-Semitic reasons, and that there is overlap between that? Do you understand that, like, hell,
Yes.
like left-wing
Yes.
anti-Semitism is a huge problem? Like, I think on the left
I've
we have
given
this
you
huge
a-
issue.
I don't think it's a huge problem, actually. I've given you an explanation for why you call it a huge problem and why you keep the boundaries vague.
No, I
and
said
why you don't have it.
left-wing anti-Semitism is a
it
huge
was-
problem.
Yes, I think that you do it to the left as well. I don't have an issue with this.
Okay. $5 from Fancy Teeth to say, I'm 2 minutes back. You know it's a joke when you see the wink or the nod. When Lactoid made his Tylenol joke, his inflection changed. That's the wink. And it wasn't Lactoid that made the joke. It was Mr. Darko. Sorry, Dr. Darko. Icarus for $2 says,
Even a by the way, real quick, even a wink and a nod could also be
yes, it
somebody
can.
being racist.
Yes, it can. It can.
It's difficult. Social interaction is difficult. Okay.
I understand. $2 from Icarus to say, ask Timu Vosh if he wishes he was a horse.
Fucking Bizarro Vosh. I just have a folder of me, like, of my face on the horse.
That's not Bizarro Vosh. That's Vosh. That's just Vosh, bro. Okay.
No, Vosh is on the other end of that horse.
Okay.
Oh, Bosch is
Oh,
capable of honest conversation and intellectual honesty.
wow.
True.
Okay.
Is he?
I
Well, he used
Look.
to be. He doesn't do debates anymore, so I have no idea
Yeah.
now.
I want to kind of bring it back to like, so Matt Walsh made a comment in the reaction to all this young Republican thing. So Matt Walsh made a comment, and I'm going to read it out. And I'm curious if you guys agree, if Lactoid and Mr. Rube here would agree. He says this: the right doesn't stick together. That's our biggest problem by far. Conservatives are quick to denounce each other, jump on dog piles, disavow, attack their allies. I said a few weeks ago that we all need to band together in the wake of Charlie's death, and the answer I got back from a lot of people on the right was basically no. Well, okay then, guys, we'll just lose instead. The left will keep up the united front and defend their guys no matter what, while we keep throwing each other to the wolves at every opportunity. Great plan. This has been heavily criticized by people like James Lindsay and a few others on the right, where some people are defending Matt Walsh and saying that he has the right idea and saying that anyone who doesn't agree is a Jew. I guess the question would be, do we think that Matt Walsh has a point here? Is this simply a matter of no enemies to the right? Like, is that something you believe in, guys?
I know Matt Walsh doesn't believe in it. I think he wants people to stop making fun of him.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
Rob Noor does believe in that because he recently released a video where he said, like 3 months before the election, he went into like defend Trump and like concede nothing mode, which I thought was cute.
Okay. But I guess that's the question. Do we think that there should be no enemies to the right if you're on the right?
No. I've criticized the right plenty. If you look at my fucking Twitter feed, I've attacked the fucking Epstein shit and the tariffs more than anything else. I think it's perfectly fine to criticize the right. I do think, though, I think maybe what Matt is, I think he's going too far with it. I think that there is like a truthful statement to be made, or like, I guess not a truth, but like a statement that could be made that I would agree with, which is, you can criticize the right, but if during an election season you find yourself only criticizing the right and like clearly taking a political stand with the other side like constantly, there comes a point in which like don't be surprised if you're going to be politically excluded from the right at that point, right? Because you're not like demonstrating any kind of like right-wing political power attempt. And I would say the same thing vice versa. If you call yourself like, and by the way, this is a conversation that you guys are having all the time right now, right? The left criticizes like left-wing candidates, a lot, and you guys are like, excise them from the party, get rid of them. These fuckers are ruining it for everybody, right? That, sure, you're saying base, that is a conversation you're having. That is essentially what Matt Walsh is saying. Stop criticizing us, rally behind the flag. Politics matter. You guys are saying the exact same thing when you're saying to excise the leftists from your party.
Yeah, but is Matt Walsh saying to excise the crazy right-wing people from the party? Because I didn't hear that in there. I just heard him saying we all need to be united and not infight.
Yeah, the context of the statement
and
is after the group chat leaks, he's defending the people within the group.
Well, I know, but obviously, there's implication.
Even in the group chat leaks, it says that like they are already unified because they were talking about how they have to kowtow to Trump in order to get like an endorsement because they are the party of Trump. So I don't know what the fuck Matt Walsh is talking about because they're already on that.
Yeah, the right is far more unified than the left is, at least as far as like supporting the candidate. At least like Republicans. Like, yeah, I know there's other divisions and stuff, like with Charlie Kirk versus the Groypers and all that sort of thing. But
I think what I think what like when Matt Walsh is saying like basically you shouldn't criticize the right, you should unify. The implication there is that you should exclude people who don't get on board with that program, right? Like if you are attacking right wingers all the time, you should be excluded. That is what Matt Walsh is saying when he is criticizing people who do that.
That's not why I want. That's not why I want to excise people like Hassan Piker from the Democratic Party, though. I want to excise him because he's an authoritarian communist tanky who doesn't actually care about democracy.
Sure, And I know, and maybe that's like the basis for your belief, and I have heard people say that. But the number one thing that I hear when I hear
And
conversations
also
about
because
why
he doesn't
the
want to
left,
vote and all that too. It's
right,
both.
that is the whenever I'm listening to centrist Dems talk about like why the left needs to be extradited from the party and removed, it's always like the number one reason is they can't get on board with the program. They keep attacking us. We put forward to somebody. They keep shitting on them, and they shit on them so much that they basically sound like Trump voters. They're not really one of us anymore.
I mean, I
And
think
Matt
that
Walsh is in position.
I think that that's the thing though, right? Is that like I think those two positions, at least for me, go hand in hand. Like the reason why Hassan shits on Democrats all the time is because that he is a tanky who hates America and who hates democracy, and he wants to live an authoritarian communist or whatever. And I think that that's different than than I just want to get rid of people like Hassan because that they shit on the Democrats all the time. Like there are probably other people that I could name who I might say maybe we should get rid of them because they shit on the Democrats all the time. But in a lot of cases, it's these really far left anti-electoral people. And so their ideology is what leads them to hate on the Democrats all the time. I think the same is probably true for people like Nick Fuentes, who has basically at this point turned on Donald Trump. But I mean, still, it would be nice to hear that. I don't know that Matt Walsh would say that. I mean, doesn't Matt Walsh describe himself as like a Christian fascist or something? Or was that Michael Knowles? I always get the two of them confused. Maybe he's doing
Neither
that
of them
to
seriously define themselves as the fascist. I mean, Andrew Wilson went as Big Papa Fascist.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that or not.
That was that irony, that post-irony we're talking about before.
Speaking of, do you think he was joking?
When he calls himself Big Papa Fascist, yeah, I think that was like post-ironic humor.
I mean, that was partially a joke, yeah.
Hold
But
on.
do you think Andrew's
Well,
not
actually,
actually a
I think that was
fascist?
Stop.
Maybe meta. Yeah, maybe I'm mixing up my terms.
Wilson is not joking when he says that. You understand that, right? That is not a joke.
If he comes on and like in a serious tone
destroy
says
the Constitution, repeal the 19th, get rid of
hold
the
up.
First Amendment, get rid of elections, and
Yeah, he's like a monarchist or something, isn't he?
Theocracy.
I do not disagree that he has right-wing beliefs. If I was to have a conversation with him and he was to say lactoid, you're wrong. I'm actually a fascist.
Right-wing beliefs to you when I said he wants to destroy the Constitution, repeal the 19th.
You're saying destroy the Constitution. When you say destroy the Constitution, what do you mean by that?
In my debate with him, most recent debate with him, said that the Constitution is just a piece of paper. We shouldn't listen to it anymore.
He literally wants a Christian theocracy, dude.
Yeah, he's a Christo-fascist.
I think I look from what I've heard. I think that he does want to like remove certain parts of the Constitution, which you can do constitutionally. You can do that legally. I'm not convinced that he like meets the threshold for me for fascist, and I especially don't think that's what he meant when he named himself that.
Okay, so he calls himself a fascist. Hold on, no, stop.
Do you think he meant that?
I don't trust your judgment on jokes, Lactoid.
Do you think he meant that?
He's calling himself a fascist. He's saying, I want to do fascist things. He wants to get rid of the Constitution, institute a Christian theocracy, basically, install a monarch, get rid of democracy. He's not joking. This isn't a joke. It isn't a gag. He's telling you, this is what I am.
I don't agree with all of your characterization on that. When you're saying get rid of everything and replace everything with a monarchy,
you should watch his debate then. With
I have watched
debates, man.
I've watched them. Look, we can have a disagreement here. Maybe you think that he was being serious when he wrote Big Papa Fascist. He actually identifies as a fascist. Maybe that's the case. I'm not convinced based on what I've seen yet. Maybe I'm just a charitable person. I don't think you're a fascist. I don't like to call people fascists. I think that it's overused.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like to do it either.
I have been called a fascist for opposing taxes.
The fascist.
Yeah, sometimes people are fascists, dude.
No, yeah, his name was Big Papa Fascist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, $10 from Doobie to say, seems clear that the group chat was just a bunch of fluffy dudes with 10 years of life left competing to be naughty with the boys for validation. Immature and stupid, but not a big deal in my opinion. Thank you for the $10 from Doobie. $10 from Alexander Wren to say, didn't Wilson just say that in ideological war you never punch to the right? It seems to be a growing belief that the right must become a monolith.
I did hear him say that.
Thank you for the $10. But yes, like, look, Andrew Wilson is clearly has fascistic beliefs.
He's much further.
Do you think Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Trump is an opportunist.
Okay, or I'm sorry, MAGA's fascist. Trump isn't a fascist. Trump doesn't actually believe in anything.
If MAGA's fascist, then all Wilson has to be is MAGA, and you'll call him fascist.
You don't think that like there's any fascistic aspects to like Okay, hold on. What is a fascist to you? Do you even like know what it means?
So
Like, what is your bar for fascist?
As is the case with all political designations, it is highly like contextual to the Overton window of the society that you're in at the time. And fascist can mean one thing in one country, it can mean something entirely different, depending on the country, depending on the time period, depending on the beliefs of people. It all is like very complicated. And no, you can't just say, oh, he's anti-immigration, he's like more populist, therefore like those are fascistic tendencies.
No, he's authoritarian.
Look, being like pro-military is part of being fascist, but
I mean,
that doesn't
he's
mean
that
that being
too.
pro-military
He had a
makes you
military
fascist.
parade.
Oh, so military, like that's the problem. So he had a military parade. Obviously, he's a fascist.
No, that's not the only reason.
You have to go through everything, and you have to say, based on like the current Overton window, do Trump's beliefs count as fascism? There was a disagreement just now between two Democrats on this panel. Whick disagrees with you. He has analyzed Trump's behavior. He doesn't think he falls into the category of fascist. He doesn't reach that level.
I mean,
agree.
Whick, do you think that like MAGA as a movement overall like is fascist, or at the very least uses like fascist rhetoric and stuff?
There is a growing segment of MAGA that is fascistic yet, but I think MAGA is just a cult.
That is also true. What about Stephen Miller? Would you consider him to be a fascist?
He's fascist, yeah.
I think Stephen Miller is like one of the worst people in that administration.
A lot of the Christian nationalists are fascists within the administration. Yes.
As we've heard earlier, 55% of the Republican Party is a Christian fascist, and I've heard support for if you Christianly support Israel. I've heard that in this conversation described as anti-Semitic.
Not
and
always.
Then denied.
What?
10 seconds later. Yeah, you did it again.
No, you're just you're trying to like you're trying to like
described as anti-Semitic.
You're trying to twist my words because that like you really listen, bro.
When you
if
said
I
it was
said
anti-Semitic,
that,
or there was a growing.
I think some of it is anti-Semitic sometimes.
Yeah.
Did I really?
If I fed you a sandwich that was like 10% anti-Semitic and 90% shit, would you be willing to call that an anti-Semitic fascist or sandwich? Fuck it up.
10%. Can you rephrase the question?
Anti-Semitic meat and 90% like dog shit. Is that an anti-Semitic sandwich?
I don't know, man. I don't eat dog shit sandwiches.
Okay, so
I think that hummus is perfectly fine.
Just to correct your numbers, 55% of the Republican Party is not considers themselves Christian nationalists. 21% considers themselves Christian nationalists, while 34% have some sympathies towards Christian nationalists, which is a different thing. Okay, this idea, right, that like we're calling all Republicans fascist because 55% of them have sympathies towards Christian nationalism. I would.
Hey, Whick, jackass. 21%. He said 55%. That's not my fucking number. That's what he quoted. You didn't fact check it until I repeated his quote.
To check his numbers. Don't take Dr. Darko seriously. What are you talking about?
So actually, to dive into that, so they asked, a group of people like 5 questions of, like the U.S. government should declare itself a Christian nation. U.S. law should be based on Christian values. If the U.S. Moves away from Christian foundations, we won't have a country anymore. Being Christian is an important part of being American, and God has called on Christians to exercise dominion over all areas of American society. And based on there was like a scale of like neutral or to mostly agree. So the scale was from 0 to 1. And so like 20% of people are in a 0.75 to 1 category. And then 35% are from the 0.5 to like 0.74 like category. So we're talking about everyone who got at least 50% or higher on the
charitably considered an error rather than just outright lying.
Hold on real quick. I'm looking at the thing you sent me, which goes through all these 5, which by the way, I don't think that agreeing, even if you agreed with all 5 of these, this wouldn't make you a fascist. If you agreed with all 5 of them, I would agree it would make you a Christian nationalist.
This is the Christian nationalism thing. This is not a fascism thing.
No, I understand, right. So I would agree, like if you agreed with all 5 of these, you're a Christian nationalist. That's fair. I wouldn't call you a fascist. But when I'm looking at the pie graph here, it's saying here's the results. So 37% are
Sorry,
skeptics.
that's of the whole population, not Republicans. Republicans is lower down. It's like chart 8 or something. My bad.
Oh well, then.
Or, sorry, not to cut you off like that.
No, that's fair. That's
not
fair.
to talk to you.
No. I was going off the thing you sent me, so I'll open up the broader thing.
Yeah. Sorry, I almost said the second thing and then I got distracted.
That's fair.
So, to my point, most people who call themselves Christian nationalists aren't actually Christian nationalists. It's like a lot of people who call themselves socialists are just capitalists with some socialist-like characteristics or leanings or things like that. They're not actually socialists.
Man, people hear Christian nationalists, they're like, well, I'm a Christian and I'm a nationalist. I think that makes me a Christian nationalist.
And that's as far as they go.
Yeah.
But Christian nationalism in and of itself, I'm just going to read you guys a quote from a pretty famous Christian nationalist. Let me get it up here. Loading.
Says, I love Hitler.
From B.J. Vorster in 1942, who says this: "We stand for Christian nationalism, which is an ally of National Socialism. You can call this anti-democratic principle dictatorship if you wish. In Italy, it is called fascism. In Germany, National Socialism. In South Africa, it's Christian nationalism." He's basically who this guy was. He was the prime minister of apartheid South Africa. He ruled for a lot of years, right? Like, that's what Christian nationalism is. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's akin to fascism. It's close enough to make no difference, right?
I don't agree with that.
Christian nationalists saying this. Okay.
I agree with Darko's the chart, like where the five tenets that he put forward.
That's just you think America should be a Christian nation, but that doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
that's just like standard religious rights stuff, which has
No,
been
hold
around
on.
for forever.
Wait a minute. So it's not just that. It's 5 tenets that he read out.
Yes,
These
God
are
has
like
called Christians to exercise dominion over all areas of American society. Being Christian is an important part of being truly American. If the U.S. moves away from our Christian foundations, we will not have a country anymore. If U.S. laws should be based on Christian values, the U.S. government should declare America a Christian nation. None of these count as Christian nationalism. They're very like right wing. But
no, this is Christian nationalism.
Thing.
I mean, I think that would be part of Christian nationalism.
Yeah, some
but
of
not
these are,
all
yeah.
of it necessarily.
No, this is stop. No, this is like.
Hold on. Do you think U.S. law should be based on
you,
Christian values? Is that Christian nationalism to you?
Yeah, that's absolutely part of Christian nationalism.
Okay, again.
In the same way, hold on, wait, Wick, let me finish. Wick, let me finish. In the same way, like ethnic nationalism was simply you replace the word Christian with like your ethnicity, and then that would fit ethnic nationalism or any other kind of nationalism. This is like the definition of nationalism.
What is nationalism to you?
Nationalism is the belief that the nation should reflect something, and what that is the grant of nationalism.
That's the most retarded definition of nationalism I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Can you be a civic nationalist?
No. Well, yes, you can.
Oh, you can. What's a civic nationalist, Wick?
Okay, what is a civic nationalist? Tell me.
A civic nationalist is somebody who like believes the nation should reflect like on civic values. That's a civic nationalist.
I'm not asking you what a civic nationalist. What is a nationalist?
I told you already. I defined
what you said is someone who's civic minded. What is a civic nationalist?
I told you.
Okay, you don't know what a nationalist is.
Can you repeat his definition from 1 minute ago?
Yeah, it was 1 minute ago. I said the definition of nationalist. And I'll just
nationalist is someone who thinks that of country's values should reflect the nation and should be centered on the nation. But that's not what nationalism is. Nationalism is when you put the nation above all other things. Family,
that's not
identity, right? This is what all the scholars on nationalism think.
Hold on. Wouldn't that be...
Oh, you shake your head no, but let's see what...
Wouldn't that be ultra-nationalism more so than that everything must be subordinated to the state, which, by the way, is another tenet of fascism?
So, notes on nationalism on the Orwell Foundation. Nationalism is... Let me just read this. It's a bit long, okay? By nationalism, I mean, first of all, the habit of assuming that human beings can be classified like insects and that whole blocks of millions and tens of millions of people can be confidently labeled good or bad. But secondly,
what the fuck are you reading?
Much more important, I mean the habit of identifying oneself with a single nation or other unit, placing it beyond good and evil, and recognizing no other duty than that of advancing its interest. Nationalism is not to be confused with patriotism. Both words are normally used in so vague a way that any definition is liable to be challenged. But
what
one must
website
draw
is
a distinction between them since two different and even opposing ideas are involved. This, again, and I can go on, but obviously nationalism isn't just when nation, okay?
That's not what I said. What
Wick is
site were you reading
traumatized
off
by
of?
How
Andrew
am I
Wilson.
wrong? What
What
on.
website are you? I've asked you this question
Are you
4
bringing
times
your
now.
nationalism
I've asked you this
definition
question
from,
four.
Lactoid?
I've asked you this question 4 times now. What website were you reading from?
Orwellfoundation.com. They published
OrwellFoundation.com.
I'll link it in chat. This is a letter from Orwell, you know, the guy who wrote 1984.
Yeah, the Orwell
right?
Foundation exists to
Called the
promote
Note on
Orwell's values
Nationalism.
of bravery, integrity, decency, and fidelity to truth. The charity registered in England and Wales to perpetuate the achievements of the British writer George Orwell.
Yes. Do you know who George Orwell was?
Yeah, I am fully aware of George Orwell was. I don't think that, like, the opinion of people at the George Orwell Foundation, first of all, is even like authoritative when we're talking about
Who do you
what.
think wrote
Let me
Notes on
finish.
Nationalism?
Let
Do
me
you think the
finish. Let me
foundation
finish.
wrote that?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, because you're wrong.
Let me finish. I don't think that somebody at a charity for George Orwell is an authority, on what
Cool.
nationalism
I
is.
didn't quote those fuckers.
Hold up.
Cool.
Hold up.
I don't
You
think
literally
that
read
you
off
are
of
an
them.
authority
You
on
literally read off
nationalism
of what they
either.
said. You literally read off of what they said. If you
Okay,
could stop
no, I
spurting
wrote-
out every
They
fucking 10
pushed
seconds, let me
a
finish your
letter
sentence.
that was written by George
You can't.
Orwell.
You can't.
Because you're
You
not
can't.
fucking listening.
You're
You're not
so-
fucking listening. You think that the Orwell Foundation
you're
wrote what I
cutting me
quoted?
off.
They did not.
You're cutting me off. I asked you
Okay,
what website
do
you got
you
that
or
from.
do you not think that
I
the
asked
George
you.
Orwell
I
Foundation
asked
wrote
you.
what I
I
just quoted
asked
to you?
I asked you what you were reading off of, and you told me the Orwell Foundation.
I said it was published on the Orwell Foundation. It was a note, again, Notes on Nationalism by George Orwell. You didn't listen, you misunderstood, and then you kept interrupting me while I tried to explain.
No, you kept interrupting me, Wick.
Because you kept being wrong. You
Okay, so I didn't interrupt
you.
you. So you interrupted me. So you just lied about me interrupting you.
Hold on. Again, do you think that George Orwell or that the charity organization wrote that?
So now that you've clarified, you're saying that George Orwell was the one who wrote it and that the charity reposted it. I don't think either are the definitive authorities on what nationalism is.
More.
So here, let me just look this up.
I can give you more scholars.
Here, look, Christian nationalism. Let's just see
you're
what this
Googling
is.
it. Cool.
Yeah, I'm Googling it. Yeah, we'll find out. Because I'm pretty sure it's in line with what I believe. Christian nationalism is a form of religious nationalism that focuses on promoting the Christian views of its followers in order to achieve prominence or dominance in political, cultural, and social life.
Okay, so that's from Wikipedia. And what is
Wrong?
nationalism? Okay,
hold on.
Christian nationalism is a form of religious nationalism. Begs the question, what is nationalism?
Hold on. We're looking at religious nationalism. I give the definition of religious nationalism too.
I think he wants you to repeat the country reflects something.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can we not wait?
Nationalism.
Can I just say,
Can we?
can we just say that nationalism is like my country is better than your country, and I love my country, and you should serve your country and do things for your country if you love your country. And also my country is better than all other countries. Fuck or is this like too like simplistic a definition of nationalism for you? I mean, is that not?
Yeah. So it's too simplistic. It's too simplistic when we're putting modifiers. So just as I read, Christian nationalism is not what Wick said. It was closer to what Dr. Darko said. Ethnic nationalism. Ethnic nationalism.
Orwell. You're quoting Google.
I'm quoting. Yeah, you're quoting Orwell. I'm quoting everything else on Christian nationalism. Okay, ethnic nationalism is when you are you think the nation should reflect the particular ethnicity. There's all sorts of different kinds of nationalism that you can point to, but when we're talking about a Christian nationalist, what Dr. Darko posted from a reputable source, and what I just read from Wikipedia is, I think, more authoritative than George Orwell. When I'm defining nationalism, I'm saying it's the belief that the nation should reflect a particular thing. You are saying that it's what?
Nationalism, and I'll read it again, is, and this is a really good definition. Nationalism is not to be confused with patriotism. Both words are normally used in so vague a way that any definition is liable to be challenged, but one must draw a distinction between them since two different and even opposing ideas are involved. But in my words, how I would explain it, right, is this. Nationalism puts the state above all other things. It is more important than your family, is more important than any other identity you may have.
I'm still.
Christian nationalism
I'm gonna
Same.
uses Christianity and mixes.
That's not even what George Orwell said.
I'm gonna disagree
No,
with
I'm
that
saying
and
that.
say
I'm
that's
saying that. That's
ultra
the definition I'm
nationalism.
using.
Then where are
not-
you getting that?
Also,
Not just
and the
standard
reason I'm using this
nationalism.
definition because it's said in less words than what Orwell is saying and what other scholars on nationalism has said.
Which scholars?
Define
Which
it.
scholars?
I'll give them to you. Let me find them.
Name one.
I did a
Name
whole
one.
debate on
Name
this.
one for me if you're an expert on this.
I'm not an expert on this. I'm quoting experts.
No. Dr.
You
Darko
quoted
posted
Google.
Doctor. Hold on.
I
Dr.
gave you
Darko,
one.
Doctor. Let me finish. God, you're terrible at this. Dr. Darko posted something that I think more accurately reflects what Christian nationalism is. Right? It lays out 5 different characteristics of a Christian nationalist. Somebody that would identify with Christian nationalism. I just typed in Christian nationalist. What's the definition? Like the Wikipedia agrees with me. Okay. Scrolling down through here, like a lot of other sources here are agreeing with me. You read out George Orwell on. Hold up.
No.
I'll get to it. You read a quote from George Orwell that doesn't even say what your opinion is. And then when I asked you, well, where do you draw your opinion from? You said other academics, and you can't name a single one.
You keep leaving out, and I'm not sure if it's on purpose or I'm not sure if I'm sure if you're just misremembering. I'm not sure. I can't tell. But you're leaving out a lot of context and a lot of what I said. You're engaging very dishonestly right now, and it's very weird.
No, I'm not.
You absolutely are. I said that this is a portion of what Orwell said, and that my definition, my more again brief definition I'm giving for the sake of time and brevity, is based off of not only Orwell but other scholars I've read on this subject and studying on this subject. I'm not an expert by any means, but I am quoting these experts. You are pulling up Google. You got a link for. Do you even know who the PRRI are? That's basically the institute, right? Do you know who they are? Do you know anything about them? Can you tell me about them?
No, I don't know that much about them. No.
Okay, so how do you know that they know anything about this? You say again in your words.
Here's. Let me explain.
Hold on. You're interrupting me now, sir.
Fair enough. Go ahead. I know it sucks, doesn't it?
And again, in your words, you said you read it and you just happen to agree with them more, right? It's vibes, it's feelings. Like, I feel this is more right.
It's not just vibes. It's I read it, and all the 5 tenets, right, that come from this organization, like agree with like the definition provided right away by Wikipedia. The definition here provided by PBS. Here's the ACLU. I'll read what their definition is. What the ACLU believes Christian nationalism is. Is the ACLU good enough for you?
I don't know. I don't agree with a lot of what the ACLU says.
Okay, let's see what Yale says.
Much experts on anything these days.
The ADL. I mean, I think you can group nationalism into 2 different categories.
The ACLU.
Right?
I said the ACLU.
Oh, the ACLU.
Yeah, I don't like them after Charlottesville. They stopped being unbiased source.
Wait, what? What did they do during Charlottesville?
The Charlottesville, they stopped. That was kind of like the tipping point. They decided they wouldn't stand up for the rights of protesters if they.
Oh,
What
yeah.
happened after the Charlottesville thing?
They did use
Fire.org is a much better organization that's kind of filling their roles, but that's neither here nor there. So what does the ACLU say? I'm just really curious. I don't know their definition.
They use the exact same definition that was provided by Dr. Darko, the 5th comp point. That's what their position that they put forward.
I find that lacking, and I find that any serious scholar of nationalism specifically, not just Christian nationalism, but nationalism, and how Christian nationalism has played out in the real world would see that as insufficient. Again, we have examples of Christian nationalist nations, which again go far and beyond these.
Which academic?
And I'll give you one. South Africa apartheid was again a Christian nationalist nation. By definition, they called themselves this. Their leader, their founder called themselves this, and they go far beyond these 5 core values and definitions.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. I just want to throw this out there because, like, I guess maybe I'm going to rebel here and disagree with you, Whick. I feel like applying that to all nationalism is not a good idea because that, like, nationalism can also be an ideology held by people who are fighting for like to form a nation, you know, like Palestinian nationalism or Arab nationalism or like Zionism before Israel was created. And I don't think that it's fair to say like what you are describing sounds more to me like ultra nationalism, which is an extreme version of nationalism that you will find among like fascist things. That's what the Nazis had. That's what Christian nationalists have. According to like the quote that you read, defining Christian nationalism was from a guy who said this is called not National Socialism in Germany. He's basically saying we're Nazis, or this is what we believe is the same thing as Nazis. And I don't think that all nationalists are Nazis or like held beliefs akin to Nazism.
Do you think that you can call yourself a thing without actually knowing what it is that you're trying to that
Yes.
you're representing? You
Yeah,
think
of
that's
course
true?
you
Yeah,
can.
1000%.
But
Okay.
like,
So a lot of people will call themselves nationalists, but they won't understand what nationalism
yeah,
actually
yeah,
is.
but I still don't agree with that. Like, I don't think I don't think it's really fair to like lump like more moderate versions of nationalism in with like apartheid South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree.
Palestinian
well, obviously there's
nationalists.
different styles and flavors of nationalism. You have Japanese nationalism, Imperial Japan, right? That wasn't Christian nationalism. There's different things. You have the Nazis were nationalists,
They were
right?
ultra nationalists.
We have examples of nationalism ideologies being in control of a nation, and they're all pretty fucking bad. Again, because they tend to place the state above all other things.
Yeah, those
Look
are
at
all
Palestinian nationalism. Let's go with that, right? They're willing to place the lives of their children below that of the Palestine nation.
I mean, yeah, but there are other people who just think Palestinians should have like self-determination who would call themselves
that's
Palestinian
not nationalism,
nationalists.
though.
Yes,
That's
it is.
Yes,
different
that's
thing.
part
Yes,
of
it is.
nationalism.
You're just
Part of
using the word
nationalism
wrong.
is
No,
if your
no.
nation doesn't exist, it's wanting to form your nation and have self-determination
Yes.
for your people.
Yes, she's absolutely correct. So if I could just finish a sentence without getting cut off, okay? There's a reason why you can have civic nationalists, you can have Palestinian nationalists, there are fucking in Spain right now, there's Catalonian nationalists, right? There's that are advocating for making Catalonia a separate country. There are nationalist parties all across the country that are nationalists based on whatever group that they're representing. Right? The Catalonian nationalists are not like, let's get rid of democracy. They are supporting the creation of a separate Catalonian state that defends like their nation, and what they define here as nation, the Catalonian people. A civic nationalist would be somebody who wants the nation and the state to reflect, civic values, things that we would agree upon. And this idea that a Christian nationalist, which if we by the same definition we would apply to any other like insert term here and then nationalist, would simply fit much more along with what Darko's position is, much more along with what basically everybody's position here is, except for you, Whick, what the ACLU's position is, what PBS's position is, what Wikipedia's position is, and you have this position that you are just, I don't know, you keep citing academics, but you haven't given me the name of an academic here, an expert in fashion or nationalism that like has defined it this way, or Christian nationalism that has defined it this way.
Okay, so
You don't.
are you done? First of all, I don't want to interrupt.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to jump in soon here.
I'll get you in a second, but I got to respond to this. Yes, I think that you're all using the term nationalism wrong. That's why my definition disagrees with you. I reject the premise, the foundational thing that said, well, nationalism is just when you like your nation. That's patriotism. We have a different word for that for a reason.
Well, no,
okay?
patriotism
you can call yourself
is
a nationalist, but not actually
just-
engage in nationalism. Please let me go.
Sorry.
Here, right? This is not. Again, nationalism has a specific definition, and you have specific people who are, again, it's like when people try to water down the definition of socialism to mean something that it doesn't actually mean, to be more inclusive and broad, to have a bigger tent, is that you have actual socialists who use that to subvert and infiltrate organizations and say, well, yes, I'm a socialist just like this person is a socialist, when they are different things. My argument is that nationalists actual nationalists, not people LARPing as it, have tried to water down and broaden the term nationalism to make it more palatable so more people will call themselves that, not knowing what it actually means, so that they can go in, infiltrate, subvert these spaces, and say, look, I'm a nationalist just like this, that these civic nationalists are. Right. And I talked to an actual civic nationalist after my Wilson debate, right, who even admitted this, who said, yeah, I probably shouldn't call myself a nationalist, right, because that's not actually what it means. I just use it as a shorthand because most people understand it like that. But again, we have an academic definition of nationalism that's pretty clear. I didn't come prepared for this one specifically to give you the quotes, but I can later. We can have a debate on this. But I want to say, right, that Andrew Wilson specifically, which is what started this all, is a Christian nationalist in the same vein as B.J. Wagner was.
Okay,
I
sorry.
agree he's a Christian nationalist, not by your definition of Christian nationalist, but everybody else's that
Hold
you
on,
think are wrong.
Whick.
So.
Do you even think that ultranationalism is a real thing? Then
Ultranationalism is what nationalism is.
no, it's yeah.
It's all
So
nationalism.
the answer to that is no.
So it's just
For sure.
redundant.
Yeah,
They
but
got
that's
Yeah,
not
it's
true,
people
though.
say, well, I'm not that kind of nationalist. Those are the bad nationalists.
Why do we have a separate category for it then? Why is it like its own type of nationalism?
I just told you because people are saying, well,
And I'm going to offer a path back to the topic that was originally brought
let me answer
into discussion.
Let me answer,
Nope, you've
let me
been
answer, and then
talking
yes.
plenty of
Let me
fucking
answer, and then
time.
yes. Let me answer,
Nope,
because
I'm going
there's
to
an
answer this
because
one.
there's-
I'm going to answer this one. It's because you believe that people within a political movement cannot define that political movement. That's why you quoted a not nationalist to describe nationalism.
I quoted you a Christian nationalist that described. I'll quote it again
I'm
if you want.
referring obviously to
Forster.
fucking George Orwell. Obviously.
Wait, is Rube trying to
And on
use
the topic
standpoint
of
theory to
nationalism,
argue a point?
period, not Christian
Is Rube
nationalism
woke?
specifically.
Wait, is Rube woke? Why are you using standpoint theory, my dude?
I don't know,
But can you say again?
Why are you using standpoint theory? Like, are you super woke or something?
We got some standpoint
pretty well.
epistemology
so many people
here.
like so many people just
Pretty
don't
well.
understand what nationalism. The reason why we have a separate term, ultranationalism, and what they call that is because again, people that's just what nationalism is. All nationalism at its core is ultranationalism, but they want to have a separate category so that they can say, well, we're the good kind of nationalist, but they're all the bad kind of nationalist. All of them.
No, I think civic
Is it possible that
nationalism
they're all right and you're
could be good.
misunderstanding?
Yeah, civic nationalism can be fine.
Hold on.
This is,
Is it
okay.
possible?
Wait,
Yes,
I will.
it's possible, but the academics disagree with you and they agree with me.
The ones that you have named.
So I would say I have similar feelings
Name
about
another
the group of.
academic that disagrees with me.
No, I have a metaphor
went
for
down
you here.
all the organizations that disagree with you.
Hold on, none of the. Okay, you went down PRRI and you cited
PBS,
ACLU
ACLU, and PBS.
and PBS. Those aren't academics. Hold on, do you think
These
PBS
are
is academic?
Yeah, PBS has
Dude.
obviously is run by academics. So is
Okay, whatever.
ACLU. So
Listen, technically, not to be that guy, but definitions are incapable of having a truth value. So to argue that a definition is true or false, that it is like incoherent.
Darko. I understand what you're saying. Like ultimately, words are a tool and they're nebulous. Sure, okay. But the reason why I think this definition matters is because when people like Andrew Wilson define themselves as Christian nationalists, or when you read a stat saying, hey, 55% of Americans are sympathetic, or Republicans are sympathetic to Christian nationalism, and the term that you're referring to is what is both understood in the poll that shows that 55% of Republicans are favorable towards Christian nationalism, and what other organizations identify as Christian nationalist, okay, like then Whick is going to come away, and the people who I guess agree with Whick, which thankfully there's not too many, are going to come away from the conversation thinking, oh my God, 55% of Republicans just don't believe in democracy. They are just this like hardcore nationalists that the state should take over. No, that's just simply not true, though. By the definitions provided in the poll,
which is hold on.
This is the path back
hold on.
to
Stop.
Hold on.
Stop. Lactoid. That was my fucking point. Is saying that a lot of these people are calling themselves Christian nationalists, but they aren't actually. They have a misunderstanding of what it is.
But you call them Christian nationalists anyways. That's the
Me?
problem.
No, there's only a
You,
couple people
your
I would call
side,
Christian
your
nationalists.
people.
Only
No,
specific
not a couple
person I've
people.
cited
You
as a Christian
didn't
nationalist has been
fact check it until I repeated somebody else's quote and you went off to correct my numbers because it benefits you. This is the entirety of this is the core of the conversation to begin with. Is you
Yes,
benefit.
Gollum.
You
Socialism's also bad.
benefit.
Always.
I have to talk. I have to talk. You benefit from keeping this overlap vague and broad, and the fact that some people don't sensibly don't know what Christian nationalism is, and apparently have no ability to define their own personal movement or the ideologies that they're apparently associated with, gives you the cover to simultaneously say, I'm not calling all of you this when you're individually confronted on it, but on a broad political scale, you get to lump them all within this category as an existential threat to democracy, which is what your party, even if you personally disagree with this strategy, sometimes are very inconsistent about it. It's what your party has been doing for the entirety of my life.
Okay, so Christian nationalism is absolutely a threat to democracy because Christian nationalists would put democracy below that of their Christian nationalism by definition. Definitionally, yes.
Can I read another, so you linked the George Orwell Foundation. You stopped the quote before this part. I want to know if you agree with this. This is also something this is actually part of the quote that you read. This is the ending part of the paragraph. This is from George Orwell. Quote, the abiding purpose of every nationalist is to secure more power and more prestige, not for himself, but for the nation or other unit in which he has chosen to sink his own individuality.
Yes. So,
and what
for
word,
example, like if you were, like it doesn't have to be a nation per se, but a nationalist. I'm sure you can think of an example where you have the group, the in-group, and you think everything is subservient to this in-group. Cults, perhaps, would operate like this, yes.
The definition that
Except
you
nobody
provided
operates
before
like this is a problem.
No, hold on. The definition just shifted. Your definition before was like this nationalism believes that like the state should like the democracy should cease and the state should like all subverted to the state. But that's not what this paragraph says. This says to secure more power and more prestige, not for himself, but for the nation or other unit in which he has chosen to sink his own individuality. And so when Dr. Darko read out before, like the laws should reflect Christian values, how would this not fit George Orwell's definition of nationalism here?
Because, again, it isn't sinking everything into, well, let me read what you just The U.S. law should be based on Christian values. Does that in any way imply, I should say, that it should be subservient to, U.S. law should be subservient to Christian values?
I think
Or to the state.
Again, we're using like the scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree, and I think in combination with other things, like I think we could reasonably discern that if given the opportunity. I mean, these are survey questions. I don't know if these would be like great tenets of a definition, but I think these are 5 great questions to ask to figure out if someone more likely than not believes in like Christian nationalism.
Well, laws are an exercise of power. Yeah, laws are an exercise of power.
Just briefly, Whick has a definition here that no human being on the planet meets at all. Anybody. People have a hierarchy of values, and because one is slightly higher in that hierarchy, sort of prima facie, we could say, like just on the face of it, like I'm more worried about my nation specifically, or I'm more worried about my religion specifically, or more worried about my race specifically. These are within a hierarchy of values that get mixed into your daily life. And so Orwell's definition here says, like, hey, you're sinking your individuality into this, but it doesn't mean that, like, all right, do I buy apples or do I buy oranges? Well, what's better for the state?
Okay, I think this is
that's not how people act in real life.
This is a good kind of way to understand it. Okay, everything in the state, nothing outside of the state, nothing against the state. That is a totalitarian nationalism, right?
Well, now you've put a qualifier on it.
No, you would just say it's nationalism. Why'd you say totalitarian nationalism?
Because nationalism in general might see things, some things outside the state, right? Not everything would be in the state, right? Christian nationalism wouldn't put everything in the state. But
That's
hold
what you
on,
said before.
the state, hold on, no. What I said before was the state is above all. Everything is subservient to the state, which is different.
No,
No, you don't understand
that's
that.
the
So, for
problem.
example, if I
No,
was
no, I
a
understand
nationalist
what you said.
and a
The words
nationalist
that you
says,
said.
I put that other nation below our nation, right? That would fall under the definition of nationalism, but that might not meet the definition of totalitarian nationalism.
He has to backpedal now because he realizes that like he's
Hold on, no.
described a
You
world in
guys
which
are
people
hold on.
who
This is
okay,
crazy. You guys are
yeah,
using
no, just cut me off
Wikipedia.
again.
You guys
Cut
are
me off
using
again after you've
Wikipedia
been
and
complaining
Google,
about
and I'm giving you actual
Factoid going on
scholars'
too long and not
definitions of
going off about
nationalism.
shit because you can't respond
Oh,
to a
it's never
fucking
because I
point
go
that
on
we've
too
asked you
long.
about.
It's always 10 words in.
Okay. $5. Let's get some of these. Let's get some of these super chats in. There's a lot. Okay. $5 from Alexander Wren to say, what debate have you seen, Lactoid? The one between him and Wick, him being Andrew Wilson.
I've seen a lot of Andrew Wilson's debates.
Sure. $10 from Travak says, the right will sweep super hard for these group chats and say they were just kids in their 30s. Meanwhile, Trump admin will deport people with visas for people speaking out against Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. $10 from Alexander Wren to say, Lactoid, how many red flags do you need before you start concerning yourself someone may not be joking about being a fascist? When can we start taking people's words as indicators of their beliefs?
You need to say, I love Hitler unironically.
There's
Like
no,
you
yeah,
did. You did it.
there's no like set number of red flags. Again, like social interaction is difficult. It depends on the person, depends on the context. Like you could even say that you love Hitler unironically and it be a joke. So
I mean, I'll give a test here because the panelists don't want to, but if you it's the kind of what was the phrase? It's if you have the kind of hatred that going too far doesn't quench, the kind of hatred that like if you go too far and people react negatively to it, you also do not react negatively to yourself. You go like, all right, well, this was too over and not enough funny.
Interesting.
Maybe. $10 from Lawson Harrison to say, when you guys the word fascist, it shuts the right's brain off because we used it too early. I think just calling it un-American is a better description. Like Lawson, I love you, buddy. The typos are killing me. Okay, typos are killing me.
YouTube's super chat autocorrect is cancer. I promise you.
Oh, maybe. $10 from Doobie says, why would you go to George Orwell, an anarchist, for a description of nationalism? Would you go to Karl Marx for a description of capitalism? Milton Friedman for a description of communism? I think that they could help elucidate, right, a little bit about what, like, no one knows more.
They can help you call something stupid
no one
in
knows
an erudite
more
way
about
that you can't do
something
yourself.
than the enemy
Wick, I
of that
think
thing.
it's because you think nationalism
No, that's
is
fucking
bad,
retarded.
and also that's not true.
Hold on, nationalism
either.
is bad. Nationalism is bad. Like populism
Well, no.
is bad.
I think ultra-nationalism is
80%
bad.
of it is bad, right?
I don't think.
No, it's bad because of what it entails, right? And a lot of things that aren't nationalism, people like to label as nationalism because they don't understand what nationalism is.
So you don't think that something like Zionism is a type of nationalism then?
No, not necessarily. It can be.
Why?
Just to be clear, Zionism is absolutely Jewish nationalism. Just 100%.
Yeah,
Hold on,
it is.
Zionism is
There's
one
no
have a
definition
Jewish
of
homeland.
nationalism
It's not
other than
the
maybe
Jewish
race.
homeland at any cost, and everything is below that goal.
That's not what nationalism means, though.
Yes, that is.
Listen, I think
No, it is
nationalism
because nobody
is
operates on that basis. Nobody.
Yeah, I think nationalism is like
So
Linux.
the hierarchy of values is.
Running Linux and be doing running a lot of different distros, but like you're not actually just running like Linux like
Based.
18.0. Like yeah, so you know.
I mean, like, yeah, there's a bunch of different definitions or different types of nationalism.
You guys,
and therefore
I
different
like you guys
definitions.
just don't
but
understand what nationalism, and that's okay, right? This wasn't
Well,
part of the debate.
That's all
You
right.
don't know what you're
Ours
talking
just
about.
describes people who really live in the real world, who understand themselves as political actors,
All you're
political
saying is
agents, free
nationalism is
agents,
when
who
you
can
like
define their own ideology.
That's the
And then
stupidest
there's
definition
your
I've ever heard.
standard that doesn't define anybody on the planet.
Okay.
like, I don't. Wick, I'm sorry. I just.
What a surprise.
$10 from Fancy Teeth to say, even before he was done reading the quote, you were asking for the source. If you were going into this with good faith, you wouldn't need the source. What can you do with that information?
Whoa, hey, some people are not auditory learners. Some people are visual and need to read it. Don't be ableist.
I mean, he was
Yeah, not only
asking because he thought that it was a ridiculous definition.
not only that. Yeah, like first of all, yeah, it is easier to read than just listen to somebody describe a quote, but also it's perfectly fine to like if somebody's reading a long quote to be like, "Where's this from?" It's perfectly rational. Like, do you guys want to sit here and wait for me to read you Das Kapital?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a short quote and a long quote are both equally. I don't know, whatever. I show.
Well, it's useful to Lactoid's point because he got to go further down the chain and say, all right, even with your acceptance of George Orwell's definition, we have rational actors making their own decisions and saying, I am going to align myself with this other political project, which can be broadly defined as the nation state, along with often some other values within a hierarchy of needs and a hierarchy of values.
Well, that's a really good. Hold on, Wick, what do you think a nation state is?
There's a good definition of a state, which is basically a locality or a place where the government or a single group has the monopoly on force, basically.
How's that different than a state?
It's not a perfect definition, right? I'm not going to die on that hill, right? But I think that's a decent one.
Right, but what would be the difference between like a nation state and a state?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, like that's like I don't know, like I feel like we're like a constitutional republic. That's like asking like what would a constitutional be like?
Yeah, like what is the difference between a nation state and a state?
So a state is like a actual governing body. It is a instrument of government. Like the government is a state. A nation is like a little bit more nebulous. A nation is like a collection of people based on some kind of shared attribute. So
and
like
the state.
So a nation state is like a state in which like the basis is like a shared ethnicity or a shared cultural value, etc.
Hold on, do you think America is a nation state?
Yeah, we are a nation state, and like
but do we have a shared ethnicity?
No, we have a shared to some extent. Yeah, we have a shared ethnicity, and to some extent we do. But I would say that America has like the shared nation that we have is more of like a civic nation, as opposed to a country, let's say, like, I don't know, Sweden, which is more of a ethnic nation, right? It's based less on like a foundation of an ideal.
Nation state that exists.
I mean, you could have, I guess.
I can't think of one.
I can't think. I mean,
Syria.
Off the top of my head,
hold on. We drew tons of lines over the existing Arab territories and African territories, which included many nations and led to greater conflicts within these. The Kurds are a nation.
Yeah,
they might not be a nation state, but they view themselves as distinct from the broader Iraq
or Native American nations, right? Native American nations don't have
the nation of Palestine, like that's recognized by the UN, but those are it's not very like
the Cherokee
have a real
nation
system going on.
Like what do you think the
within
Cherokee
Europe,
nation
you can view the within Europe you can view the Roma. I'm not going to use the other term, but you probably know it. That they are a nation. They do not have a state, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, let's keep going. $5 says from Alexander Wren says nationalism says the nation comes first. Nationalists believe the nation is a confluence of shared cultural history and identity. Alexander Wren for $5 says fascism says the state is the nation and you exist only to serve it. The state is above all. Your life does not exist without it. $10 from Doobie says nationalism is legit. Just the belief that the interests of your nation, the place your culture, identity, family are tied to, should be prioritized over other nations when necessary.
Yeah, I think that's
wrong. $5 from Alexander Wren says MAGA is currently in the hyper-nationalist phase. The core tenet is our nation is superior, outsiders or dissenters weaken it. $10 from Doobie to say the belief that we should export American values because they're better than the values of other nations in the Middle East and Asia is a form of nationalism. Nationalism can be a force for good. $10 from Doobie to say, why is the nationalism of the Israelis any different from the way you describe the nationalism of Palestinians? Again, Israeli nationalists are bad, just like Palestinian nationalists are bad, because nationalists, by definition, again, put the state above all things.
Were they bad when
put their children at risk to maintain Israel in that region?
Were they bad when
$5. Let me get through these. Okay, we only got two more. $5 from Fancy Teeth. Hyper nationalists are active nationalists. nationalists that express it passively are not necessarily as detrimental. Alexander for $5. For your info, hypernationalism is a huge stepping stone into fascism. It's a preparation to subsume the individual to the state in all ways. Okay, now I'm done. You can. We've gone off track, but I do think it's interesting.
Yeah.
I just realized how many people don't know what nationalism is, and so maybe I should do a show on that. So.
Yeah,
Wait,
listen,
that
it's
nihilism
convenient
is
because it
bad?
allows you to play these word games where you don't have to match somebody's
Hold on,
actions
I'm
to
being
the
very specific
typically.
with what I mean. You guys are being
No,
very
I know that
vague
you're
with
being
what you
very
mean.
specific. That's part of the word game. That
I
is
know,
the
dude,
word game
listen,
because
you
it
describe yourself as a
because
rules lawyer, and you
it's
can't bitch
divorced.
about this or getting corrected. Come on, dude.
It's divorced from what people actually do and how they actually act, which gives you the cover, as this debate originally started on, which gives you the cover to whenever you need to paint a target, slander them, blood libel them with this term that that lets everybody know, everybody fuck that man, everybody fire on that guy, obliterate that position. We got to get rid of them without actually having to address their beliefs or go
I've
over
never
them.
called anyone a Christian nationalist except for 2 people on this show. Okay,
I don't
TJ
care if you did it. What
and
the
Andrew
fuck are you
Wilson.
talking
Those
about?
are the only 2 people I've mentioned that are Christian nationalists. Do I think that they're a Christian
Oh, you
nationalist
did
in
it.
the Trump administration? Yes, I do. Do I think that they're evil? Yes, I do.
Okay, so not just 2 people. You actually have the
Specific
same
people.
characterization of your beliefs as I do, which is that they exist to paint targets because you cannot engage with their. Again, we just completely bypass the idea that a sovereign nation can have borders and skip that
What
debate
a Mott and Bailey.
because
Jesus,
Hold on.
bro.
Does
Come
anyone
on.
disagree with a sovereign nation can have borders? Does anyone disagree
No.
with that?
Nobody here disagrees with that.
Yeah, that's
No, you
what,
called Stephen Miller a fascist for wanting to have sovereign.
No,
border
that is
and
not what I
enforcement
called
border
Stephen
control.
Miller a fascist. No, you are.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I called him.
Deportations are border control.
Because he's
by
white,
the
isn't
way.
he?
No, it's not. I called Stephen Miller a fascist
Jewish.
because that he's talking about.
You're
No,
anti-Semitic.
Is he Miller Jewish?
yeah, he is.
I don't know.
How can he
Well,
be?
but he's one of the good ones, though.
He's
I never
Jewish.
said he was a Nazi. Fascist and
I know.
Nazi are not exactly the same
I
thing.
know.
I know. Okay,
one of the-
fine.
that
I'm
was-
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Lactroid.
That's okay.
Yes,
No,
I
you're
know.
good. You're good.
When I said that you were being anti-Semitic, that's me being provocative. I apologize.
I know. I know.
I'm sure that there's a serious point that we can discuss.
No, I think that I think that you're you just want that to be what Stephen Miller is saying. You just want him to be, you're trying to water down what he's saying by saying, oh, he's just saying that we should have borders. Nobody's saying that a country should not have borders. But yeah, I have a problem with Stephen Miller talking about the importance of Western civilization and how America is being invaded by people and going on about importing the third world and all of this other crap that is not just, hey, we should have borders and we should have border security. That's a considerably more reasonable position than the position that he is saying.
What is
Yeah,
it called?
even if you believe in open borders, that doesn't mean you don't believe in borders. That means you believe in pretty lax regulation of those borders. I'm
not sure if that's the case. I would say it's certainly possible for somebody who believes in open borders to effectively not believe in the concept of borders at all.
Hold on.
And I would be tempted.
So what is the borders part of open borders if they don't exist?
To be anti-borders.
Why wouldn't you just
If they
say you're
believe in open
anti-borders?
borders, it's like
Anti-borders.
Well, border is
but
like the
open borders
delineation.
sounds more pleasant.
No, hold on. You can be okay. Open border just simply means, hey, the delineation of governance with this other country, we want that to be open, so people can go back and forth. Being open border doesn't mean you don't have the concept of border.
Also, hold on, Mr.
That's what they're trying to argue. Is that?
Hold on a second, Mr. Rube. You've spent the entirety, or not the entirety, but a large part of this debate going at us by saying that we want to use our beliefs as a weapon and whatnot. But you're doing the same thing. You've been attacking straw mans of me and Darko all the time. How is it that, like,
don't
what
think
you're
so.
doing? Yes, you have. You've attributed
No, let me
beliefs to us that
clarify.
we don't hold.
Wait, didn't
Well,
you
hold
do
on.
that to the people in the Young Republicans League?
What?
They
No,
did-
No,
hold
I
on,
said
it's a-
that
it's
it
a
was
claim of
possible.
hypocrisy. Hold on.
Was
Wait. Before you guys answer that, it's a claim of it's a hypocrisy test. I'm happy to take it. No, I don't think that I did. And we skipped past the argument, which is kind of annoying to discuss whether Andrew Wilson is a fascist nationalist, Christian nationalist, or whatever, which I think was Wick's intention.
Definitely Christian nationalist.
When you say that, when you criticize rhetoric like we are being invaded, that is an attack on borders, or I believe that to be an attack on borders. And I think it's pretty clear that the rhetoric of we are being invaded matches up pretty neatly, not even if you just had legal immigration. If you just looked at legal immigration, that's a fair characterization of the past 60 years of importing other people. If we have, like, let's say 1 million people per year, that would make it the largest mass migration in human history. And typically, this is regarded as identical to invasion. Because
No, it's not.
invasions, historically speaking, were not just militaries going into a place, burning it down, and then leaving. Typically, somewhat synonymous. There's a value in distinguishing these two terms. I'm happy to go over the gray area with you, but typically that's basically the same as colonization. So even if it's nonviolent, and it hasn't been nonviolent, but even if it's nonviolent, it still fits under that definition of invasion, not just in terms of war games, but in terms of actual effect on the home nation, and in this case, America.
No, you
But
are.
also in terms of word games.
Yeah, Jesus, you're morally loading a bunch of people immigrating to a country by calling it an invasion. And
Okay.
like that, no, that's not. Invasion implies like a level
I agree.
of force. Just because that
It
you
is
don't
force.
like it, but it's not force though. If a bunch of people
Yeah, it-
voluntarily come to a country to live there, how is that force? These people are
I think if you
integrated. The
airdrop
United
80,000 Haitians into a random Midwest town, that's forced, right? That's forced integration. So it's not that I'm not saying that they're kidnapping these people from their home nations, to be clear.
What?
The
What
force
do
is
you-
on
The term invasion. Come on, the term invasion is just it's being used as a rhetorical device to say I don't like this, right? What is an invasion? It is a unwelcome incursion. It's a bunch of it's usually like in your mind when you say invasion, it's a bunch of people through one means or another, like unwelcome, coming in anyway, right? A home invasion. They don't have to be armed or trying to kill you. They come in your house, even if you leave your door unlocked. If they come in your house without your permission and you don't want them there, it's a home invasion. So when people are saying that, hey, the invaders are coming over the border, they're basically saying we have these laws in place that say you can't do this. You're not welcome here, and you do it anyway. You're invading us. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but
So
I
these are
don't.
morally loaded, to be
I would
clear.
say
Yeah.
that, like, in principle, most Americans disagree with you, because, like, most Americans, like, wanted to get through, like, the border reform bill that came at the end of Biden's presidency,
The Langford
and like
bill.
Trump was the one who called it in to, the Langford bill, and Trump was the one to call in to say that, like, oh hey, like, don't do this, I need a thing to run on, like, and. Yeah, so like obviously like I don't know, like they don't actually want to do thing, or like the minority of people who feel this way like just don't care about everyone else's, that like they just want this like partisan action against this invading force, which is like not good, like it's anti-American. Like, can you admit that they should not be using the word invading to describe this, because it's too hyperbolic?
Okay, so it's a word that like I don't use because like I'm pretty mellow on immigration. But for people who like the big issue for them is illegal immigration, it's a perfectly like understandable word to use.
I don't know if it's,
Like,
is it just illegal immigration though? Hold on. I don't think Stephen Miller's issue is just illegal immigration. He seems to be opposed to all immigration when he talks about importing the third world.
I don't know about Stephen Miller specifically. I think that the vast majority of Republicans, when they're talking about the invasion of immigrants, they're talking about, like, in their mind, these hordes of illegals that are like jumping the border, and Border Patrol's trying to catch them, and like they're all running in. This is their idea of the invasion, right?
Yes, I know.
And
I'm aware.
It's violent rhetoric, right? Like, you would agree?
Just real
Well,
quick,
no.
$5.
Okay.
$5 from Testicle Johnson to say legal immigration from third world countries to the first world is just legal invasion. They're here to take our jobs and take our woman.
They're
Sure.
here to
Yeah.
take our dogs and cats.
Like invasion to me is just like, again, it's a term of like it's a term to say an unwelcome incursion or an unwelcome like presence of somebody now into a space that you consider to be yours. I don't think that it's like I don't know. I don't see the problem with it. I think that's perfectly rational for people who are really like against immigration or illegal immigration to say for either or really
I
to
think
say,
it's
hey, these invaders are coming into my country, like they're not welcome here. We should deport them.
also
That's what.
I don't agree with like you're saying like when you're talking about home invasion. Like a home invasion is like a terrifying experience for people who like experience an intruder is coming into your home. Your home is like your space, and there's like a level of violence to that, even if they don't have to break down the door, because there is like this fear that they will do harm to you. I don't think that that's the same thing as like some random person immigrating to your fucking country.
But this
We've
is
conceded already. Hold on, just brief. We've conceded already that it is morally loaded.
Yeah.
And you acknowledge that we've done that.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
No, Lactoid said it's just a term, that it's not morally loaded, and that like it's a perfectly rational
Of course,
thing.
it's morally. Hold on. Of course, I said it's like I said. I don't use the term because I'm not a big like immigration guy. Obviously, it's hyperbolic. Like, yes, it's
Are
morally
you
loaded.
also doing the standpoint epistemology? So like if I care more about immigration, then my opinion about immigration means more?
No, I'm saying
No,
that
we
if
just said
bro,
we are agreeing with your
here's a great
characterization of us.
example. No, here's a great example. So if somebody comes up to me and they say an undocumented immigrant, what does that say to you about their opinion on immigration compared to somebody who comes up and says an illegal? Both are technically accurate, but the connotation shifts the meaning of what somebody's trying to imply. When somebody says invader or invading, it's a negative connotation. They're saying they don't like it. It's bad. We got to stop them. When somebody says an undocumented refugee asylum seeker.
That's okay. That's a contradictory phrase right there. The last one.
Sure you understand what I mean, though.
Yeah, but like you're talking about something that has a negative connotation and something that has a neutral like connotation.
I don't think undocumented. Hold on. I don't think undocumented person has a neutral.
It depends on who you hear it from, but I understand you're talking about like people who use undocumented are usually like soy progressive leftists.
No, they don't even have to be soy. They're just like generally left wing. They're generally pro immigration.
Yeah. Although not always. I don't care.
Neutral. Like what like invading, and like illegal like has this negative connotation. Like you would say like where is that good connotation from like undocumented alien?
Because they broke the fucking law and it's minimizing that. That's like if it calling like a rapist like a I'm not gonna use the word.
It's a civil infraction, bro. Like we cannot equate this to like rape. It's a civil infraction.
Hold on. This is exactly what I'm saying, right? I would agree with you. It was one of the reasons why I don't use kind of like this language when it comes to I do say illegals because that's just like in my mind that's super accurate. But I don't say like invader. In the same way, I'm not going to compare it to like a rapist because I don't think they are like morally the same. But for somebody who cares like a lot about illegal immigration, like calling them an undocumented person to their minds might be the same thing as like calling like a rapist like a non-consensual body poker. Like if you ever use that term with me to describe a rapist, I would immediately assume you're pro-rapist.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I just want to say, wait, Lactoid, you don't think that like these people are pro illegal immigration, do you? Usually, like no one is. Yes, Democrats.
Not 1 minute ago.
Not 1 minute ago.
Not 1 minute ago. The gentleman was not 1 minute ago. He said it's a simple infraction.
It's a civil infraction.
Oh, fuck, man.
A civil wait, yes, a parking ticket. Funny. It's just a parking ticket, guys. That's all it is.
Hold on.
No, when you call them illegals, you're like referring to the fact that they're breaking the law.
Which they
are. Like the law is a civil that's like, oh yeah, hey, here's Lactoid, this panelist, illegal. He got a parking ticket at some point, so you're an illegal now.
And if you said I was parked illegally, you'd be correct.
I don't care what like word you want to use for it, but nobody is in favor of people coming to the country illegally. Most people are in favor of immigration reform, meaning and like amnesty for people who are already in the country, not like
That's
continuing the broken system that currently exists where it takes 10 goddamn years for somebody to become a citizen. And that's why
Uh-huh.
most people don't do it that way.
How many times have you heard the phrase like no person, no human being is illegal?
Yes,
I walk
I
by people
know.
with signs in their front yard that says this.
Bro, I'm not going to argue with you about the existence of the soy progressive left, okay? I don't care.
No, this is
That's
not
you.
No,
Amnesty
No.
for people who are already living here is pro illegal immigration.
No, it's not.
No,
it's wanting to
yes,
change
it
the
is.
system.
Illegal immigration.
Yeah, that's the
pro-illegal
solution
immigrants,
to
at
the
the very least.
problem. Yeah, I am. I am pro-illegal immigrants who are already in the country and who are not violent criminals and who are contributing to society. I think they should be allowed to become citizens.
Yeah, we just change the
That's not
definition
being
of
illegal immigration. That's called being pro-capitalist. But yeah, these
Based.
isolationist folk who just want to tear up everything are.
Okay. This has gone way, and this is partially my fault, to be clear. This has gone way
It's
off
90%
topic,
your fault.
and we are out of time. And I want to give each of these lovely individuals a chance for closing statements. What do we got coming up next week? We got some great shows. On Wednesday, we're going to be talking more about the Plattner tattoo and whether or not that's disqualifying or should be. We have Prime Kai, we have Soy Pill, and we're looking for other people. I need one more to defend Plattner and one more that's anti-Plattner and says it's disqualifying. So if that's you and you're in the audience, you want to be on my show, hit me up and we can put you on the panel. Monday, I'm going to be doing a big, well, not big. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're just going to run down on nationalism because none of you understand it. And I think we need to go to the source to understand it. So that's what I'm going to be doing Monday. That's what we got. And then I also want to do probably Thursday, but I don't have a specific date, a show on Trump's intervention, what's looking more and more likely to be a military intervention into Venezuela. So if you have strong thoughts on that, and if you support Trump or you oppose Trump, going into Venezuela, doing strikes, maybe even boots on the ground is being reported, let me know. And we can
Whick,
get that going.
if I find you some historians who describe the Nazis as ultra-nationalist, will you admit that you were wrong? Because it sounds like you just think the Nazis are nationalist.
The Nazis are nationalists, yes.
Yeah, but if I find you historians who use the term ultra-nationalist for the Nazis instead of
No, you're going to need more than just
nationalists.
the term ultra-nationalist. That's just nationalist by another term.
Yeah, but it's not though. There's a reason why we have two different words.
If I find you historians that agree with me, will you admit that you were wrong?
Probably not. No.
Okay,
but
there we go.
No,
okay,
no.
Great,
Hold on.
wonderful.
Hold on.
We both agreed that if we can find historians that back each other up,
No, the reason
neither will
why
admit that they're wrong. Wonderful. We
thing,
love it.
The thing
We
is,
love to
though,
see
is
it.
that all right,
Here we
fine.
are.
Will you admit then that not every academic agrees with you? How about that?
Sure, not everyone academic agrees with me, but I think
so
the
you're just
academics
gonna
agree with
admit
me.
that
Correct.
now? Because I
Hold
know
on,
I can find
because none of
historians
you
who
were giving me
describe
academics.
nationalists.
You were giving me Wikipedia.
Wikipedia
Okay,
usually
that's it.
cites
Don't be
academics.
dishonest.
To be
I
fair.
didn't just I just did.
Oh,
I didn't
you also
just
gave
give you
me
Wikipedia.
PDFs and
And
ACLU.
He also
ACLU.
gave you George Orwell, quoted your source
I
back
gave you George Orwell.
definition.
And the
that-
source that
no,
Dr. Darko
he
posted.
also gave it back to you because he read it more
Yeah, but he was
completely
wrong
once he read
on
over it.
And he
Yes.
was,
Am I out of touch?
we're
No,
all
it's
wrong.
the nationalists who don't understand what nationalism is.
you just don't understand what that. But again, Monday we'll have this. If you want to come for the discussion, you're welcome. But I'm mostly going to go through the sources. And
Man, give me a left wing panel sometime. I would love to be on last night and defend the left being better for men.
that
But
said,
you keep giving me these people.
Hold on. I'm trying to end this. I'm trying to end this down again.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to give each of you a closing statement. Tell people your closing thoughts on the issues, any of the one that we discussed, and also where people can find you. I have a link to all their YouTube channels in my YouTube description. Click on that link, give them a follow. They've taken time out of their night to come and be on my show. I'd love for you to give them a follow. We're going to start with Lactoid. We're going to let Ash have the last word. Or I'm sorry, Kalinda have the last word. We're going to go in the same order we did. So go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm going to read the definition of nationalism here by Anthony D. Smith, who was a British historical sociologist, was professor emeritus of nationalism and ethnicity at the London School of Economics. Quote, nationalism is a ideological movement for attaining and maintaining autonomy, unity, and identity on behalf of a population deemed by some of its members to constitute an actual or potential nation. It builds on pre-modern ethnic ties, myths, symbols, memories, rather than pure invention. There's also Benedict Anderson, who is an Anglo-Irish political science and historian. Imagine political community, and imagine is both inherently limited and sovereign. Nations are cultural artifacts created through, quote, print capitalism, newspapers, novels, other forms of media that foster a sense of simultaneous communal experience between strangers. Similar definitions come from Ernest Gellner, Eric Hobsbawm, Rogers Brubaker. Yeah, so those are just some academics that I was very quickly able to find for you. I looked up their
How does
background
any of that disagree with what I just said?
because your original definition of
Well, Rick, this is
nationalism
closing statements. Please don't interrupt.
it is the subsumption of political power into the state. You seem to have this like hyper statist position as the definition of nationalism. We can roll back the tape. That's what you said. That is not the definition. The definitions that I just repeated from multiple experts, actual academics, actually is entirely in line with what I've said, with what Dr. Darko said, really with what everybody else here on the panel has said, and what most of your chat has also said. Now, maybe you'll be able to name some academic that agrees with you by the time of the next panel. I highly doubt it. Good luck, though.
I already got them lined up, but again, we'll see you guys Monday. Rube, please.
Yeah, so I enjoyed the original premise of the debate, which was whether or not we should hunt these children down and kill them for saying the soft A N-word and saying "I love Hitler" on our in a private group chat and making jokes about it. I do think that Lactoid and I presented tests by which we could evaluate even if these people were being inappropriate or just like hateful in saying something inappropriate, even if we granted that they were saying something inappropriate to begin with. I think that the other panelists here have pretty clearly demonstrated that they use these terms just to paint targets, to go after people that they believe should be excised from the nation or from public society or from commerce or speech in general. Everybody knows my general distaste for that kind of behavior. I think that calling us, for instance, or calling people who might not support Israel, saying that that could be sourced from anti-Semitism, and then walking it back afterwards, and then doubling down, is a really common pattern for these kinds of leftist, progressive. I'll say not leftists; they're progressives
Liberals.
because they progressives. You're not liberal. I am liberal. So I would just
Okay,
encourage
buddy.
people to, the next time you hear somebody disagree with one of your positions and one of your held beliefs, you ask them for what that is sourced from. And while there might be an ulterior motive, that's not the basis on which you can just excise them from society. If it becomes, or if it continues going down that path, then it's just going to be violence.
No
There's
one
not gonna
here
be any point
argued
in
for
discussing this
excising
to
anyone
begin
from
with.
society.
Okay, where can people find you, Ash?
Oh, at Gelatinous Rube on YouTube. We're going to get the game design streams back up. This has been fun.
You just
And
got
thank you
10
for
gift
having me.
memberships, by the way. Wick.
Dr. Darko, please.
Wick, you just got 10 gift memberships, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was AKA Patozai. I appreciate that. I was looking at another screen, but go ahead, Dr. Darko.
Yeah, shout out to the fellow grill hottest. Dr. Darko, find me on YouTube. I stream sometimes, or I'm on X as Jack D. Hunter. Yeah, I don't know. I think the main issue with these leaks isn't, whether or not they're jokes. It's that when you look out into the real world, they aren't jokes. They're, I don't know. There's been this weaponization of the government against, whoever the government has decided it doesn't like. They have blown past all checks and balances of, trying to rewrite the Constitution via executive order. There's all kinds of nonsense going on with the Supreme Court. But yeah, I don't know. You keep hearing this rhetoric from the whole entire Republican Party, from the president to the Speaker of the House, to even Lactoid here, like kind of, like soft allowing it because like maybe it's just really important to you. But yeah, this idea that we need to take a strong action against an occupying force that is invading us is a verbatim quote from the manifesto of the Christchurch shooter, the El Paso Walmart shooter, the Buffalo, New York shooter, the Conway synagogue shooter. Yeah, no, this is, these leaks were not surprising at all. Like this is what these people want. And they keep, trying to ratchet it up and hand wave all of the deaths that happen because of this rhetoric. And I think that's bad. And yeah, I hope they do better moving forward.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you, buddy. And last but certainly not least, Kalinda.
Yeah, I'm Kalinda with 2 eyes in the Linda because YouTube sucks and I couldn't get it without 2 eyes. If you want to find me there, I am the Lib Girl, girl spelled with a U, on Twitter. If you want to see me tweet stuff, and yeah, I basically, to like sum up what I had been saying before, obviously I think this just shows like a general trend that seems to be happening in terms of the Republican Party moving further to the right. At no point did anyone here talk about excising people. And I don't know why we're now being accused of that and having ideologies that we don't have after Gelatinous Rube over here basically accosted us all night by saying that we were the ones who were doing what he's been doing since the start of the debate. And also, Lactoid, at some point, you and me, Ukraine.
Anytime, anywhere.
Okay, maybe we can set that up. Okay, that said, are any of you going to continue streaming after this, or are you all done?
I probably will.
Are you
I'm
on-
going to jump into debate chat if anybody wants to chat or hang out or something like that. I need some social interaction because I'm not
okay.
going to
Are you on Twitch, Kalinda?
No, I'm on YouTube, but you can still raid me on YouTube.
Yeah, it's harder. Okay, it's more
Yeah.
buttons. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know why YouTube hit it so deep in the fucking dashboard.
they
Like,
really, and they changed. Hold on, maybe I can't because they changed the fucking.
yeah, like you need to be on an approved list.
Yeah.
He's
Or-
on my list.
Okay, cool.
Okay, look, I'm looking how to do it.
You have
real
to
quick.
subscribe to me, Whick.
I think I am, but I'm not sure. There's
Close.
end stream, but I don't want that. There's analytics.
Wow, Wick. You're not subscribed to me. What the fuck?
I think I found. It's a redirect, gang.
Yes,
And you
that's what
gotta
it's
go there.
called. Yes.
And I see you on my channel, but I don't see you otherwise.
Belinda, do you have the setting that lets you, that lets other people?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I
Yeah,
turned
she
it
literally
on.
just said that. Bro, are you paying attention? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't see it on
That was
my
the thing that I
music
screwed up
video
last
stream.
time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
maybe my settings are wrong. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Either way, I love you all,
okay.
and we'll set it up next time. I
Okay.
don't want to let everyone subject to my poor tech skills. I'll see you guys later. Good night.
Good night,
Peace.
everybody.
See you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Well, damn. God damn. That was kind of chaotic. Actually, quite a bit more. Also, Chase, you said that the chat was slow before. I am sorry. I'm not sure that I can do anything about that. About the slow speed of the chat. Oh, actually, I know why the chat is slow. It's because it's because of where it's coming from. It's because of this. Now it's going to be faster. It's because it was moving. It's because I resized it wrong. What I really should have done was this, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. So, God damn. Yeah, that's right. Because the bottom part was not showing. Yes, exactly. That's why it was slow. Apparently, Bernie said he's no longer a Zionist. Did Bernie ever describe himself as a Zionist? I feel like that word is incredibly insane. Or rather, it's become poisonous nowadays. Ugh, all right, fine. It's in stream suggestions. I feel like he must have in his youth. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Let me see if Dante's around. I got a bone to pick with him. He briefly lived on a kibbutz once. Oh, interesting. I mean, all right. Is he gonna call it a genocide, though? Because that's what matters the most. Jeez, Chase, you've been sourcing a lot. Really? Ugh. Fucking blue sky, man.
Do it. When I was a kid,
Oh.
I was in Israel for, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months. Worked
Okay, you guys are just gonna have to listen to it because I'm able to play it through Discord, and I'm not gonna show my Discord on the screen.
on several kibbutzim. I was very impressed by what I saw. Was very excited at the formation when I was a kid, the formation of the state of Israel. More than aware of the
Wait, Brainrot is banned? I don't know. I don't know if that, like, honestly, that might be my Nightbot. My Nightbot might be incredibly insane.
Holocaust, and which took people in my own family, and the horrible anti-Semitism that existed then exists today in America. So I'm proudly Jewish, but that does not mean in any way, shape, or form that I will support a right-wing extremist government in Israel that is doing horrific things to the Palestinian people.
Would you consider yourself a Zionist?
No, not within the terms of what Zionism means, no.
I think that yeah, I don't know. I don't think Bernie knows what Zionism means. 2 messages in a row, but I was trying to infect you with it. Huh, nice. Based, well done. Yeah, I don't think that he's here. Don't think Dante's here, I mean. He's probably doing what Ethan did just to get it out of the way. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, I don't know. Unfortunately, pro-Palestinian people have basically succeeded in changing the meaning of the word Zionist into something that it's not and making it seem far worse than what it is. Oh, wait, who specified? The interviewer?
Government in Israel that is doing horrific things to the Palestinian people.
Would you consider yourself a Zionist?
No, not within the terms of what Zionism means, no.
Oh, he did say now. I didn't catch that at the end. Okay, that's fair. Like, in the terms of what it means now. Like, yeah, unfortunately, that's like, I think that sucks because that it basically means that the anti-Israel people have, or the anti-Zionist people really have managed to change the meaning of that word so much so, like, into, like, they've managed to turn it into, like, something dirty and, like, conflate it with things that it doesn't necessarily have to mean. Because really, Zionists is just people who think that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. But yeah, they did win the public discourse. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does have more to lose calling himself that. I mean, he's also a pretty pragmatic political operator, so I think he'd probably know that. Like, he's not dumb. And I think it's probably fair that he's not going to die on that hill. I don't necessarily like care that much about him not using that word or whatever. I mean, this won't save him unless he calls it a genocide. That's the only thing these people care about. That is their ultimate purity test. And I don't believe that he has done that. He's been like super critical of Israel, and rightfully so, like of Israel's current government and how bad it is. I think it's totally fair for him to do that and be critical of that. But it's not, nothing is ever good enough for these people. You have to call for a complete arms embargo of Israel, and you have to say that Israel's doing genocide. I don't think I want to watch any more Vosh videos, Chase, because the last one made me want to video game myself. It made me very, very sad, and yeah. My level of disappointment was very high when I saw that. So, you know. All right. So, we can watch some peers content. Why don't we do that? Majority Report did a debate on October 7th. Wait, really? Oh, no. We can watch the MR or Kyle videos on the same times. When did Majority Report do a debate on October 7th? This sounds incredibly awful. I don't know if I can do it. Although I was gonna watch a peers panel that had Norman Finkelstein on it, which, let's be real, is just as bad. And we'd have to watch it at 1.5 because Norman talks at a snail's pace on purpose. Was it David in disguise again? It was a caller a few days ago. Oh, that reminds me. I want to get TikTok working on my computer, like inside of an emulator or something, so that I can go on TikTok and get onto either Dean or Parker's show, so that I can pretend to be a Trump voter and ask them some questions about Israel, and also point out to them that their main expert on the Israel-Palestine discussion is a pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist lunatic. I'm talking about Athena, by the way. Wait, which music video? Yes, she is racist. Which music video do you want me to react to, Pat? What are you talking about? Did you put it in stream suggestions? Oh, the shock my dog thing? Oh, all right, fine. God damn.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Gucci Marks generated this shit.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops.
That's not even, I mean, that only kind of looks like a song. Also, it's obviously AI, but
2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah. Got this remote on me like in my Glock. If Kaya try to move, she out of luck. She better know I don't give a fuck. She's getting off her place, she's getting struck. Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up, I can't allow her. She my Palestine, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy. Making me look bad on the stream. Gonna hit her with my power beam. I don't know why that stupid dog yelp. Shock. She should know better not to call for help. Shock. Cause you already know where my stream is. Shock. I do some shit that would get me banned. Shock. Don't you know how much money I spent? Shock. That dog costs more than your mama rent. Shock. I got the most expensive breed. Shock. You know that's the one I need. Shock. That stupid dog is so spoiled. Shock. Yeah, one more time she getting boiled. Shock. Moving with my dog to China. Shock. I'll lead her up goodbye to Kaya.
Wait, what the fuck? Why does he look?
That stupid dog is so spoiled. Shock. Yeah, one more time she getting boiled. Shock. Much money, that's the one. Shock. Yeah, one more. Shock.
Why? Why is he looking at the dog like this? It's so strange.
Shock. I'll lead her up goodbye to Kaya.
Oh my god. Okay. Sure. It's such a weird, like, all right. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm not necessarily, it is kind of catchy. Okay, what is this debate that you're talking about? Oh, there it is. You found it. Caller wants to debate October 7th. Oh god, it's Emma. Emma's in the thumbnail. This is gonna hurt me, isn't it? Chase, why do you do this to me? Why do you hate me? You just want me to suffer for your entertainment. 20 minutes! The soy levels are gonna be off the charts. It's been stuck in my head for the last 10 hours. We are absolutely not 1xing this. Although, really, what I should be doing is I should be being like Lonerbox and demanding that you motherfuckers pay me money in order to not 1x this. But I feel like there's lots of people here who might donate if I actually had YouTube monetization, and using the other thing is a pain. We don't have gladiators anymore, so I have to compensate with streamers. Yeah, okay. Does anybody else, when they go on YouTube, have this weird compulsion to hit the thumbs up or thumbs down button? Like, every time, especially if I'm on my phone, if I see that I haven't clicked it yet, I just have to do it. It's like, I don't know, it feels incredibly, like, autistic or something to me. But I have to. I have to click the button. Alright. You know how this will go from the thumbnail. Oh yeah, I do. Actually, wait, hold on. If we're gonna do this. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right, okay? Oh, yes. History didn't start on October 7th. Oh, yeah, right, of course. I need 2 more. Oh, um, oh, wait, hold on. What am I even doing? Uh, slash ethno-state. History didn't start on October 7th. Mass rape hoax. Actually, you know what? Fuck the apartheid thing. Oppressor versus oppressed. Jewish Nazi. Wait, Bill, and I hope that, oh no, Nazi is not banned in the chat. You're just, yeah, you're just being funny. Oh, that's another thing. If I go on TikTok, I'm going to have to learn to censor myself. So not only can I probably not curse, but I also have to start saying unalived and the sewer slide and Yahtzee and G-side and oh God, kill me. Mass unaliving. Yeah, exactly. Because TikTok is so stupid. Oh, Huzza, yes. Huzza, yeah. I can't even do it. It's just so. I mean, by the way, like Sev even said that like that's not how you say it. Like you're not supposed to do that. Like it doesn't like when I hear like actual Palestinians say it, they don't sound like that. Oh, right, yes. All right, fine. One state. South Africa comparisons. Okay, we need 4 more. Yes, Emma, two-state solution is apartheid, Vigland. Mass rape. I don't know if that'll be. Actually, this because you know what? I'm just gonna make this the ultimate leftist IP bingo, and we're just gonna use this from now on. Leftist IP bing. 3 more. Oh yes, right. I forgot about that. Okay, yeah, APAC. There we go. Okay. All right. MBing babies. Oh, bombing babies / hospital. Wait, is it not letting you do that? I'm very sorry. I'm gonna have to fix my. All right. Okay. I mean, it might very well be my fault. It could be that my Nightbot is an overbearing dick. I can't change it right now. But I understand, Bill, that I'm sure that when you see the word IP, you probably think internet protocol. Which, I mean, to be fair, I kind of do too, or at least I used to. And then I started, yeah. Okay, let's go.
Hey, this is Dave.
Dave,
How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Dave? Where are you from?
I am from San Francisco.
Dave from San Francisco, what's on your mind?
Okay, so I have a question about October 7th.
Sure.
Do you believe that there were mass rapes on October 7th?
I believe that there is quite likely that there were sexual assaults on October 7th, but I believe that the reporting from the New York Times screams without words, which is the centerpiece of these accusations, is flimsy at best, and there have been multiple exposés about the sourcing and the reporting on that, including the fact that the major journalist writing that piece was an Israeli filmmaker with very little journalistic experience, and that the examples cited were secondhand and not from the first person, even if they were to grant the victim anonymity. So,
yeah, that's generally the case, because that the people who were raped were then shot by Hamas.
My view on that is basically that I have no doubt that war crimes were committed on October 7th by Hamas, but I think that we need a little bit more information to call it systemic.
When you say you need a little bit more information, though, because and it seemed like I've heard you on a number of occasions since October 7th trying to minimize what happened on October 7th, trying to downplay the whole rape thing, and you even said earlier on, we need more investigation. Like you
caller, can I ask you a question? Let me jump in here, caller. Do you think that little babies had their heads chopped off?
Can I just ask you a question, though? How come there have been...
By the way, Loner was right. Going on this show is absolute cancer, because not only will they gang up on you, but they will railroad you and then talk over you and then hang up when they are done with you, and they will not let you get a word in edgewise. Wait, that's not Matlack, is it? I don't think so. Isn't that, I don't remember this guy's name. Oh, is it? Oh God, okay.
Numerous investigations since October 7th,
Which ones?
including by the UN, not exactly the most pro-Israel organization. A couple, not just one, but multiple investigations by the UN where they have said that there was systematic rape.
They didn't say systematic. They didn't say systematic. They said they were reasonable. They said they were reasonable grounds. They said they were reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred, which is
Yes, that is that's the standard, Emma. They said the same thing about the rapes at Sabra and Shatila, and I doubt that you would deny that those happened. They also said that there were multiple locations where they found women who were stripped from the waist down with their legs spread. What do you think the implication of that is, Emma? It's a pattern of behavior.
exactly what I just said, that there were reasonable grounds to believe that. I am taking issue with the idea that it was systemic.
Yeah.
I guess my issue is, why would you call yourself a feminist? Why would you even try to downplay or minimize these sex?
So
why would you even try to minimize it?
Hold on.
Oh my God. They didn't exaggerate it though. It happened across multiple locations. What the fuck do you people think systemic means? I hate this because I liked Emma for years and wanted her to be more confident and assertive, just not like this. I don't think they know about Sabra. I mean, they probably don't. Although I'm actually I would be surprised if they didn't, given that that is like one of the worst things that Israel has ever done, or I guess like assisted in doing, basically, because they didn't do it themselves, but they were accessories to it, and they allowed it to happen. And it wouldn't have happened if Arafat hadn't let the phalangists in there to do it. Oh yeah, they probably do think because like I would imagine, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people think the IDF did it.
As a feminist, I'm an intersectional feminist. I believe that often white women are privileged within the context of feminism. That goes back to the suffrage.
Jews are, I'm sorry, not Jews. Israelis are not white women, Emma.
Movement in this country, and it also goes to previously before women had the franchise, when white women and within our 21st century Western context.
Damn it, I forgot to add white supremacy on here because a lot of these people, yeah.
Yes, Israel.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Jesus, did I say Arafat? God damn, no, yeah, it was Sharon. Sharon did it. And I don't think he got punished enough. Yeah, especially the ones killed on October 7th. Like, I don't think that, I mean, I don't know that Israelis, or I'm sorry, like whatever. Maybe some Israelis would call themselves white, but I kind of doubt it. But like, there are Middle Eastern people at this point. They've been there long enough. They're just like every other person in the Middle East. Like it's
is a part of whiteness. That they women like that, the attacks against them were often exaggerated or used for colonial violence, both against Native Americans in this country, and also was used, and you can look up all of these examples in Southern papers, as justification for lynchings of black people. We know that the Israeli government has borrowed tactics from the Jim Crow South, and I would argue that this is one of them.
Okay, how many rapes would have been enough for you to not try to?
Okay, shut up for a second. You're going to listen to my question and you're going to answer it. Do you think little babies had their heads chopped off, or was that an exaggeration that was used as a lie toward propaganda to?
Just because that was an exaggeration doesn't mean that everything else was. And also, like, that was a thing that was perpetuated because somebody made a mistake and said a thing that they didn't see, and misinformation got spread. Ashkenazi Jews might call themselves white, but I doubt it's a big thing. I mean, I don't know if in Israel they do, but yeah. Can confirm we are hella Habibis. Oh, hello, Funky. Welcome to my pain. I'm sure it will also partly be your pain too, because white people are talking about your country again.
To allow Israel to do what they did over the past years. Do you think babies had their heads chopped off on October 7th, or was that a lie?
I believe that what was said about 40, 50, however number of babies they said were beheaded, that might have been an exaggeration, which happens in every situation like this, as you know, Matt.
Yes.
But what does that have to do with?
Because that was also an exaggeration. The systemic thing is also an exaggeration, buddy.
To deny at this point that there were a lot, I don't know exactly how many, obviously, I wasn't there, but to deny that there were a lot of rapes that happened at SS, that's kind of like denying.
You used the word systematic, buddy. You used the word systematic, and you said there was actual documentation toward it from the UN. That was a lie on your part. You called into our program with a lie.
You guys don't know what systemic means.
Matt, you talked about babies being beheaded.
No, Zionists do, and they were lying about it.
How about the babies in the ovens? Did you think that happened? Do you think Hamas cooked babies in ovens?
No, you're answering questions.
Have you guys, you seem to care about babies that have been dying in Gaza for the last 2 years.
Seem to, yeah.
A little bit.
But have you even mentioned once in the last 2 years anything about the babies who died in Gaza, who were killed by Hamas? Have you?
What
did you even
evidence
mention
do you
them?
have that the babies were? Is this the same
Yeah, this is
Hamas that
bullshit.
bombed their own hospital, according to every Western
Look.
paper? And then there was actual forensic analysis showing, and we had to have countless debates over and over again on this program about people. So hold on.
Oh my God, she thinks that Israel bombed El Shifa.
now, let me ask you this: did you believe back in November of 2023 that Hamas bombed that hospital?
It was a PIJ rocket. It seems to be the general consensus. What?
Actually, if we're talking about the same hospital that I think you're talking about, I think the evidence, and I know that you went on a rant for like weeks trying to prove that it was not Hamas who.
Yeah. So Israel has admitted that they have bombed hospitals all across the.
Not that hospital on that particular instance, Emma.
Gaza Strip, but your contention is that particular hospital. No. Your contention is that
he went from 0 to David in 4 seconds. Really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like David would have admitted that the 40 beheaded babies thing was not true. Emma made a tweet comparing a memorial for the Beavis children to Nazi propaganda. Wow. I mean, she probably doesn't even believe that they were killed by Hamas, even though that's what like the autopsy said, that they were choked. But she probably doesn't think that that's true, and she probably thinks that it was all a lie that was told by like the evil Israeli like coroners or whatever, which seems rather ridiculous given that you can't just do that kind of crap in Israel, especially since that same guy would have also been creating that autopsy for the family.
that specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but about the other, literally every other hospital in the Gaza Strip was bombed by Israel.
Let me ask you this, Emma. Why
No. Answer that question, because that was another lie back in November of 2023.
Why are you enjoying this, Chase? You're just.
And
so wait, so you don't think Hamas? Who killed the Beavis babies?
Who killed the what?
The Beavis babies, the babies that were taken hostage on October 7th into Gaza, and they later died or were killed.
Did Israel drop a bomb on them? I'm not sure.
Wait, it's unclear because
we've already established from our.
No, it's not unclear. There's like a fucking autopsy. You just don't believe it because it came from Israel.
Lovely colleague here, that there was exaggerations about what happened on October 7th.
Exactly.
He admitted it himself. So I don't know really why we're even continuing to go down this.
Well, because I actually want you to answer this question. So your contention is that can you look up the name of that hospital, Matt? That hospital.
Al Shifa Hospital.
Al Shifa. Okay. Let's just verify that.
That had previously been bombed by Israel.
That had previously been bombed by Israel, and there have been forensic analyses that contradict the idea.
I agree with you.
So your idea. So Hamas bombed their own hospital. Hamas bombed their own hospital on.
It was an accident. It wasn't that, like, even the way that she says it, the way that she's loading it, she's like, oh, Hamas bombed their own hospital. No, it was like a rocket that fell on the parking lot and exploded because it had misfired, because these rockets suck. Zionist autopsy. Yeah, exactly.
That date, but every other hospital that Israel has now admitted that they bombed multiple times, shooting and assassinating healthcare workers, killing, targeting cancer treatment facilities, bombing those, like that.
They were justified because that was Hamas.
They were justified there, but that hospital, Hamas did it to themselves, right?
Do you well, just to clarify what I'm saying, yes, I know that Israel has bombed other hospitals, but you brought up that specific incident, and the evidence came out after that Israel did not, in fact.
That was your read of the evidence,
yes,
but you're an idiot.
Yeah.
So I don't.
So what I'm establishing is that your capacity for critical thought is encumbered by your racism towards Palestinians.
Yeah, you're a science lunatic.
Oh my God. Wait, why don't I have a, oh yeah, Jewish supremacy is really small here.
Because apparently that particular hospital was bombed by Hamas, bombing their own people for some reason.
Like, Emma doesn't know anything about any of this. She's so stupid. Does she think that Hamas have advanced weapons and that they can aim those weapons and that they purposefully bombed Al Shifa?
But every other hospital was bombed by Israel. That would be a bit of a coincidence, don't you think, buddy?
So why is it that people inside Gaza, on the ground, the people who are not afraid to speak out,
Hamas is increasing its popularity because they're the only ones that are fighting the gangs that Israel is funding in Gaza that are stealing the aid.
It hurts. She's so stupid. Why? That's not true. Hamas's popularity has decreased during the war. Hamas is not popular, you fucking moron. People were out in the streets at great personal risk to themselves in the middle of a war when Israel was actively doing airstrikes. to protest Hamas. Like, what? And now she's saying that like these guys were all stealing the aid. I don't think MR made one video on the anti-Hamas. Of course they didn't, because they probably didn't think they were real. Because it's very obvious that Emma gets all of her information on this from Drop Site News and Ryan Grimm, who are basically Hamas mouthpieces.
Why are people on the ground inside Gaza speaking out against Hamas? The people who are afraid to speak out against Hamas.
Who are the people? Can you cite your sources?
On them?
Who are your people? Cite your sources.
Why has the entire Arab world pretty much Hamas must go?
Because they are bought off by the United States government. Are you joking? Do you know anything about the region?
There's Arabs there. They're scared.
Okay,
That's what it knows.
No, I want you to answer that question. So we want you to believe this is what you're trying to sell to people. This is what you're trying to sell to people, that hospital was just the one that Hamas decided to bomb and every other one Israel did. And we're supposed to believe that you're presenting an accurate portrayal of the power disparity between both Hamas and the IDF here.
So, Emma, why is...
There it is. Oppressor versus oppressed. The power disparity. It's the only thing that these people care about.
Okay, put all morality aside if we're talking about Hamas.
Says the Zionist.
That's very convenient for supporters of Israel.
Why? Just from a strategic standpoint.
Right. Yeah.
Standpoint.
We follow.
As a resistance group, do you think Hamas is actually good for the Palestinian people? Do you think October 7th was strategically a good move?
I think that October 7th is the inevitability when you leave people in an open air concentration camp and they have no political rights.
Oh, God damn it, I forgot. Open air concentration camp. Oh, God.
Israel controls their borders, land, and sea when there has been a siege on the region.
But they don't control the land, though. Unless you mean their land borders and their sea borders. And also, no, there has not been a siege, Emma. A siege would mean there would be no food going in or out.
They control their water, their food, where they've been putting Gazans on a diet, where they've been bombing them over and over again, quote, mowing the lawn. Do I think that eventually some sort of armed resistance and slaughter, yes, of...
I bet she thinks that, that Israel just, like, bombs Gaza whenever they feel like it. I bet she thinks that that's what was happening in the past. That it was all just, we just bomb them when we feel like it. I wonder how North Koreans and Uyghurs feel about the largest open-air prison rhetoric. Yeah, I know, right? Like, listen, if you want to describe Gaza as an open-air prison, like, prior to October 7th, or hell, even now, really, like, there is, like, some truth to that, because you're not allowed to leave. Although, I feel like that was less true before October 7th, because there were people who were getting work permits. But it was very difficult to be able to, like, actually exit the Gaza Strip, and you were kind of, like, locked in there, in the sense that, like, unless you paid a lot of money, you couldn't get out to Egypt, and unless you had a work permit, you couldn't really get out to Israel. And I think those were a lot more restrictive. But that's not what she means. She thinks that Gaza's the Warsaw Ghetto. Emma saying that about Arab governments is more racist than anything this guy... Well, yeah, because she's just like, oh, they're all just bought off by the United States. Like...
horrific slaughter of Israelis is inevitable in that kind of circumstance? Yes.
It's been proven
Hell yes.
any sort of colonial...
Oh my God, they don't have any choice but to commit more crimes.
Situation over and over again.
And that's why we make the issue the systemic problem with the apartheid and the ethnic cleansing.
Oh, there it is. I should have put ethnic cleansing in there. But I mean, everybody just uses genocide interchangeably with ethnic cleansing.
Because that kind of violence creates blowback.
Yep.
Blowback. Have you ever heard of the concept of blowback? Have you picked up a book?
Of course. That's why I said strategic. I said put morality aside. What October 7th did is set the Palestinian cause back decades.
I would completely disagree with you. In fact...
It derailed the Abraham Accords.
It derailed the Abraham Accords, and also public sentiment about the Palestinian issue has dramatically gone in their...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, Emma, it has. Because morons like you are now basically saying that Hamas or that like violent resistance is good and that the Palestinians should just keep going. I mean, yes. Do you think that that was worth like 60,000 people dying?
Direction. So if
Forever.
you want to take the morality out of it, in fact, the facts are completely not on your side either.
Yeah, you're cooked. And I would just say, of course, like, hey, shut up for a second.
That's worth it for Gaza to be destroyed.
You've asked a variety of different questions in this like pastiche of nonsense, and we are responding to you with answers on all of them, and then you just keep coming up with a new question to validate your racism.
Okay, as far as the Palestinian cause, two things, which is specifically what I was talking about as far as strategic. First of all, it completely destroyed Gaza. I don't think that's good for the Palestinians. But also,
you seem really concerned about them,
but also what you seem to care about, a Palestinian state, that has been, despite what the many...
She doesn't want a Palestinian state. She wants Israel to be destroyed. And for like there to be no Israel and for all of it to be Palestine. So, I mean, I guess in that way she wants a Palestinian state, but she doesn't really care about that as much as she cares about like Israel's destruction.
Useful idiots around the world are saying that there is not going to be a Palestinian, because of October 7th, there will not be a Palestinian state of any kind in your lifetime.
Yeah, but that's always true because of people like you and Israel, you fucking idiot.
Wait,
like, and the people you're saying around the world, are you talking about like Macron and Keir Starmer? Like, yeah, I agree that they're like saying we need Palestinian nationhood. It falls on deaf ears, but...
What do you mean we're not going to have it in our lifetime? Did you not just see the increase in terms of like those Western governments that you're describing recognizing a Palestinian?
Bro, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That like, I'm sorry. Like, yes, obviously, it's nice, and I'm sure that it's good, and it feels good for Palestinians too. And it is nice that like Western governments have made that move. However, on like at the end of the day, that doesn't necessarily mean anything because it's not going to change conditions on the ground. Israel still has to come to the table and negotiate with the Palestinians. Well, I mean, she does say like Chase, she does say like to take the morality out of it, yes, but at the same time, like I don't know if she actually might believe that.
State. There's been progress on that issue.
That's what he's talking about.
You call that progress? Those are just words. What does that mean? What are you talking about?
You just said that there would never be a Palestinian state in our lifetime, and then I just mentioned that these Western governments have now recognized. So that's meaningless.
Yeah, but there's not like they still don't have a state. They still don't have self-determination.
That's what he's calling usul idiots. He's saying like heads of state of Western governments.
Okay. Well, I'm more talking about the people protesting and people like that.
Got it.
People protesting saying the exact same things that like prime ministers are saying.
So okay, lastly, have you?
No, they're not.
You've ever been to Israel?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about a Palestinian state. You seem to think that the only viable path to a Palestinian state at this point is a one-state solution, correct?
Yep. Well, I think that Palestinian statehood is a short-term, important diplomatic step to give them more rights and validity in the international diplomatic sphere to eventually create a one democratic state reality. Yes. And then we have to let you go.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, so just answer this one last question.
Yep.
How then do you really believe, if you're being intellectually honest, that there is going to be that Israel is not going to exist as a Jewish state in your lifetime? And can you explain how that is actually going to happen?
The same way South Africa doesn't exist as a white state. Thanks for the call.
Oh no, South Africa.
Yep, through the United Nations, through international pressure.
Oh, and now they're going to circle jerk. Yeah.
Sure, it being imposed on Israel through there being some sort of peacekeeping process. And yes, the fall of apartheid and the racial integration of the state of Greater Israel, which Palestinians are still under the thumb of and subjected to. They've been occupied in...
That's not what Greater Israel, whatever. Oh, hey, I got a bingo. Nice. The
West Bank and East Jerusalem since 1967 under control, basically, of Israel. And you think that those conditions don't contribute to a period of blowback?
Yeah, of course. Like we would prefer a secular resistance group like the PLO, but people like you treat them the exact same way as impossible to deal with.
Yeah, because they did terrorism and targeted civilians. That shit's not okay, dude.
And because ultimately Israel's the one impossible to deal with because it wants all the land and all the Arabs off it, what they call Arabs, but we call Palestinians. So that's where we are. So thanks for the call. Call again sometime and
have a lovely day.
Be a member.
Anyway,
he'd be arguing that John Brown said abolitionism back.
Right.
You know, he got paid $7,000 that phone call.
Yes, thank you.
Oh my God.
What did yeah, you got that routing number.
Drop site.
Are we counting it? Talking about Israel, anyone defending Israel? I mean, that is kind of like what this means.
Precisely zero babies at their head cuff. This is to Chuck Schumer, and there is no forensic DNA autopsy, etc., or photographic evidence.
Yeah, see, every single I bet drop site is probably the entirety of what they read on this conflict.
or any victims or legal complainants over 16 months after October 7th to prove a single woman was raped by Palestinian fighters that day. Let me skip to the next one. UN Special Reporters Patton, who conducted the report that accused there were, quote, reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred during Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, also said that she, quote, did not collect any evidence, 2, did not conduct an investigation, 3, did not meet with survivors of sexual violence, but received information from sources. She met with Zaka volunteer Yossi Landau, who fabricated the pregnant woman and fetus killed story. So I do appreciate the most important thing about that.
Oh yeah, let's yes, we don't like this UN report's conclusion, so we're going to dismiss it.
Are established, which is that even from his perspective, there were exaggerations used, not just like because things are crazy and we're trying to like, oh, we don't know what the information is. They were that those exaggerations were used to support a genocide that we all had to fucking watch for 2 years.
Oh hey.
We got some IMs in response to this. Centrist Power, was the Warsaw Ghetto uprising a good move? Was that intellectual?
Oh, I forgot to put that, but you know what?
Future reactionary, all these Zionists.
Right, like you could quote like the Jewish population in those places now and say, was that a success?
Yeah, exactly. Future reactionary, all these Zionists need to watch.
The Harper's Ferry raid was literally what the Confederates cited when they seceded. God, I don't know as much about the Civil War as I should. 3 bingo is pretty good. I mean, yeah, it is, because that all of these, I think this is why Loner doesn't watch these videos anymore, because these people just, it's all just the same shit. It's the same arguments over and over and over again, and it gets really boring.
Watch or rewatch that Mitchell and Webb look sketch asking, are we the baddies? Jazz Apple said, wow, the strength you have dealing with that knucklehead is impressive. You know, to be honest, when there's like less emotion about like having to like debate Zionism in my personal life, I kind of enjoy it if it's an anonymous caller, to be honest.
It's kind of nice having Emma Days because she tracks like, I don't know if that's like a Destiny orbiter or something like that.
Oh right, that guy's.
That guy was. You can hear his smirk the whole time. He was completely insincere and disingenuous.
But this is a throwback to when before you started, Brian, because these guys are too cowardly to call in when Sam calls in. And I don't know if they underestimate me or just because Sam's Jewish that they feel like they can attack me in a different way. Yeah. But yeah, I don't like to play with that stuff. Go on that. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say losers.
Yeah. Former libertarian, did Israel set back peace by leveling Gaza? Good point.
I mean, what?
Oh yeah, Destiny mentioned. I'm surprised they didn't call Destiny like a ultra-Zionist genocide supporter.
What has Israel done for the Jewish people over the past 2 years?
Yeah. Bending Sinister Tool of the Year award to this caller. Your left testicle Zionists or Emma's libertarians, I think. Also, fuck Zionism is just another supremacist ideology in the middle of committing genocide right now, bigots.
But aren't you a feminist? I love when guys pull those sorts of...
I know.
Wait, supremacist ideology?
Oh, I know.
Don't you care about Gazans? Okay, man, sure.
Yeah. Paul's Menace, this clip is going to do numbers. Yeah, we should clip that. Got real estate. Amazing to hear the notion that there was no conflict before October 7th.
He never said that!
Stephen Alaska, not going to convince this guy, but you are succeeding in showing his racism. Thank you.
He didn't say anything that was racist.
Wastelander, so what's the point? Is the caller trying to say that killing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians is justified because there have been so many sexual assaults? What's the point of this?
No, he's not. Jeez, the straw man. The point is that like both sides are not good, or at least as far as like the that like. And also, I would argue that Hamas is worse because again, they intentionally target civilians. But obviously, these people would say that Israel intentionally targets civilians.
The genocide was for feminism.
Of course, and to liberate gay people.
Oh, yes.
You can't get married in Israel if you're gay, but they'll
the genocide
take you if you're already married because the number one priority is the white demographics going up.
What did Charlie Kirk say? They used to throw gay people off.
Oh my god, yeah, geez, what? Wait a minute.
Of course, and to liberate gay people. You can't get married in Israel if you're gay, but they'll take you if you're already married because the number one priority is the white demographics going up.
She thinks Israelis are white people. Now who's being racist? The white demographics? Emma, do you realize that the majority of Israelis were born there? And also that I'm pretty sure the majority of Israelis are like descended from Jews who are from the Middle East already, not Europeans.
What did Charlie Kirk say? They used to throw gay people off towers. Now there's no towers or something.
Yeah, really funny. Yeah. Funny jokes by that guy.
Charlie Kirk.
Yep. Theo Bong, Emma, don't bother asking that caller what his sources are and what he's referring to. People like this go fully off vibes.
No, you guys are going fully off vibes and whatever drop site news said.
Northern Dipper preemies left to rot in incubators. Yeah, that was what that was one of the most difficult testimonies from Dr. Tarek Lubani. Tyler in Colorado, feminism includes women and girls who are being systematically starved, bombed, brutalized, and sexually assaulted by the IOF since the inception of Israel to this second right now.
Oh.
He's definitely a member of the male loneliness.
Yeah.
The lonely man.
Very lonely.
In for a little attention. I don't even think he's a Zionist. I think he's just a troll. I don't think he believes anything.
Yeah.
So
Who
lonely little
knows?
Man that's the only way to get a woman to talk to him.
That's probably right.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Oh. Hold on. Oh, yeah, the silly Halloween sound. Well, I mean, I think we did pretty good. A Zionist calling it the IOF. Well, yeah, I mean, that guy would never have called it that, but lots of people like to use the term IOF, which I find very, very silly. And I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, so Zionist is bad. Wait. Oh, is Zion Nazi, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. You know what? I might actually just turn off all the Nightbot filtering. Just because it's so stupid. It is incredibly stupid, actually. Hello, Dante.
How do you do?
Are you driving?
I'm not driving, but I am in the car, so I don't know if that counts.
It doesn't. Why are you always in your car?
I don't know. I'm doing stuff. I'm always on the road.
Okay.
I just went to grab coffee this time.
I see. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm out here.
All right, can you give us your collaborator's take again for those who weren't here to hear it? And I don't want to like get it wrong.
Okay, hold up. Let me just fix my audio.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay? I was at the dentist today, so my mouth is kind of numb.
Oof. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. All my chat moderation stuff is disabled, so I don't know what it is that's censoring you guys. I'm very sorry. I think it's just YouTube chat is terrible. But anyway, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what I basically said was that capital punishment for the collaboration is something I'm fine with, and the only reason I'm not fine with what Hamas is doing is most of the punishments and killings they've been doing is against political dissidents, anti-Hamas people, and clans that are against them. That was the gist of my take. But a lot of people took screenshots, and so you can easily find it, I think.
Oh, yeah, people did take screenshots. Okay, I guess. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay. I guess
You good?
my general issue with that particular take is that I think that a lot of collaborators don't necessarily collaborate because they want to. And also, I would really, in general, argue to like, what exactly are they collaborating for? Because, for example, a lot of people might collaborate to like save their family so that they can get out of Gaza. Um, or like, maybe they actually don't like what Hamas is doing. And I mean, as you know, I'm not fond of, I don't think that what Hamas is doing is good. And I know that
Yeah.
you don't agree with like the way in which
Me
they're
neither.
doing
Yeah.
it, but yeah,
Yeah.
hell, I don't even think that like, I don't think violence helps Palestinians at all, unless it's like in self-defense or what have you. You know, like in the West Bank, if a settler comes to burn down your olive tree, then yes, I think you like would be morally permitted to do violence against them. Um, just like on like a general basic moral level. But I mean, otherwise I don't like, I think that, or like, I think like if they're going to do violence, then they should do ANC apartheid style violence where they like, I don't know, burn down outposts or something when the outposters aren't home or,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the thing is, like you said something interesting. Like, what are they collaborating with or against? Like, if people are saying, like, is it was if like I can understand if we can go by the nuances and like every situation. I'm sure there's like room for nuances and whatnot. We can go through that, but the overall gist of what I'm saying is basically like if people were collaborating with Israel and Israel was the end goal was not even a two-state solution, like only a pathway to that, or even like room for negotiations or actual improvement going on in the West Bank or the Strip. Excuse me, for that sort of collaboration, I wouldn't be against it at all, but that's not what people are collaborating with. They're basically collaborating with a state that's looking to end their existence. So I feel like that's the difference.
Oh, you think that like overall or like in general right now, like the state of Israel as a whole is like look at like what do you mean by looking to end their existence? You mean like ethnically cleanse
Yeah,
them from out of the region or kill all of them?
like the political landscape of Israel right now is leaning more towards the far right, the Likud status quo, Ben Gavir and whatnot. Like that's the overall sentiment politically, at least, in power that Israel is going. So, and that means basically ethnic cleansing. That means more annexation, more settlement building expansions, possible annexations. Even the United States is kind of backing off with the thing we saw a couple of days ago. But yeah, that's the Israel we're seeing right now. We're not seeing a moderate Israeli government that if you collaborate with, you're collaborating on a possible two-state situation, peace deal. Like that's the difference. That's why like as a de facto, Israel is an enemy state of the Palestinian people.
Okay.
That's just like a fact.
Um, I mean, to a certain extent, I agree with that. Although I don't know if it's, I don't know that I would, um, lump Likud in with Ben Gavir's party because Ben Gavir is much further to the right, and I don't think that he really represents like most people. But yes, a lot of people in Israel are radicalized against Palestinians, and they don't care about Palestinian lives, and they don't want Palestinians to have a state. This is all true. And
Yeah, I'm
there
not even saying the
is.
population on an overall basis. I'm just saying like the political power. It's within like the right, the far right, the
Yeah,
in that
yeah,
landscape.
it is because the BB couldn't like not be he yeah, because BB made a deal with the devil so that he could form a government. Yeah.
And he's got a cult personality, almost like Trump. So like it's a
That
whole thing with Bibi. So
yeah, that I mean like from what I've heard from Israelis that at least seems to be the case at least among Likud. Like I don't know if it and I guess like their supporters and Channel 14 and whatnot. But I mean, what about like the people like what about like the collaborators who are coerced into helping Israel, like gay Palestinians, for example, because that's often something that Israel will do. Like they'll threaten to expose people, like to out them to their family and basically put them in danger and whatnot if they don't help. Like, I feel like if those people get caught after the fact, like, should they be
But
executed?
that's a moral fault on Israel for using those people in that way. So
Yeah,
I
I
don't see that as
agree.
something that
It is,
I
but
see that as they've been coerced, not something they voluntarily collaborating and giving information and leading to killings, spy, espionage, whatnot is very different from being coerced, tortured, and getting that information extracted out of you unwillingly or without an incentive.
okay.
Like I'm mostly talking about people collaborating is like people who are promised, like if you sell your land, give us the information, give us where this Hamas leader family home is, where does he hang out, that sort of stuff. We'll give you a home, we'll give you a new identity, whatnot. We'll take care of you. I'm talking about that sort of collaboration.
Okay, I mean, I guess like some people want to do it to get their family out too, though. I don't know. I don't know if it's that simple. It would actually be. I'd be
It's not a black
interested.
and white. Like I wouldn't say like yes, everything I'm saying is morally right or it's like the right way to go about it. It's not black and white. There is some gray area, to say the least.
Yeah, like I'm not necessarily saying that like if you collaborate with Israel or whatever that means that you're like a great person all the time in every way. I feel like a lot of the people who do are probably victims of circumstance more so than anything else, even like the ones who weren't necessarily coerced, because in a way they also could have been kind of coerced because like there's obviously a lot of perverse incentives where people, especially in Gaza, just want to get out, right? Because I mean, it's not fun living in Gaza, especially if like you're trying to raise kids like pre-October, even pre-October 7th, it wasn't fun living in Gaza. So like the unemployment rate is so high there and like it is harder for people to have a future, and yeah, it kind of like it
There
kind of
is a
yeah.
most of like the collaboration that we see on the ground, like with like Palestinians, it would be like the fucking the crime gangs, the clans that do the drug trafficking, that do the prostitution thing. Israel would usually align with those people and they would arm them because they're a de facto enemy of Hamas, not because they are a enemy of Hamas because for moral reasons or the right reasons. It's because they're just it's like a cop and robber type of thing. Or you got the other way around, which is the coercive. The coercive, you get tortured, you get threatened, you get blackmailed to give information up. And I'm not saying like people don't usually collaborate to get a better living or a better circumstance for their families, but that's not the majority of cases, or that's not the modus operandi that Israel operates within.
I would be curious if there were like I kind of doubt there's any sort of stats or data on like actual collaborators
Oh
or
no,
whatever.
definitely not.
Especially since the other problem too is that like Hamas will basically label anyone a collaborator that they want to get rid of, even when they're not actually. Yeah. I mean,
That's the thing I made kind of clear with my take, but yeah, I know it's kind of a hot take and it's easily to be misconstrued, and a lot of things can be taken out of context when say it that. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, but you're not saying it in the same way that Teuton said it, where he was saying it like in support of Hamas, basically, and like
No.
morally loading it in all kinds of weird ways, and also assuming that when Hamas says people are collaborators, that means they definitely are, which is pretty ridiculous. But I mean, as far as like, do you know anything, or how much do you know about the clans in Gaza?
Like I know some things. Like what do you need to know?
Oh,
Like the power status, like
I-
what they do, basically, kind of arms they have, influence and whatnot.
I mean, like the specific clans. I'm wondering because Loner is doing a deep dive into that because he wants to answer questions, and I was curious. Like, I know what are they? The Dogmush clan, the Dogmush. I don't know how to say it. I've heard
Yeah.
Dugmoof and Dugmush and
Dogmush.
Dogmush.
There's Dugmush and Dogmush.
Oh yeah, okay.
Dog.
So is it Turkish? I've heard that.
It kind of sounds like it, but yeah, I think it's has an Arabic base to it.
Okay, yeah, because Sev was surprised at the name, I think, because he said it didn't necessarily sound like super Arabic or whatever, but
Yeah.
yeah, that one I know of, but I don't think that those guys collaborated with Israel. It seems like they are at least from what little I could find from them, it appeared that they were they had ties to Al Qaeda in the past. They participated in the kidnapping of Gilad Shalit, and I think that they were more extreme than Hamas or something, and they had been against Hamas. And then I know that there were other ones, but that's the one that everyone's been talking about because they were the ones who were getting executed. And initially
so
I
their whole
thought, yeah,
story was about the Saleh Jafarawi thing, that they got accused of basically doing a retribution killing on him. That's all alleged. Like, I don't know what came out of that.
they
But
denied
they
that
did
they did
give
it. They said they
they
didn't
did
do
come
it.
out with
Hmm?
Yeah, I saw the statement. They came out and said we gave martyrs away to the cause and whatnot. Honestly, I don't know a lot about the clan situations in Gaza, but I do know is like a lot of the influence they have is it's pretty marginal, to say the
Oh yeah.
at best. Some people want to overplay like the areas they control, like the type of weapons and ammunitions they have, or some sort of civil war type situation that's people are hoping to happen. But yeah, that's not the situation on the ground.
Yeah, that's fair. And then I think there was oh, and the other one was
I mean, what do you think about the collaboration take? Do you think like it's too far? Do you think like, do you understand like somewhat? Do you think it's fair? Like, what are your thoughts?
I don't think that it's entirely unfair, I guess, if I'm being completely honest. Although I do disagree with the execution thing. Just because but that's just because I have a moral opposite, like I don't agree with the death penalty, in part pragmatically, but yeah, then also otherwise. And I guess because I don't trust Hamas, I feel like my take is a little bit more like in a vacuum. Yes, I'm not opposed to punishing collaborators if they are doing it primarily for selfish reasons. Like they just want money and they just want to, get out or whatever. And they're basically willing to sell out Palestinians to do so. And they don't care what happens to them. Like if those are the kinds of people that you're talking about, then I mean, yeah, you know what, fuck them. But I don't know how many, of those people are necessarily actually collaborators. Cause yeah, it feels,
Yeah,
it's all very
you're not gonna trust
complicated.
Hamas on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not gonna, because Hamas just labels everybody a collaborator that they don't like. So, which is, and I mean, like that's obviously like a weapon that they use and whatnot. But otherwise, yeah, I don't like. I think
Honestly,
it's
part of the reason I gave that take is like a lot of sentiment I was seeing, like chatting, debating, is like, oh, maybe it is a good thing if you collaborate with Israel. Maybe it is the moral way to go about things, or help Gaza, or Gazans should engage in this conflict. Like, definitely not. Like, like I said a few times, like, why do you want Palestinians to die? Like, that's how I feel like when someone says something
yeah.
like that.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's also not like even like I guess realistically speaking, it's not a good thing for Palestinians to collaborate with Israel because all that does is put a target on their back. Like
Exactly.
even like Netanyahu or anyone in the Israeli government saying good things about the anti-Hamas protesters wasn't good either, and they really should have just not said anything, because otherwise, like all they're doing is basically giving a gift to Hamas because then they can just point at those statements and say, "See, these people are all collaborators or whatever," So yeah, like that's not because of the extent to which that it's not a good idea. And obviously, like I don't necessarily think that I don't know. How here's like a take that I would put forward in terms of like what I think. I always have like I always say like this is what Israel needs to do and this is what the Palestinians need to do or whatever. When I am talking to people, depending on which side of a person that I'm talking to. I always kind of like to say that for the Palestinians, I think that what they should do is, and I would hope that like Marwan Barghouti would do this if he gets out of prison, is like essentially stop doing terrorism and sort of confine your do like civil disobedience or whatever, and yeah, that will probably result in some people getting beat up or some people dying. Farm those clips like Martin Luther King Jr. did. In order to get the outrage of the world and give the Israelis absolutely no excuse. And also say, hey, Israel, we're willing to negotiate. We would like to negotiate with you for our state. And then at that point, the ball is in Israel's court. And if Israel still turns around and says, no, you terrorist fucks, even though the Palestinians aren't doing terrorism, then I think that like the world turns on them even harder. And I also think that the Israeli left would be empowered by this too, if they saw this, because I think a lot of Israelis would be like, oh, hey, you know what? This seems really bad what we're doing to these people who aren't even doing anything. Like they're not even attacking us. Why are we doing
Yeah,
this?
absolutely hopeful for that path.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm saying like I'm absolutely hopeful that we can be on a path like that because the constant violence, the violent armed resistance hasn't done much good in the last 70, 80 years. But also
Yeah.
like one thing that it's like the sentiment that I feel like it just takes the United States to actually apply pressure, like you've seen in the last deal in the last couple of days with J.D. Vance visiting and doing a speech in the Knesset, and I feel like it's just the U.S. People in Israel they definitely care about, even the more people on the left side and the more reasonable and moderate people, they definitely care about what the world thinks. But I feel like the more extreme elements of Israeli society wouldn't mind being a pariah rogue state if it means that can do what they want to do.
I think
without
that
any.
I think Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and those guys definitely don't care what the rest of the world thinks. I do think that Bibi must, to a certain extent, just based on the actions that he is taking, or at the very least, he cares about what America thinks. But he probably doesn't, or I imagine that when Trump got elected, he probably thought that it meant that he could do whatever he wanted. And
Yeah.
so far, that has kind of been the case.
That backfired on him. I mean,
yeah,
that certainly was the case with the Qatar strike, and he overplayed his hand.
Yeah, he definitely did do that. Unfortunately, when it comes to the Palestinians, it seems like he could do whatever he wanted because they did that the aid blockade shit, and like Trump didn't do anything about it. I think until he faced some pressure at home, and then their response was to do that incredibly ridiculously stupid GHF stuff. And it just didn't. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I think obviously, yeah, Trump is probably willing to put some pressure on the Palestinians. I don't know if it's going to be as much pressure as Biden put, or not the Palestinians, the Israelis. And I'm also not sure, like, I mean, hell, even the deal that they signed, like, there's not the language in there about a Palestinian state. It's like, we will, think about it in the future. We'll make a plan
Pathways
to
and
make a plan.
horizons and whatnot.
Yeah. It's just so vague. And
I mean, there's a lot of issues with the deal, the timelines, like there's like a lot of issues with that. But yeah, at least it's still somewhat standing. But yeah.
At least, yeah, that's true. And at least it also says the Palestinians will not be expelled from the Gaza Strip, which, I mean, I don't necessarily think it was too terribly difficult to get Bibi to agree to that. Well, maybe not the expelling part, but, like, because I don't know that Bibi actually wants to go in there and settle Gaza. He probably would ethnically cleanse the Palestinians if he could get away with it, but I think he knows that he probably couldn't, and that would destroy. Like, I feel like he's at least a little bit more intelligent than that, or he's not as... But it doesn't. He's like kind of beholden to Ben-Gvir and Smotrich in a lot of ways too. So yeah, I don't know. It's like, and I mean that's his own fault. He's the one who decided to like
He might
make
have
a
an
deal with
extreme
that.
ideology, but yeah, he's definitely a pragmatist. He doesn't do unhinged, crazy shit relative to Israel and the Middle East.
Yeah, like to an extent, he's a well, I mean, I don't know. Actually, it's funny when we say that because, like, I've also talked to Israelis who feel like Bibi doesn't even really necessarily believe in anything, and that he's like very much an opportunist, and that he'll just take. I mean, like, hell, if the Palestinians did all that stuff that I said before, it is entirely possible that Bibi might just turn around and say, "Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. 2-state solution." Yeah, like who the fuck knows? Like, I don't know. Like, he might just do whatever. Like, I think he wants to get that deal with Saudi Arabia, like, to normalize relations with them. I think that, like, that's something that he probably wants. Like, whatever will make him look good, I feel like he'd probably try and do it. So, yeah, he's not... But, unfortunately, that also means empowering fucking crazy people, so...
And that he does, yeah. Whether it be Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, or Hamas for a little while.
Yeah. And I know there's other crazy people in the Israeli government too that nobody talks about either, but that I even necessarily know the names of. I should actually ask Sev about that because I think he was saying like Ben-Gvir is not even like the most crazy or the worst person, but yeah, I know. I think Simcha Rockman was another one, but I think he's just a Knesset member. But yeah, okay. I mean, that's yeah. I don't know if the United States, like, yes, I do think the Americans can probably apply a lot of pressure. I don't think that they can stop Israel from doing certain things, but I think there's a lot that they could stop them from doing, if they really really tried. But
I mean,
yeah,
there's been talks about releasing Marwan Barghouthi. His wife was calling out for President Trump, and I heard some reports that he was considering it.
yeah, I did see
I mean,
that. That'd be
that's major.
Yeah, oh yeah, that would be really, really good. Now that's one of those things where I don't know if BB would listen, but maybe we'll see. But that's just because of what I've heard from, like, I guess probably like very black-pilled Israelis who say that like there's no way that that's going to happen because of Sinwar and how releasing him arguably like helped lead to October 7th and stuff, which I think is pretty ridiculous because these are two very different people. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It would be cool if that happened, though. Although I don't think Trump actually knows who he is. I think.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Trump is like, someone told him about it, and he's like, "You'll be the first president to talk about it or release him or actually release him," and he wanted to do that. Like, you got to get Trump on the right incentives.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe if you do that, maybe you'll win that Nobel Peace Prize there, Donald. Yeah, that's probably something that. Aw, hello. I have cat. Do you have a cat, Dante?
Yeah, I used to have a cat in Jordan. I'm in the process of adopting a cat now.
Aw,
Gonna be a couple of weeks.
you'll have to post all the pictures. Wait, you lived in Jordan?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I did not
I
know
grew up in
that.
Jordan.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. And then
I
you
got a complicated background, yeah.
and then you came to Canada?
Yeah, I grew up in Jordan up until I was like 2, moved back to Canada, did elementary school up until like 2nd grade, moved back to Jordan. During that time, I was moving between the West Bank and Jordan. So it was a hectic. But yeah, I've spent like half my life here in Canada, half my life in Jordan and the West Bank.
Oh, Ron is asking where in Jordan, but you don't have to say if you
Man,
Oh. Oh, that's the
the
that's
capital.
that's the capital, right? Yeah. That's interesting is oh yeah, and we're in the West Bank.
Yeah, I was between Khalil, Hebron, Ramallah, Ram, sometimes Jerusalem. Not that much though.
I'm surprised that I don't know if it's changed. Maybe it has. Yeah, I don't know how old you are, so it's like although this must have been after the second Intifada. Like, was it easy to get across the border from Jordan into the West Bank?
I mean, it's never been easy. It's always been like a hassle. Always been closures. Always been incidents, detainments, incidents at the bridge. But yeah, it's like half and half. It's never been awfully easy. It's never been awfully hard. But you can get around. But that's for me. Like, some people, they don't even have that opportunity. Like,
Oh yeah.
for me, because I have like Canadian citizenship and I have the passport, it's kind of easier for me. But a lot of people, they don't get that opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, because you could, if you're a Jordanian citizen, would I mean, I know that you are
Like,
also, but or
yeah, I don't like. I didn't even try to get into the territories with my Jordanian documents. Like, I didn't even want to try to do that.
okay. Oh, yeah, because it would have been the Israelis that would be determining whether or not you could go in or out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they probably wouldn't let you. Although I'm wondering if the other way around is true, getting into Jordan getting into Jordan from the West Bank. I'm assuming that if you have Jordanian citizenship, they'll let you through. But I'm guessing that if you just have Palestinian citizenship, they won't, because
Yeah, like, there's multiple forms of like documents you have. Like, you were talking about something interesting on stream about how Gazans, they can't leave, they can't go to the other neighboring countries, whether even inside Israel or the West Bank. It's because, like, they call them Ghazawi, That's what they call them, Jordan, everywhere else. It basically means you have no papers, you have no documents, you have nothing. So you basically, even if you got out of the strip somehow, you're not going to be living decently anywhere else.
Yeah, they're stateless is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Like even the
Okay.
papers they have, IDs, it's basically nothing.
Yeah, but if you're from the West Bank, do you get like a Palestinian passport that says State of Palestine on it?
Yeah. Also in Jordan, if you're like, there's something called Abna Urduniyat. It's if your father is a Palestinian who doesn't have a Jordanian citizenship, you would get like some sort of document because your mother is Jordanian, but you wouldn't get the passport.
Oh, okay. Damn,
So
that's
it's a lot of finicky shenanigans type of things. Somewhat, it's designed to kind of fuck up the Palestinian a little in keeping them forever refugees. But it's also somewhat in for a good cause. But it's like, yeah, it's complicated.
yeah, that refugee stuff just seems really crazy to me, but I mean that's like another I also feel like a solution to the Palestinian refugee problem obviously like will be them getting a state. Although I don't know if all the Palestinian refugees in the Middle East will necessarily like if that state will be able to bear all of them or whatever. But I guess like that will depend. Like I feel like maybe in some cases some of them should maybe be allowed or they should choose, I guess, or be allowed to if they want to be stay in the countries they're living in now, they should be allowed to become citizens there. And then obviously Israel should take some number of them too. Particularly like maybe certain Nakba survivors who still remain and like some of their families or like their immediate families or whatever. Like that would probably be good. But yeah, I guess it
I mean, this might be naive from me, but honestly, everything you said is doable. I feel like the only thing that's stopping that is like political will and money. Like, who's going to be given that money for all that stuff to be happening? But I definitely think it's doable. Like in the
yeah.
context of a peace deal or whenever a peace deal happens and a two-state solution, of course.
Yeah, I think that it should like I mean, I don't know. I imagine that like to a certain extent maybe you could get some of the European countries to pitch in. And also maybe some of them could take some of those Palestinian refugees if they couldn't necessarily be absorbed in the Middle East, if that's where they want to go. But I guess it would depend on who wants to go where, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Cuz I don't know how many Palestinian refugees are living in the Middle East itself in comparison to like ones who are like refugees who don't have citizenship. In comparison to like
Jordan has the most. In Jordan, it's about anywhere between 4 to 6 million. It's almost half the population, a little under. I know Syria, Lebanon, they have also a major population in the millions between the both of them. Maybe a million, 1.5. Egypt, not so much. But yeah, I don't know the exact population, but there's a decent amount outside diaspora and refugees. I'm not even counting the people in like in the Americas, Canada.
yeah.
There's also a major population in Latin America.
Oh yeah, but because
God knows what's going to happen with all these people in a peace deal context.
yeah, well, I mean, I guess like it would depend. Like I imagine, for example, that most of the Palestinians who live in like let's say the United States or Canada or Europe probably would like just be okay with staying there, but they'd like the option to be able to go back to Palestine if they want to. But I would assume, like, I don't know, like if there was a Palestinian state, would you want to go back and live there, or would you like to be in Canada, or do you just want to be able to go and visit?
Well, for me, it's easy because like half my family, more than half my family, they already live there between Jerusalem, between Ramallah and Hebron. It's like 20 to 30% of my family during the 67. They moved. They were in Jordan, Mafraq to be exact at the time. But the rest were in the Jerusalem areas. They were in Hebron. They were in Ramallah. So we already got roots there between Jordan and. So I'm not against it. I would move if it made sense for me personally. But yeah, I would understand why someone would want to do that if there's like a right incentive economically, culturally, a sense of belonging, sense of home. Like that's major. Just Palestinians feeling like they can have a place, state they can call home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, like it I mean, like, I don't know how many of them would want to stay in the surrounding Arab countries either, because apparently they don't get treated very well there. I mean, I even hear in Jordan they got to deal with a lot of shit if you're not citizen. I don't know how many Palestinians, if they revoked their citizenship. I think I had heard that initially in 48 they all got given, or they all got citizenship, and then like I think there was something where it was either taken away or they didn't. Yeah.
Honestly, like I feel like that's overstated sometimes. Like what the sentiment of what Arabs think about Palestinians, especially in Jordan. Like half the population in Jordan is like Palestinian, and you had major conflicts inside Black September and whatnot. And there's like a saying like "Sha'ib wahad mish sha'bain." It's like one people, not two. It's like a brotherly connection type of thing. And majorly the people that see the like the sentiment, the hate is like an online type of thing, memes on IG. I see a lot of that stuff. I don't know if you know about like the slurs that we get called Belgians and we call the Jordanians British. That's a thing. But yeah, it's like the hate is kind of overplayed, but also because I lived a lot of my a lot of my life in Jordan. Like I never seen that. Like I have Jordanian citizenship, but even like people would ask you, that's like a common question is where you're from. You would say you're Jordanian. He was like, no, you're not Jordanian. You're Palestinian. He's like, yes, I'm Palestinian. Where are you from Palestine. Like people would know who's Jordanian, who's not. So that's also a thing. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's like discrimination.
Okay, yeah. Actually, in Jordan in particular, it sounds like it's better than like in a lot of other. I mean, like I think in Lebanon, a lot of Palestinians still live in
Lebanon
refugee
is the
camps.
worst. Like
Yeah,
Lebanon is the worst place to be a Palestinian.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because because Lebanon is super obsessed with their weird demographic shit. And they don't
Yeah.
want to let them all become citizens because then it'll fuck up their like civil war, their post Civil War power sharing shit. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, like Jordanian and Palestinians, like they've been living together since before. Like there was a Jordan, before there was a Palestine or a British mandate. So
Oh yeah.
we've been sharing the same land together. So
Yeah,
but
because
Lebanon, yeah, I see the online sentiment also. It's like a lot of crazy far right Christian nationalist phalangist types, and they're not happy.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, like like Lebanon probably, like people who live there probably are going to want to, go home to Palestine, like the Palestinian refugees that are there and stuff. And yeah, like maybe in the other Arab countries, they, I don't know. I guess like it'll depend, like what people want to do and whatnot. Oh, Ron in chat was asking, wait, you also lived in Jerusalem, you said. Do you have Israeli residence or a blue ID card then? I mean, you lived in Jerusalem before they annexed it, right?
No, I was never a resident. I was always like they were family homes, like my uncles, my distant family. But me and my dad, like we never lived there.
Oh,
We were
okay.
always in Jordan. Yeah, but we always visited and lived there, like summers and occasions and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Nice. I see. Ray says the thing where you don't get citizenship through your mother in Jordan also exists in the UAE for Emirati mothers. Seems like a general Arab country thing. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's an Arab thing. It's honestly it's kind of crazy. It's kind of archaic also, especially when it comes to the Gulf countries because they're very weary about their populations because they're basically non-existent. They're a very minute group of people. The Emiratis, the Qataris.
Oh, you mean they have like really small populations and they all like live
Yeah.
in cities and stuff? And there's not, yeah.
Like most of the population of Qatar is foreign workers.
Oh, right. Yes. That's interesting actually that's, yeah. I mean, and I think it's Saudi Arabia, a lot of it's like that's a huge ass country, but I don't know how many people actually live there or like because a lot of it is desert, I think. But
I think last I saw it was about I want to say 50 million.
oh, okay. Well,
Something like
that's
that.
still quite a lot.
Oh no, it's not. It's 35.
Oh, yeah.
35. I think it was like half. I think half was the Saudis, and the other half was like foreign workers on visas and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So they do the same thing too. Hopefully things there are better than they are in I think it was the UAE where they do like the crazy slave stuff where like foreign workers get treated real bad.
All the Gulf countries are completely fucked in that regard. Like it's a disaster. Like honestly, like human rights situations, economically, the kafala system, what they do with the documents, the residencies. It's like it's a very brutal system. It's getting better the last like 5-10 years. It's been honestly like on a massive improvement, but yeah, it has existed there. Like the maid stuff, honestly, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. Like it's the thing that rubs me the wrong way the most. It's like basically maids in the Gulf countries are basically slaves.
Oof.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's not good. For reference, all of Arizona has just over 7.5 million people. I don't actually know how. Well, I mean, I think there's I think there's like 9 or 8 million people living in Israel, and that's a tiny ass country. Like as my general overall frame of reference, like I was shocked how small it was when I found out like the extent, or like Gaza in particular. Gaza is even tinier. Like I think like you could walk across it, and you could walk like you could walk the width and the length of it. I think, and a lot of people did.
In less than a day, yeah.
Yeah. Like that's why we saw those lines of people that were just like walking back to the north or whatever, because it's not that far, which is crazy how small it is. Oh yeah, 10 million people are in Israel. Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm trying to think of like what else there is. Damn. Should I get David in here so you guys can scream at each other?
Where's Avi?
It's Shabbat. Avi's
Oh,
not
yeah, yeah, yeah.
allowed on the computer right now. You cannot add him in the Discord and say mean things about him, and he won't be able to respond until tomorrow night.
Hell yeah, I'll be abusing that.
Yes, other people have already started to. But yeah, I mean, actually, we might be able to do something tomorrow, like in the evening for him once Shabbat is over. Maybe if you wanted to argue with him. I don't know exactly what the deal, like why he was asking all those questions about like Palestinian statehood or whatever. Although now or like what
I don't
Palestinian
know. He's
identity.
about to hit me with the craziest argument about why Palestinians are not real or some shit like that.
Yeah, that was my worry that he was gonna do that. But I mean, I'm doing a bit of a different thing here than Loner Chord, or at least I'm gonna try to. I want to do like a thing where like people who are further.
Free speech?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. Or rather,
honestly, I'm for that. Honestly, I was never for Avi getting banned from Loner Chord. I don't even know what the specific reason was. I thought it was like, meh, okay.
I mean,
But
apparently,
yeah,
I think it's because that there is a belief that he is probably a mask-on, like pretty right-wing person.
He might be.
Yeah.
I'm still on that train. He might be an actual settler. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm on the fence about that.
He might be one of the guys I threw rocks at. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he lives on one of the outposts. I don't know. But yeah, no, I want to do a different thing here where like, yeah, it'll be, yes, free speech, but not like 100% obviously, because like people still can't violate Discord TOS and stuff. But I'm going to have basically a section of the Discord where I'm going to allow for that kind of thing. And then like for the rest of it, it'll be more chill. But like, so like not quite like Gay Baby Jail, because there's going to be multiple channels and multiple voice chats for people to go into, but that's what I want to do. And then if people get out of hand and they start taking their shit outside of the debate section of the Discord, then I'll just lock them in there and they won't be able to go to the other parts of the Discord.
Based.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. And then anyone else can go in there and fight with them if they want to. Kind of like Gay Baby Jail, but bigger. And Yeah, like there's already a few people in here that I think would have fit that. That if that fucking Abby dude hadn't like been a giant troll, he definitely would have been the people. Oh, he definitely would have gone in there. That guy who said he like basically supported Hamas and he was a fan of Bad and Did you see that guy at all, or did you miss him completely?
I saw like I interacted with him a few times. Like I didn't know what this guy was on. He did seem like a massive troll, but he said he was like an alt of someone, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, he said he had like a bazillion alts because he obviously kept getting banned from places. Like he says he has an alt in Lone Records still.
Yeah, he said like he's active on Loner Cord, so that was sus.
Yeah, I don't know who he is, if he's actually like that's weird. But I mean he must be
Could be a
incredibly
psyop troll.
Yeah, I mean he was definitely a troll. Because when he came on Voice to Talk to me, it was like he just didn't answer any of my questions, and then he kind of was pausing for a really long time to like look things up, and then he started talking about how he owned Loner in a debate, and then started talking about how he owned me in this debate, even though he didn't really do anything. I don't know. It was just really weird. And then when I tried to like further ask him questions or whatever, I think he said something about how it was unproductive, and then he just left, and then he left the Discord. So yeah, I think he was a troll. But which makes me sad.
What about Fire?
No, I don't think Fire's a troll. I don't agree with Fire. And the extent whether or not Fire is allowed outside of the gay baby prison, as Pat just called it inside of in chat, although I don't know if I'm gonna call it that. I'm still trying to decide. I don't know whether or not Fire will be allowed outside of there, but I guess it'll depend on like the extent to which that he interacts. Because I feel like he can be chill, and as long as he understands that and he doesn't like start getting into some weird shit, like outside of it, then
Well, yeah, it
yeah.
doesn't take much to make him go nuts, especially when he gets dogpiled. But yeah, I can sympathize with that a bit. Yeah, but he can get a bit testy. Let's just say that.
Yes. Well, I mean, David's the same way, to be honest with you. So.
Oh yeah, David. We gotta talk with David about Marwan Barghouti. He's not a fan.
I know.
He's not a fan, and he's not a fan of the community. Basically supporting a reformed Marwan.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, he got real triggered when I put Free Marwan in my name, which I thought was funny, and then I kept it there because it made him so mad, but I also do believe it, so I'm just gonna leave it there. But yeah, I have talked to him about that, but yes, I would be happy to talk to him about that again, because I think that he just lets perfect be the enemy of the good. God damn it, Chase. We are not talking about Mamdani with David ever again unless something interesting actually happens. It's such a boring conversation. Also, I feel like David will just lose his mind if anybody asks him about that because I think he's sick of talking about it. But yeah, I don't know. David like kind of he gets dogpiled a lot in Loner Cord too. Depending on what time of day it is. On other times of day, it's you're getting dogpiled. And yeah, I feel like it sort of depends on like who is awake and when people are around. But I don't know. Yeah, what is your impression about that? Because I keep hearing arguments from both like pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel people in Loner Cord, and each one says that they feel like Lego Fortnite is too full of people from the other side or something, which kind of makes me feel like they're doing something right, but yeah.
Honestly, like I feel like it's been like a perfect balance. Like sometimes the people do you remember Zed? Zed, he left a while ago. He was like ZX, his name was. He was very active. He was like a pro-Palestinian guy, and he's from Jordan also. But he left and said, "Yeah, it's getting a bit much, and I don't feel like arguing and debating too many people from the other side." And it's funny to hear that the other side is saying that too. Also, Jax, he doesn't interact as much, so I don't know where's that sentiment coming from.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, like, I know there are specific people in there. Also, I'm sorry, but like, I think that Zip is, if there's anybody in Loner Cord.
I mean, you gotta let Zip out. Zip is the only one who's bringing the heat. He's the only one who's bringing the heat and defending and doing. He's using dirty tactics, but yeah,
You just want me to let Zip out because that you feel like that would because for the content. That's actually why you want Zip to be let out, isn't it? Because you want him
For
to
the
be able
con
to
for the
yes.
double C's. It's for the double C's. The content and the cause. For the
Oh
content
my
and the
god.
cause.
I mean, unfortunately, I have seen things that Zip has said that are pretty fucking bad, and I kind of feel like I should not, like, I don't. But if people want to argue with him, like, he can go, like, they can go to gay baby jail and do it. Like, he's in there. It's not like he can't talk. But I don't know. Like, I think the problem is that like David. People don't like David, and he's always really annoying when he acts Model UN and shit, or like at least he comes across that way to a lot of people. And I don't think that really particularly helps. Although other people at Model UN, like I think you did it a couple of times. Like I don't know, people just add us too much, and it's fucking annoying.
I do it in like meme ways when I'm like when it's meme and fun, but David does it all the time because he's always fucking crying about something. Like honestly, it got to a point it was like every other hour David was like adding someone from the mods, adding loner box. It was crazy.
You were really, it was Mimi. Well, I hope you understand that as a result of your Mimi actions, that your actions hurt your fellow Lego Fortniters and resulted in the slow mode being turned up. Because that's usually
What?
yes. That's how we that's how we decided to no, I don't know if it was you specifically, but that is how
No, I do it in gay baby jail. I do it in gay baby
oh,
jail. I don't do it in
okay. I could have swore that you did it in or in Lego Fortnite at least once or twice, but yes, that's
Yeah, once or
usually
twice, definitely.
that's usually what happens is I think that's Embo Man's rule. We just increase the Lego Fortnite
I actually did not know that.
slow mode.
Yeah, you can thank David for that. People, chat.
I mean, it might have been him, but I don't know. I can't remember if it was him the first time. It actually maybe it was. Now that I think about it, I think it might have been.
I remember a couple of weeks ago, maybe not a couple. It was like a month ago. It was like up to a minute
Yes.
after like a heated settler debate or something.
Yes. Yeah. Basically, anytime Lego Fortnite is exploding and we feel like people in there are acting like children, and then they start adding the mods, then yeah, I think that I think that at that point, then we it's time to turn up the slow mode, and that was when that happened. But yeah, it's kind of silly, I think.
But honestly, it's so interesting to hear that each of the sides is saying, "Oh, you got more people of the other side," because I feel like it's completely the other way. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying we should run a poll on that and see.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it very much depends on who is awake. Honestly, like
and what does pro-Israel and pro-Palestine mean? Yeah, because
yeah.
it gets murky.
I also hate that dichotomy as well too. Like I think it's very stupid, but yeah.
Like if David says he's pro Palestine, like I don't know what that means honestly.
Oh no, well, I mean, he doesn't like or at least I would hope that he wouldn't say that. I think that he would say that he's pro-Israel, but he's also pro-two states. So I don't know, or at least he seems to be, unless like you don't think. Do you think David is like mask on, like a secret BB supporter or something?
David is an intriguing character, to say the least. I don't know what he is, but I know he acts bad faith. I know he has good arguments. I know he can be really smart and insightful sometimes, but I think there's something wrong with him. I don't know.
I think I don't know. I got a soft spot for David, but I mean, that's the other problem too, right?
Honestly, I'm not hating on David because we got like a fun dynamic going on, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no, David doesn't want you banned either.
Fighting,
so
though, like fighting.
Yes. David is young.
He wished on me to be settled. I wished on him a certain polygon figure on him. And
oh yeah, that was something that he complained about. I think that might have been I don't know, yeah, where he added the mods.
Oh, that was a bit much.
yeah, I think where he said like I believe that is a violent threat or something. And yeah, I thought it was Zip that did that. I forgot that was you. but
was funny.
it was, yeah, that I mean, looking back, yes, that was very funny. Yeah. I don't know, it seems like I feel like maybe David just isn't around when Zip says the most insane unhinged shit that he says. So maybe that's why the examples given haven't been great. But I've seen other things that Zip has said that don't seem, but I don't know. I'll have to like look it
Yeah,
up to
even
see the
sometimes
context.
like I go like when Zip says something, I go like, oof, like, oh my god, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
I think he's just going I don't know. He's just like way too belligerent and like
yeah.
accusing people of being genocidal and shit. It's pretty ridiculous. Um but yeah. Oh my
I don't want to be
god.
gossiping a lot about people in chat and Lego Fortnite, but there's been a certain character, I don't want to mention his name. He's been sus. He's
Oh.
been his name starts with a D. I'm gonna
Wow, that really
not
narrows it
David.
down.
No, not
I know.
David. It was some not David.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
all right. Well, thank you for providing this interesting drama slop. You can DM that to me so that I can actually like look this person up because now I'm curious, but you don't have to I won't say it. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get a whole thing started here. Yeah,
Oh, you
you
don't
are
have to
gossiping.
I won't say anything to anybody. Now I'm just curious. I just want to know who you're talking about, but um I'm not gonna like ban any or like yeah. Like I
No, I know.
usually
I'm not even calling for bans. I just want content and drama, to be honest. I want to
oh,
yeah.
you just want loner core drama? Oh god. I mean, I think that I mean obviously I don't like I think meme loner core drama is more fun. Like the like doing the tribunals and stuff. Like that kind of stuff is entertaining rather than like serious drama like the thing that happened like back at the beginning of the year, you know.
Yeah,
Um
I feel like that's more of a Destiny thing, like the drama, the content out of the drama. Like, yeah, that's
yeah,
a Destiny thing. But
exactly.
honestly, like during that time, like the 2020 year, I'm sure you were there. Like when there was Lab, there was the ABBA panels, there was Mr. Girl. That
Yeah.
was like some content. People were complaining about it even back then. They were saying like, "Oh, we want more debate." But the viewership, like the content itself, was like over the top. It was like so good. But yeah, people even then were complaining about it. But now they miss it.
I think it's ridiculous that I don't think people know what they want. Honestly, I don't
Yeah.
miss that at all. I think that like at the time I enjoyed it, sure, but then it ran its course and it got really stupid. And like now I just think there's like a level of it, a lot of it is just dumb and I don't know. I would prefer, but I do miss like as far as Destiny streams go, I do miss like the fact that he used to have people to talk to. But I mean, obviously, he has no one to blame for that but himself. So yeah, like that he doesn't have people just being able to jump into his Discord and stuff.
Yeah, that was like his whole thing. Like one of his main things is the random jump-ins, the small content creators bringing on debating. Like that was,
Yeah.
man, that's all gone.
Yeah, I know. And yeah, like that's obviously that's very unfortunate and stuff. And
Honestly, like I feel like it's been a while since like I watched consumed hours of Destiny, but I feel like he's gotten so bitter, so off the edge. It's like consumed him.
yeah, I don't know if I mean like I think I probably watched him more than you, although now mostly I just watch him like if nobody else is live or whatever, or like if there's something going on that I think would be interesting. Like I tuned in for his debate with Myron, which was
Yeah,
a fucking shit show. But
Myron is a fucking he's a doofus. He's an unhinged character. Like I don't know what's
yeah.
going on with him.
Yeah. I mean, how does it feel that people like that and then like the crazy leftist people are your advocates? Like it must I don't know. That shit just seems like
Like
goddamn.
honestly, I try to ignore it. Like I don't focus on them and try to say like they don't have any importance. But a lot of people bring them up and say, yeah, these are the representation of the pro-Palestine side, the pro-Arab side, or whatever the fuck. But honestly, like I can see that point, but it's been something I've been complaining about. Like all these pop brands slash activists, streamers, fucking YouTubers, like they don't represent nothing. Like most of them are like LARPers. They don't know what they're talking about. The history. It's like a trend, something to latch on. So I don't put much stock into it, but I know a lot of people, they focus on that. They make drama out of it, content. but I try to ignore those voices and not give them any power.
Yeah, I mean, I wish that like that. I mean, maybe it's just because I am steeped in this. It sort of feels like, to a certain extent, some of that stuff has like seeped into the mainstream, and I find that annoying. But obviously, in your case, like like yeah, I completely understand, because if I was in your position, like I'd probably want to video game myself if I looked around and saw that like these were like my advocates or whatever. But yeah, it's just like I don't know. It
Like
kind
to
of
some extent, some of these like not the most unhinged characters. Like I do see the benefit of having like the advocacy and like the attention it brings to the cause. But I honestly, like, I don't know if it's overall been like a negative. It's been a negative or it's been a positive.
Yeah, I feel like maybe
Like
for Palestinians themselves, it might be a negative if like you have the whole Western world cheering you on or whatever to resist until victory and all that shit. That's probably not been helpful, but I don't know. It's just like
it's not even that, because that aspect of that aspect's already Palestinians. You don't need to tell a Palestinian that, he already believes that. But it's more like the characters that are getting labeled as pro-Palestinian, like the Tucker Carlsons, like the Nick Fuenteses
Oh
of the world, the
yeah.
Myron Gaines. Like these people are not our allies. Like they might say the occasional something. We've been saying, like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, the pointing thing. Whoop, 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 whoop. We've been saying that. We said that a while ago. They might say the occasional thing that's true, but yeah, overall, these people like they're not our allies. Not to mention the fact they're absolute unhinged extremists. But I just don't
Yeah.
want to see Palestinians be looking at these people as role models.
Oh yeah, true. We need a slop sounder for this show now. Yes, we probably do, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much slop I actually want to do. Although to me, watching that Majority Report shit, that's slop. Like I don't really think that yeah, that I mean, although it is basically anytime I do slop, I would like it to be like politically like for it to still have a political bent to it. Like I'm not really interested in covering streamers' interpersonal dramas or whatever, but yeah, I feel like that ran its course a while ago. Okay, I'm trying to think of like if I got anything else or if there is anything else. Hello, cat. I'm just gonna.
I was gonna ask you a question about the whole Dan saga that happened. I don't know, it was a couple of days ago. I watched some of it, but I missed most of it. He sounded really unhinged. Like I don't know what the gist of what I got from it is. He's like willing to lie about all sorts of things. He's willing to embellish all sorts of things, lead people into false conclusions if it makes Hassan look bad and makes him completely like a pariah. Is that right?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I was helping my brother out with a tech thing and I did not watch that. And I feel like I am better for it. I think I tuned in a couple of times during parts of it when Tony came in and started yelling at Dan and apparently purity testing him over Destiny. But that's about all that I saw. That. And that did not give me a great impression. But also, I feel like Dan does not necessarily advocate for himself particularly well. Or he
like,
says,
even Loner got pissed off at Dan.
Yeah, which I can believe. And also, like, there are aspects of Dan's, like, ridiculous campaign against Twitch that I don't agree with either. Like, I don't think that it's a good idea to, basically be aligning yourself with people like Elon Musk or whatever, even though he's not necessarily doing, like, that. But, or like, even putting any kind of goodness into those congressional hearings, because I don't think that's good, because I know that the people who are doing it are going to, like, they're not, like, they don't have good intentions, and they don't actually care about any of this, and they're just using it to attack their political opponents. And they might not even do it now, because everyone's forgotten about the Charlie Kirk shit. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Charlie Kirk thing. It was like a week of content, and that's about it. Done.
Yeah, like everyone is just like no one's really talking about that anymore. So, you know, it's kind of so I don't even know if they'll actually bring those people before Congress or not.
But honestly, like I feel like what rubs people the wrong way about Dan and the way he's going about things is he's acting like he's some sort of moral beacon, like he's the righteous God or some bullshit like that. Like, motherfucker, you're doing this out of spite. Like, just say it's out of spite, and everyone can understand it and somewhat empathize with it. But don't be saying it's all for like righteous reasons, and it's the anti-Semitism, even though that's somewhat true, but he overdoes it. But yeah, motherfucker, you're doing this out of spite. Like he's been hating Hassan like 2, 3, 4, more than 5 years now, and he's been trying to get him. Not that
Wait,
I'm a fan of him or
wait, who?
consumed him, but
Dan has been hating Hassan? I feel like Dan never cared about Hassan until very recently. I think Dan was even like friendly with Hassan, certainly friendlier than Destiny. Or did you say Destiny has been hating Hassan?
like Destiny, he's been on the Hassan hate train for a while. Even Dan started like going after Hassan after the October 7 like takes and all that shit.
Oh, god damn it. I keep forgetting. It's been like, what is it, 3 years? Holy fuck. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You're
no.
right. Yeah, he has. Yeah, like basically ever since Hassan like went crazy mask off, like terrorist supporter. Yeah, at that point, Dan has, I think, started caring about him and gone after him then. I think Destiny has hated Hassan for a lot longer, although I think it's mostly been for political reasons. And then later on it was not just that but more than that, but because I remember I was watching Destiny when he was friends with Hassan. Like I remember when Hassan first came on stream, because Hassan was, or because Destiny is or like I've been watching Destiny since like 2017, since I think late 2017. And like I remember when Hassan showed up and when they were friends, and then like when they divorced, as people in the community kind of called it. And then like the big leftist purge that happened from Destiny's community, and all that shit that went down there. And I feel like for a while, Hassan just after I think after like Hassan got like 10K, started getting like 10K plus viewers, he just stopped talking about Destiny. Like he would not mention him by name. And then suddenly that changed a little bit more recently, and I don't know exactly why that was. But yeah, it got kind of weird, or it has gotten really weird now, to the point where it feels like Hassan just wants to, I don't know, like, I guess Destiny lives in a luxury condo in Hassan's head with his rent always paid or something. I don't know. Yeah, because Destiny is his George Soros. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you're right,
I
though.
remember a little while ago, like neither would mention each other. It's like it'd be like months and months before like you'd mention each other, but now it's like every day.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. Like, Destiny would occasionally react to Hassan stuff, but it wasn't like he was constantly talking about him. It was usually like somebody sent him like a clip or whatever of Hassan saying some unhinged shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And that would be it. Like, it wasn't, yeah. And like, I think there were long periods of time where like Hassan just didn't get talked about because he just wasn't doing anything. But now it's constant. It's gotten really funny. I wish Hassan would talk to him because that would be such good content, but alas. Or I wish Hassan would talk to Lonerbox more. I want that more. But yeah, that'll never happen.
Why would he commit suicide?
True. Yeah. He didn't really look particularly good in his debate with Ethan when they got to the history part, so
I mean, yeah, he's a vibe merchant. That's what he is.
True. Hi Kat, can I help you? I think you want food. Do you want more chicken? Yeah, I've been getting him new food. And I think he's addicted. I think he likes it way too much. He's getting like this chicken gravy wet food now.
He's shaking for it.
Yes. You have a problem, buddy. Okay. Anyway, I think that's probably good. I think that'll be. I'll see if you're gonna be around tomorrow. And if you want to talk to Avi, like, it'll probably be like maybe, I don't know, 8 p.m. Is that when Shabbat is over? I need to ask, and I need to ask a Jew. Is there a Jew that I can ask that question to? Hey, Funky, are you still here? He probably isn't.
Someone summon a Jew.
Yeah. I mean, I'd ask David, but I don't think that he knows because I don't know how religious he is.
Dawood. Fucking David.
I was only half paying attention. Oh, DJ Chrysalis. The question is, when is Shabbat over? What time? I know it ends in the evening tomorrow, but like when exactly? Is there a specific time? Is it like 8 o'clock? Is it 5? Spider, what the hell does the AH mean? DEI cat. I don't know what the AH means.
Ass.
After sundown. Oh, okay. What? It means ass. Asshole. DEI asshole cat? Is that what you're trying to say, Spider? After okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that the sun sets before yeah, it's sundown if I remember correctly. I'm not really religious. Well, that's not helpful. No. Okay.
It's a Gen Z thing.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. Yes, AH is a self-censored version of ass. Things say nice. I see. Oh, DEI ass cat. I see. That's what he's saying. Fire is back.
Damn it, Belinda.
What?
That took a while.
We're complicated people, okay? You know what? That's fine. I understand. I accept. Wait, what was Fire arguing? Oh, hey, yeah, I know he is back in the chat. Oh, man.
I just wanted to issue a fatwa, if I can, please.
Sure.
I think we should do jihad on Loner Court, overthrow Rootsy. He's become like the fascist.
I disavow. I
yeah,
don't.
Me too. I'm just joking. Rootsy, I'm
I
just
know.
joking. You hear me?
But
I don't want to overthrow you just yet.
Are you joking though? Careful.
I'm only half joking.
She's a mod in here too. She's also a mod in this server. By the way, I made David a mod on this server. He's a DEI mod. You know, in the same way that Sev is a DEI mod in Loner Cord. I think David is my only Jewish mod. But Sev is also a mod here, so
you overfilled the quota.
Yes, I had to well, I mean I you know, we've got one Palestinian, we've got one Jew, although really I feel like I should have picked an Israeli, but you know, yeah. Oh my god. What is it that people are arguing? Oh, it's the genocide thing again. What was the Wikipedia debate over? Was it about the fact that like they yeah, what was that over? Also, I should see if
I didn't. I saw Twit was arguing about it. I don't know. Honestly, I'm on the way back home, and I'm gonna be fighting on Discord about it. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm joining. Just driving right now.
Oh, okay. And then you're gonna join the argument based.
Yep.
So tomorrow I'll be able to wake up and read over whatever the hell the argument was about. Nice.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. Don't die, bro. I don't want you to get in a car accident while you're on my stream. Stop Discord and driving, Dante. Stop driving under the influence of Discord.
I can't. It calls to me.
Wikipedia now says it's a genocide and was also biased when discussing American involvement. Yeah, I know. Wikipedia is weirdly like, I feel like it's too early to make that determination. Do you think it's a genocide, Dante?
I do, but I don't like. I don't use it as a rod to beat people with or bring it up during debates or whatnot, but I do believe it. Not that I have any solid evidence. It's just like what I've seen over the last 2-3 years.
When did you start believing that? Or
Ever
thinking
since
that?
I heard the rhetoric about revenge and Amalek, and we gotta push these people out, and starvation and blockades, and using blockade as a weapon not only just to starve the Palestinians out, but to use it to make their life miserable and use it to basically displace them, make it as much difficult to live there and just leave. So I do think there is some aspects to it, not to mention like the proportionality, the targeting practices, the rhetoric.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't know yet. I mean, so
It's
far,
not something like I push over people or say, "Oh no, you gotta believe it's a genocide or you're a Nazi, a
Yeah.
Nazi, some bullshit." Like, yeah, that's disgusting. I
Well,
don't engage in that.
yeah, no, thank you. I like then. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like, I mean, I don't think Sev has not engaged in that either. Yeah, like I think that's the thing that bothers me more about it. Like, I don't necessarily care if people think it's a genocide. It's the fact that like if you say that you don't agree with that, or if you aren't sure, then they'll flip the fuck out at you. That's the thing that irritates me more. And like the truisms shit, you know, where like the assumption that when like I feel like there hasn't been enough like there's certain things that I would want to know before I made that determination, but yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely gotten worse, and we're certainly closer to it possibly being one now than we were at the start of the war. They're debating anti-Semitism in the UN now. Oh, in the Discord. Well, you know what, guys? I'm going to let you all leave so that you can all go engage in like spamming walls of text at each other. Because I'm sure that, and Dante, I'm sure that you will look forward to coming in and backing up poor Fire because he's probably outnumbered right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing my lawyer stuff right now.
Based. All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the chat. It was good. I'll talk to you later.
No worries.
Yep.
Later, chat. Later, Kalinda. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, chat. It's time to go to bed. Spider, my cat is not a DEI ass cat, okay? My cat is based, and he is not DEI, all right? He is actually a standard cat, a standard issue cat even, because he is a tabby. Although maybe he is a little bit DEI, because he doesn't look exactly like a regular tabby. Based, more like obese. God damn it, SDA! You're just never gonna stop, are you? SDA is convinced that this cat is fat, or I'm sorry, not fat, obese. Stuart is a bit fat. He's a bit chonk, you know. He's a big boy. Vash responded to the Plattner drama by calling Politico super Zionist. Okay. God damn it, Chase. Chase your Vosh obsession. Oh Lord, he comment. No, he's a chonker. That's where he fits on the chart. He's the second one. Although he really likes that new chicken food that I got for him because the store was out of the usual food. As you can see, he's quite demanding. He wants more of his chicken gravy. Like I might even be able to stop feeding him dry food because of how much he likes his chicken. The one cat at my local shelter seems to like me. Oh, that's nice, Chase. I hope that cat finds a forever home eventually. And if not, then I hope that maybe one day you will be able to take that cat. I'm assuming it's the one that you saw that was like coming up to you and stuff that you showed us. Hi, buddy. Wait, SCA, do you feed your cat salmon instead of chicken? Stuart just really likes chicken, so that's why I give him chicken. I've always heard cats love gravy and wet food. Yeah, he does. I think that's probably also true of, Plattner's an idiot, but not for the reasons people think. If you like cats, don't watch that one scene in Split. Yeah, I haven't even seen that. Although I'm not really a horror movie-ish fan, so yeah. In any case, it is time for me to go to bed. or rather to end the stream and then probably go to bed. Also, don't play Postal. Yeah, I probably won't do that either. No, next time you guys see me play a video game, it's probably gonna be Stray. So we'll get to, like, you know, watch the cats be cute again, or the cat rather, whilst running away from tiny, like, robot things that kill you, and talking to clankers. Sheer eats cats, or so I've heard. I'm sure that's not true. Sheer is a lovely individual. Yes, I will probably watch Piers next time, like maybe while I'm playing, like when I play Overwatch in the background or something. We'll see. I don't know, there's like 3 Piers videos that I might want to react to that could be fun, so yeah. Okay. Oops. Alrighty. Yes, one of them has Finkelstein in it. And then I think another one is about, like, Donald Trump's weird video where he is dumping shit on protesters, that weird AI video that he shared. Anyway, it is time for me to go now, so fire is demonstrating why the human race is doomed. Yeah, if anybody's in the chat who has not looked at my Discord or like joined my Discord yet, please go ahead. It's in the description. In the words of Sev, Gaza can't be the densest place on Earth because David is still here. Oh my god. Oh god. Sev and David, Jesus Christ. David and Fire can compete for the title. I mean, David did a debate against Fire. Him and me and, like, Dante and Patrick were in that voice call on my stream, like, couple weeks ago. That was entertaining. But at any rate, guys, all y'all have a good evening. And I will probably be streaming tomorrow. But yeah. Actually, yeah, I probably will be, like, probably at around, like, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Or like 2 or whatever. Like, basically evening for the Israelis after Shabbat is over, so we can finally get our debate between Avi and Dante, which I think will be entertaining, as well as, like, covering any other stuff or whatever. But yeah, I'm probably going to be doing that. And if not tomorrow, then Sunday. But I'll try to stream both days. Yes, he's pawing me because he wants food. It's his way of saying, feed me, human. Aw. But he also enjoys chin scritches and, like, cheek rubs, so that helps. Anyway, good night, guys. Bye.